On a cold, rain-soaked night in May 1979, campers at Mount Rainier National Park's Sunshine Point campground witnessed a puzzling scene. A young woman stumbled out of the darkness with her dog, rain dripping from her clothes. She seemed dazed and incoherent, muttering words no one could piece together. Concerned campers offered help, but the woman wandered off into the wet blackness with her faithful canine at her side. By dawn, her campsite was eerily quiet. Her tent and belongings were still there, but she and her dog had vanished. It was as if the mountain itself had swallowed them whole. That was just the beginning. Over the years, Mount Rainier's breathtaking wilderness has played host to a number of chilling disappearances. Hikers, climbers, park employees, and visitors have walked into the forests and foothills of this majestic volcano, never to return. Each case is a story with no ending, timelines that simply stop, leaving rescuers and loved ones grasping for answers. Today, we will journey into 6 of these true mysteries from Mount Rainier National Park, spanning decades and circumstances. Each story unfolds in the shadow of the same towering peak, yet each is uniquely baffling. These accounts are told in a storytelling style with suspense, twists, and vivid detail, sticking only to known facts and credible reports. We won't indulge legends or folklore, no Bigfoot or supernatural lore here, just real events documented by park rangers, law enforcement, and family members. As we delve into each disappearance, consider the dual nature of Mount Rainier, a place of serene natural beauty and unforgiving danger. By the end, you may find yourself eyeing even the most peaceful woodlands with a new sense of caution. Now let's step back in time to that rainy Memorial Day weekend in 1979 and uncover what little we know about the first vanishing, the story of a young woman and her dog who walked into the mist and never returned. Case 1. The Rainy Night Vanishing, Elaine Robertson, 1979. On Memorial Day weekend in 1979, 24-year-old Elaine Marie Robertson set out on a road trip from her home in San Luis Obispo, California, to Mount Rainier National Park in Washington. Elaine was an adventurous spirit and had decided to spend the holiday camping amidst Rainier's towering evergreens. She drove her 1968 Volkswagen van north, likely eager to trade the bustle of California for the crisp alpine air of the Pacific Northwest. By the evening of Sunday, May 27th, Elaine had made it to the outskirts of the park, but something was clearly wrong. That night, under a relentless downpour, Elaine wandered into the Sunshine Point campground near the park's Nisqually River entrance. Other campers observed that Elaine appeared disoriented, even incoherent, as she moved through the campground with her dog at her side. She was drenched from the rain and perhaps shivering from cold. Concerned by her condition, a few people tried to talk with her, but Elaine's words didn't make sense. She seemed confused and possibly in distress. Some later described her behavior as if she were not fully aware of her surroundings. Eventually, Elaine and her dog retreated to her campsite in the rainy darkness. Campers could only hope she would be okay through the night. When the morning of May 28th arrived, the storm had eased, but an unsettling discovery emerged. Elaine was gone. Her campsite was found abandoned. All her belongings were left behind in her tent, yet neither she nor her dog were anywhere to be found. Park rangers were alerted that a camper had seemingly disappeared overnight. Given Elaine's confused state the night before, this immediately raised alarms. A search was quickly organized in the lush, dripping woods around Sunshine Point. What rangers found only deepened the mystery. Not far from the campground, they located Elaine's Volkswagen van, parked about a mile away from her site. The van was intact, suggesting Elaine hadn't driven off. It appeared as if she had left the van, walked to the campground with her dog, and then somehow vanished from the area on foot. But how far could a person go in the dark, rain-soaked night, while disoriented and without any of her gear? Searchers combed the vicinity, calling out her name and scanning the riverbanks and trails. They found no sign of Elaine or her dog. It was as if they had evaporated with the night rain. For days, Pierce County Sheriff's deputies and park rangers conducted an extensive search. They scoured the densely forested campground area and the raging Nisqually River nearby. fearing that perhaps Elaine might have wandered into the river in the darkness. If she had been suffering from hypothermia or a mental health crisis, she might not have realized the peril. Sadly, no trace was ever found, not a piece of clothing, not footprints, and not her dog. It was as though the rainy woods had swallowed them whole. Elaine's disappearance baffled authorities in both Washington and her home state. In fact, both Washington and Oregon police opened investigations into her case. Elaine had family ties in the Pacific Northwest, which might explain Oregon's involvement. They looked into her background for any clues. Elaine had been described as a free spirit. Some reports indicate she may have been going through personal struggles, but nothing pointed clearly to why she became incoherent that night. There was speculation. Did Elaine possibly ingest something, drugs or wild berries, that caused disorientation? Did she suffer a medical issue like a diabetic episode or a concussion? Or was she simply exhausted and hypothermic, leading to confusion? Any of these could have caused her to make irrational decisions, like fleeing her campsite with no gear. One alarming possibility was that Elaine, in her delirium, might have stumbled into the Nisqually River. The river, fed by glacial melt, was running high and fast that night, late spring rain combined with melting snowpack. If Elaine or her dog slipped into those frigid waters, they could have been swept away in an instant. The river's powerful currents could carry a body downstream, possibly far outside the initial search area, but without any evidence on the riverbanks, searchers couldn't confirm that theory. The dog's disappearance also added to the puzzle. A dog might instinctively avoid rushing water. If something else happened to Elaine on land, one might expect the dog to stay near her belongings, or alert someone, unless it, too, was incapacitated or loyal to the point of following her into danger. Another theory, less likely but considered, was foul play. Did someone encounter Elaine in her vulnerable state that night and harm her? It's pure speculation. No signs of struggle or violence were noted at her campsite or in her van. Her valuables were reportedly left behind, ruling out robbery. Campgrounds are normally communal and relatively safe, but the cover of a stormy night could conceal nefarious actions. Yet there were no reports of screams or disturbances that night aside from the heavy rain. This theory found little support with investigators, and there were no known suspects. In the end, Elaine Robertson's case went cold. She was officially listed as a missing person, and to this day her case remains unsolved. Over the years, Elaine's family and friends have been left with nothing but painful uncertainty. Her disappearance is one of the oldest unsolved missing persons cases in Mount Rainier's history, and it continues to haunt those who remember that compassionate, outdoorsy young woman. For the park, Elaine's vanishing was a sobering incident. Here was a visitor who hadn't strayed deep into the backcountry or attempted a treacherous climb. She was in a front country campground, close to roads and fellow campers. And still, she simply disappeared without a trace, illustrating how easily one can be lost, even in relatively accessible areas. Elaine's story set a precedent that Mount Rainier, despite its postcard beauty, can hold dark secrets. The image of the empty, rain-soaked tent at Sunshine Point, with camping gear left untouched, serves as a grim reminder that not every park story ends with a safe return home. The mountain keeps Elaine's fate tightly guarded. All we know is that on that stormy night in 1979, Elaine Robertson and her beloved dog walked into the rainy darkness of Mount Rainier, and they were never seen again. Moving forward nearly 2 decades, our next case is altogether different. This time, the missing person left behind an even more disturbing scene, a vehicle found with its engine running and blood smeared inside, but no sign of its driver. Buckle up for the perplexing disappearance of a woman named Ramona, whose troubled journey into Mount Rainier's wilderness led to a chilling mystery. Case 2. The Bloody Jeep Mystery. Ramona Lin Fay, 1995. On July 17, 1995, Ramona Lin Fay, age 39, woke up in a fragile state of mind. Ramona lived in Spanaway, Washington, a community not far from Mount Rainier. She had long struggled with schizophrenia, a serious mental health condition. That summer morning, Ramona experienced a severe psychiatric crisis. In a moment of despair, she attempted to end her life. She cut her own throat with a sharp object before anyone could stop her. Bleeding and likely in shock, Ramona fled. At about 8:30 a.m., she left her sister's home, where she'd been staying, in her tan 1984 Jeep and drove off, despite her injury. Her family was alarmed and terrified for her safety. Ramona, in a state of mental turmoil and with a serious wound, was behind the wheel and heading who knows where. The direction soon became clear. Ramona drove straight toward Mount Rainier National Park, perhaps seeking solitude or an escape in nature. The drive from Spanaway to the park's Nisqually entrance is about an hour. We can only imagine her state of mind on that drive. In pain, bleeding, perhaps determined to reach the mountain she loved, or perhaps not thinking clearly at all. Sometime later that morning, Ramona entered Mount Rainier National Park, but as if her day weren't already harrowing enough, Ramona's Jeep got into an accident inside the park. It appears to have been a single-car accident. She ran off the road into a ditch. The Jeep was stuck, and Ramona, wounded and alone, had to seek help. She managed to get a tow truck to pull her vehicle back onto the road. It's unclear if park rangers assisted or if a passerby did, but someone helped get Ramona's Jeep out of the ditch. This incident suggests she was still alive and moving about despite her self-inflicted injury. One can picture the scene. Dense evergreens all around, Ramona clutching her throat perhaps, while a tow truck winches her Jeep out of mud, a surreal and tragic sight. After her Jeep was freed, Ramona kept driving deeper into the park. She headed farther in, toward the mountain's interior. By the afternoon of July 18, 1995, her tan Jeep was spotted again, under far more disturbing circumstances. Around 5 p.m. on July 18th, park visitors and rangers found Ramona's Jeep abandoned outside a public restroom in the park. The location was likely near one of the trailheads, or picnic areas where restrooms are available, possibly Longmire or Paradise area. The Jeep's engine was still running, the driver's door was left wide open, and inside the vehicle was a gruesome scene. A significant amount of blood smeared across the interior. Those who discovered the Jeep must have felt a chill. A car left idling with no one around is alarming enough. Add in a blood-soaked front seat and it becomes the stuff of nightmares. Rangers immediately recognized that this was Ramona's vehicle. It matched alerts that had been put out after her family likely reported her missing and ill. The blood was presumably from the neck wound she had inflicted upon herself earlier that day. The fact that she'd bled so much and still managed to drive was astounding and deeply worrisome. Park authorities sprang into action. They searched the area around the restroom and along nearby trails for any sign of Ramona. Sure enough, witnesses soon came forward saying they had seen a woman matching Ramona's description on a trail earlier. Despite her injury, Ramona had apparently left her Jeep and wandered into the woods on foot. One can only imagine her condition, likely lightheaded from blood loss, adrenaline keeping her going, perhaps singularly focused on disappearing into the wilderness. This was a dire situation, a severely injured person lost in mountainous terrain. Search and rescue teams mobilized quickly. Extensive searches were conducted over the following days. Park rangers, volunteers, and dog teams combed the trails branching out from where the Jeep was found. They scoured the thick underbrush, mossy groves, and rocky outcrops. Given Ramona's state, she might not have made it far, but shock and determination can carry a person surprising distances. The searchers had to assume she was still alive and in need of immediate medical aid, or that her remains were nearby if she had succumbed. Every ravine and thicket became a potential hiding spot. Despite an all-out effort, no trace of Ramona Fay was ever found. It was as if she had bled out her troubles into that Jeep and then vanished into thin air in the Mount Rainier wilderness. Not a single article of clothing, nor her body, nor any other evidence turned up. The search eventually had to be called off when all leads were exhausted. Authorities concluded that, given her grievous wound and the amount of blood lost, Ramona likely did not survive for long in the wilderness. Yet perplexingly, her body remained missing. Investigators pieced together what they could. Ramona's mental health struggle was well documented, She had paranoid schizophrenia, which can cause disordered thinking and hallucinations. She was also in a state of emotional crisis that day. The fact that she drove to Mount Rainier after harming herself suggests that the mountain held some deep significance for her. Perhaps she sought a final communion with nature before ending her life, or she intended to hide where no one could stop her pain. We may never know. The evidence strongly indicates Ramona was intent on unaliving that day. Some have theorized that after abandoning her Jeep, Ramona might have found a secluded spot in the woods to lay down and die, or even potentially ended her life by another act. For instance, using a secondary method if the first attempt hadn't been immediately fatal. The absence of her body might be explained by predation or the environment. In a forest, a deceased person can be quickly obscured. Scavengers and the elements can scatter remains surprisingly fast. This was sadly hinted at in Ramona's case from the get-go. Blood in the Jeep indicated she was gravely wounded, so she may have collapsed not far from it, and over time, natural processes concealed her. Mountain lions, bears, or even smaller scavengers like coyotes could account for why not a trace was left, especially if weeks or months passed before a thorough search of a particular spot. Another angle is the location of the Jeep. Parked by a restroom implies a popular spot, but in July 1995, midweek, perhaps it wasn't crowded. If Ramona had wandered a short distance off a trail, dense brush could easily hide her from view. Searches are like looking for a needle in a haystack. If the initial search grid missed her by even 100 yards, she might never be found. For Ramona's family, the outcome was heart-wrenching. They had feared she would harm herself, and those fears were realized in the most unsettling way. They at least have some understanding of her state of mind and intentions, which might provide a small measure of closure. But without her body, there's always that agonizing sliver of uncertainty. Authorities have listed Ramona as presumed deceased, given the circumstances, but officially she remains a missing person. Ramona Fay's disappearance is a stark reminder of the complex interplay between mental health crises and wilderness. In her distress, she turned to Mount Rainier's vastness as a final refuge. The mountain, indifferent to human suffering, offered countless hiding places and ultimately kept Ramona's secrets. Decades later, hikers in that area likely have no idea that somewhere under the ferns, or in a hollow by a creek, the last traces of a woman's life might lie quietly returning to the earth. The image left in the minds of those who knew the case is indelible. A blood-streaked Jeep idling emptily in the shadows of giant cedar trees. And beyond it, an impenetrable forest that refuses to give up the truth of what became of Ramona Fay. Her story illustrates that not all who go missing in national parks are lost due to navigation errors or accidents. Some, like Ramona, walk into the wild with the intent to never walk out, leaving behind a mystery that may never be fully solved. Our first two cases have been tragedies with likely, if unconfirmed, endings. But our next story takes an even stranger turn. It's not an apparent accident. It involves a park employee, a beloved mother and colleague, who vanished from right under the noses of her friends. And when she was finally found, the cause of her death was an enigma. The year was 1996, and the disappearance of Sheila Karns would leave Mount Rainier staff shaken to their core. Case 3. Murder at Longmire, Sheila Karns, 1996. In the summer of 1996, Sheila Kathleen Karns arrived at Mount Rainier National Park to work at the historic Paradise Inn. Sheila was 43 years old, and she quickly became a cherished member of the seasonal staff. Colleagues later recalled that she was beautiful, kind, and incredibly careful in everything she did. Originally from New York, Sheila loved the outdoors and relished her job serving park visitors in the inn's rustic halls. By all accounts, she was excellent at her work. So much so that when the summer season ended, the park hired her onto the winter crew to keep operations running in the off-season. This was a special opportunity, as most staff depart when Paradise Inn closes each fall. As autumn arrived, Paradise Inn closed to the public on October 1st, 1996 for the season. The summer crowds dwindled, and only a skeleton crew of park employees remained to maintain facilities over winter. Sheila was one of them. She moved into employee housing near Longmire, a lower elevation area of the park that remains accessible year-round. This housing was actually near the old Longmire campground, a community of cabins and a community building used by staff for gatherings. The vibe was close-knit, everyone knew each other. On the evening of October 4th, 1996, the park staff held a farewell dinner at Longmire for the seasonal employees who were leaving and to celebrate those like Sheila who would stay on. It was a cheerful gathering. Sheila was seen enjoying the evening, presumably excited and a bit nervous for the quiet winter months ahead. When the dinner concluded, people drifted back to their quarters. Sheila returned to her cabin at Longmire Campground. She likely went to bed or perhaps stayed up to organize her new lodgings. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. The very next day, Sheila missed a morning shift, or perhaps just didn't show up around the community as expected. This was immediately unusual because Sheila was, as noted, incredibly responsible and careful. Co-workers checked her cabin, only to find it empty. Her belongings were there, but Sheila herself was nowhere to be found. Park rangers were alerted that one of their own had possibly gone missing on park grounds. A search was launched almost at once. At first, people hoped Sheila had just taken an early walk or drive and lost track of time. But as hours passed with no sign of her, that hope faded. Searchers combed the Longmire area, calling out for Sheila in the evergreen groves around the housing area. This wasn't deep wilderness. Longmire is a developed district with roads, buildings, and short trails. If she had gotten lost or injured nearby, surely she would be found quickly, or she could call out for help. But the search turned up nothing that day, or the next, or the next. It was as if Sheila had stepped out of her cabin and simply evaporated into the crisp autumn air of Mount Rainier. Friends and coworkers were distraught and perplexed. Sheila's disappearance hit the tight-knit park community hard. They trusted the mountain and each other, and now one of their own was gone under mysterious circumstances. Rumors and theories swirled like the fall leaves. Could Sheila have been in an accident? Perhaps she went on a short hike or down to the Nisqually River and fell. But Sheila wasn't known for taking unnecessary risks. Remember, she was incredibly careful. The more chilling possibility was that something or someone had harmed her. As days turned to weeks with no trace of Sheila, foul play became a lurking suspicion. The fact that she vanished from within a residential area of the park was alarming. If this were a crime, who could the perpetrator be? A stranger wandering the park? Another employee? It was unthinkable, yet nothing was off the table. The case was especially complex because it happened on federal land, giving jurisdiction to the FBI. The Seattle FBI field office joined forces with park rangers to investigate Sheila's disappearance. The winter of 1996 and 97 was a tense and sorrowful one at Mount Rainier. Snow buried the meadows of Paradise and the cabins of Longmire, covering any clues that might have been left behind. 7 long months passed with no answers. Then, as spring arrived and the snowbanks began to recede, the mountain revealed a grim secret. In late May 1997, near the Longmire Community Building, a park maintenance worker stumbled on something on the forest floor. Human remains. They were scattered, as if disturbed by animals, and had clearly been there for some time. The location was not far from the employee housing where Sheila had lived, essentially in the same general area. Rangers rushed to the scene and soon the remains were tentatively identified. It was Sheila Karns. The woman who had vanished in October was finally found, tragically still within the park's embrace. This discovery answered one question: where Sheila ended up, but it raised 100 more. Because of the condition of the remains, the cause of Sheila's death could not be determined. Animal activity had disturbed the site, scattering bones over a patch of ground. It was impossible to tell if animals had merely scavenged after death, or if perhaps an animal attack was the cause of death in the first place. There were no obvious signs of something like a gunshot or stabbing, at least none reported publicly. Pathologists and investigators were essentially left without a clear answer. Was this a homicide, an accident, or even some medical issue? Let's consider the possibilities. One theory was an animal attack. Mount Rainier is home to black bears and mountain lions. A solitary person walking at dusk or at night could conceivably be stalked by a mountain lion. If a cougar attacked Sheila near Longmire, it could potentially kill her and drag her a short distance into the woods. Cougars often cover their kills with leaves and debris to save for later. Over winter, the body could then become scattered by scavengers. This is possible, but those who knew Sheila felt it was unlikely. For one, cougar attacks on humans are exceedingly rare, and none had been reported in that area. Also, Sheila was found near a building, not deep in the backcountry. Large predators tend to avoid human-developed areas. Still, it couldn't be entirely ruled out without evidence. Another more sinister theory: Sheila was murdered by a human. Perhaps someone at that farewell dinner or in the park had ill intentions. If Sheila walked outside after the party and met the wrong person, something terrible could have happened. A criminal might have overpowered her and left her body in the woods, assuming it would be hidden by snowfall and destroyed by animals. This theory gained some traction because the idea of Sheila getting lost or accidentally dying so close to home seemed implausible to friends. They described her as street smart and cautious. Murder would also explain why no one heard from her. An attacker could have incapacitated her quickly. However, supporting evidence for murder was thin. Investigators did not publicly announce any signs of foul play such as bullet casings, weapons, or suspicious DNA at the scene. The remains had been out in the open for months, which would have degraded a lot of evidence. If a murder, it's quite possible the clues were literally eaten or washed away. The FBI did conduct interviews. Notably, a local journalist named Dixie Walter from the Eatonville Dispatch took a special interest in the case and spoke with many who knew Sheila. Over the years, no suspect has ever been publicly identified. This does not mean foul play didn't happen. It simply means there wasn't enough evidence to charge anyone. As of today, Sheila Karns' case remains unsolved and classified as an unsolved homicide by many accounts. A third scenario, albeit less discussed, is some kind of medical emergency or misadventure. What if Sheila stepped out to stargaze or get something from another cabin and suffered a heart attack or stroke, collapsing where no one saw her? Or could she have slipped, hit her head, and succumbed to the elements? Early October nights can be cold, but not usually fatal unless one is incapacitated. If she did collapse and die naturally, animals could have later moved her remains. This scenario leaves a lot to chance and doesn't quite align with how thoroughly people searched immediately after. You'd think they might have found her if she was just yards away from housing. Yet, it is technically possible that initial searchers just missed her, especially if her body was concealed or blended in with foliage. The lack of closure gnawed at everyone. The park staff had to resume work and greet summer visitors in 1997, knowing a disturbing truth. One of their colleagues had died under mysterious circumstances on park grounds, and a killer, whether human or animal, might still be at large. It cast a pall over the usually cheerful camaraderie of seasonal workers. Many of Sheila's friends have kept her memory alive, refusing to let the case fade. Local news in Washington, like King 5's Unsolved Northwest series, revisited Sheila's story decades later, hoping to jog loose new clues. They noted how unusual it was, a park employee vanishing literally in the park's front yard. In these retrospectives, Sheila's co-workers remembered her fondly, the warm, responsible New Yorker who found joy under Rainier's shadow. Some expressed frustration that the investigation didn't yield answers. The FBI's involvement means many details remain confidential. Was there a suspect they quietly cleared? Did any witness see or hear something odd that night? Publicly, it's a void. So what do we have? Sheila Karns went missing on October 4, 1996, after a staff gathering. Her remains were found May 1997 near her living area, with no determined cause of death. She may have been a victim of an animal attack, or a homicide, or a freak accident, and we have no proof of which. This lingering uncertainty means her story, while technically not a missing person anymore, since she was found, is far from solved. In the annals of Mount Rainier, Sheila's death is one of its creepiest unsolved mysteries, a whodunit, or whatdunit, with no answer. For the viewer's imaginations, picture a peaceful October night in Longmire. dim porch lights glowing, the immense mountain looming as a darker shadow against a starry sky. A light drizzle begins to fall. Inside one cabin, a light is still on. Sheila's, as she unpacks for winter. She steps out into the cool air, perhaps to go to the community building, or just to stretch her legs. She disappears into the night, and somewhere between her cabin and that community building, something deadly crosses her path. No screams were heard, the woods stayed silent. By morning, only unanswered questions remained. To this day, when park workers walk those grounds, some say they think of Sheila. It's hard not to, knowing that even amid colleagues and buildings, danger found her. Mount Rainier, for all its well-traveled paths, still had a dark side that struck close to home. Sheila Karns' story reminds us that mysteries aren't confined to remote peaks. They can unfold right in our backyard, under the glow of our porch light. Our next case takes us out of the 1990s and into 1999, a time just before the new millennium, when technology was improving, but still limited in the wild. It's the tale of a prominent journalist from New York who came to Mount Rainier for a day hike and stepped into oblivion. Unlike the others we've heard, this missing person had dozens of friends searching, national media attention, and even questions asked by the White House. Yet, he vanished just as completely. Prepare for the perplexing disappearance of Joe Wood. Case 4. The Journalist Who Never Returned, Joe Wood Jr., 1999. Joseph Joe Wood Jr. was not the kind of person you'd expect to go missing on a hike. He was 34 years old, an accomplished writer and book editor from New York City, with an Ivy League education and a vibrant network of friends. In July 1999, Joe traveled to Seattle to attend Unity 99, a national journalism conference for writers of color. He was excited. It was a gathering of thousands of talented people, and Joe himself was a rising star in the literary world. He'd worked at the Village Voice and was now editing books for the New Press, as well as writing a book about the African-American family. On July 8, 1999, midway through the conference, Joe decided to play hooky for a day and experience the natural beauty of Washington. He rented a car and drove about 2.5 hours south to Mount Rainier National Park. He was a city guy, but no novice to the outdoors. Joe was an Eagle Scout and an avid bird watcher who always carried binoculars and a bird guide. He'd even done some hikes before, though mostly on the East Coast. It was a sunny, gorgeous Thursday, perfect for a day hike. Joe wore a t-shirt, shorts, and carried a light pack. He told only one casual acquaintance at the conference where he was going, just a quick day hike at Rainier. In hindsight, that lack of detailed notice would prove critical. Joe arrived at Rainier's entrance around 12:30 p.m. A park entry receipt later confirmed the time. He drove to the Longmere area and parked at the trailhead for Comet Falls, one of the park's popular waterfall hikes. The trail to Comet Falls is about 3.8 miles round trip, moderately steep, leading to a spectacular 320-foot waterfall. It continues beyond the falls toward a high country area called Van Trump Park, and eventually Mildred Point. Joe likely planned a few hours of hiking and bird watching, then intended to head back to Seattle by evening. Hiking up, Joe met another solo hiker, Bruce Gomond. They chatted briefly on the trail. Bruce later recalled seeing Joe, a black man in his 30s with round glasses and a field guide in hand, as they both ascended toward Comet Falls. At around the 3.3-mile mark, near the falls, Bruce decided to turn back due to snow on the ground at that higher elevation. It was July, but patches of snow still lingered in the high-shaded areas. Joe, however, was keen to continue. He was presumably enthralled by the scenery, perhaps aiming to reach Mildred Point, which offers a stunning view. Bruce saw Joe press on into the wilderness above Comet Falls, and then Bruce himself headed back down. That is the last confirmed sighting of Joe Wood. He was never seen again, one article starkly noted. Those 7 words encapsulate the shock that was to come. When Joe did not return to the Unity conference that evening, his friends noticed his absence, but were not immediately panicked. Joe was adventurous. Maybe he stayed longer in the park or got back late. But the days that followed raised alarms. He missed his flight back to New York on July 11th. That was completely out of character. By July 12th, his close friend and ex-girlfriend, Somani Sengupta, a New York Times reporter who was also at the conference, became very alarmed. She began calling everyone she could, hospitals, police, park officials, to report Joe missing. On July 13th, a missing person report was officially filed in Seattle. The next day, July 14th, park rangers located Joe's rental car still parked at Longmire, untouched for days. A full-scale search and rescue operation was launched almost immediately. Now picture the urgency. Joe had been missing for nearly a week in the wilderness by the time searchers began looking. It was a warm summer, but nights can get cold up high, and Joe had only light hiking clothes for a day trip. The search teams felt the clock ticking loudly. Park rangers, mountain rescue volunteers, dog teams, and helicopters all converged on the southwest slopes of Rainier. They scoured the Van Trump Creek drainage, the snowfields around Comet Falls, and the dense forest below, leaving no stone unturned. On the morning of July 15th, searchers got their first and only big break. Bruce Gaumond saw a newspaper story about Joe's disappearance and realized he'd met the missing man. Bruce contacted the park and told them he last saw Joe near Comet Falls, continuing upward into snow. This crucial info helped focus the search on the right area, the rugged terrain above 4,800 feet. Search teams fanned out over the ridges and ravines where Joe might have gone. They combed through creek gullies, probed snowbanks with poles, and scanned from the air. Joe was a relatively fit hiker, but not a mountaineer, so they hoped he hadn't strayed too far off trail. However, that area beyond Comet Falls can be treacherous. Steep slopes, hidden drop-offs, and snow-covered voids beneath can trick even experienced hikers. Rescuers knew if Joe had slipped into a concealed canyon or hole, he might be nearly impossible to spot. They pressed on diligently. Day after day, the search continued. By July 16th, the weather turned on them. Rain and chilly fog rolled in. The once clear mountain was now obscured by clouds, hampering helicopter flights and soaking ground teams. Morale dipped. Searchers knew that if Joe was injured and exposed, this weather would worsen his chances of survival. Still, they persevered. On July 17th, Joe's parents and sister flew out from New York and went up to Mount Rainier. It had now been 9 days since he'd disappeared. In candid meetings, the search leaders gently told the family that hope was fading. Surviving that long without shelter or supplies in such terrain was highly unlikely. However, the search crews weren't ready to quit just yet. Perhaps spurred by the family's presence and a break in weather, officials extended the search an extra day. On July 18th, they went at it one more time with everything they had: boots on the ground, dogs sniffing, helicopters peering down at receding snow. But no evidence of Joe was found. Nothing. Not a footprint, not a scrap of clothing, not his distinctive binoculars. It was as if he had stepped off the trail and been swallowed by the volcano's ancient crater. Though he wasn't that high up, the metaphor felt apt to searchers who found zero clues. That evening, Sunday, July 18th, 1999, the painful decision was made to scale back the search. In an emotional meeting with Joe's family and friends, rangers explained their reasoning. By their analysis, Joe likely suffered a catastrophic accident in the wilderness. If he were mobile, he would have likely found a way out or encountered searchers. If he were immobile, injured, they should have found some trace of him after so many days of intense searching. The harsh terrain, they said, gives little leeway for mistakes. Without sufficient clothing and food, hypothermia was inevitable, they explained, especially after the rain and cold. The mountain's verdict seemed final. The reaction in that room was one of profound grief and reluctance. Joe's father talked about dealing with reality, bracing himself for the worst. Somani Sengupta, Joe's friend, did something quietly poignant. She hiked up to the spot where Joe was last seen and buried an earring and a ring in the soil, so Joe would not be alone. It was as if to mark a memorial on the mountain for him, a token of love left behind under those towering firs where he vanished. Many wept. Yet, even as they faced reality, lingering questions gnawed at everyone. Joe was experienced enough to know basic trail safety. How did he simply disappear on a day hike in good weather? Some friends could not shake the idea of foul play. What if Wood had been abducted? Could it have been murder? They wondered in hushed conversations. Perhaps a stranger encountered Joe on the trail. The park is generally safe, and there were no reports of suspicious individuals. Rangers responded to these theories by noting that a struggle on the mountain would have left signs, footprints, broken foliage, or scents for the search dogs. They found none. All evidence, or lack thereof, pointed toward an accident of nature. Indeed, as rangers somberly pointed out, Mount Rainier is perilous, even for day hikers. In fact, 2 other men had gone missing on Rainier in the 2 months before Joe's disappearance. Those cases were separate incidents, mountain misadventures that also ended tragically. Joe's story fit a pattern the park sadly knew too well. One misstep near a roaring waterfall, one slide on a snowbank into a concealed canyon, and you can vanish beyond reach. The plan was to resume some searching after snowmelt. Rangers will send a helicopter and dog teams back up when the snow melts, promised park officials. Joe's mother said, "We're going to wait to see," clinging to a thread of hope. But summer came and went, and no trace ever surfaced. Not that year, not in the decades since. Joe Wood's disappearance resonated far beyond the park. National media covered the story because he was a well-known journalist. The timing coincided with another headline-grabbing event, the disappearance of John F. Kennedy Jr.'s plane in the Atlantic, just a day after Joe went missing. The nation was captivated by JFK Jr.'s search, which perhaps overshadowed Joe's a bit. But among black intellectual circles and Joe's communities, his story was front and center. There was an outpouring of concern. How could such a bright light be snuffed out so mysteriously? Friends from New York hired a private investigator, a former NYPD detective, to double-check everything, not fully trusting that an accident was all there was to it. This detective retraced Joe's steps, interviewed locals, and examined possible foul play angles, but apparently found nothing inconsistent with the official account. Over time, Joe Wood's case has become almost legend. Writers penned articles and even poems in his memory, grappling with the sudden void he left. A friend, the poet Cornelius Eide, wrote of Joe and the mountain, underscoring how unbelievable it felt that someone so full of life could just be gone. Another friend, Adolph Reed, articulated the emotional riddle. "I find myself both straining to accept that Joe is gone, and feeling that to accept that is an act of betrayal." He said, "It's a sentiment anyone who's lost someone to an unresolved disappearance can understand. That unwillingness to give up, as if hope were a tether keeping your loved one's memory alive." The mountain hasn't given up Joe. Perhaps, somewhere in a hidden crevice or under thick brush along Van Trump Creek, a piece of his story remains. A bit of fabric, a bone, waiting for the right moment to be discovered by a stray hiker or a receding glacier. Or maybe not. Maybe Rainier will hold this secret forever. More than 425 fatalities have occurred on Mount Rainier since 1897. Climbing accidents, drownings, plane crashes, but nearly all of those bodies were eventually recovered. Joe stands among the rare few who are truly gone. In fact, Joe Wood became the 65th person in the history of Mount Rainier National Park to go missing without immediate resolution. For those who loved Joe, every lush green image of Mount Rainier carries a tinge of pain. Unity. 99, the conference he attended, went on, but was palpably marred by his absence. At that conference, ironically, Joe had stood up and asked a bold question to a politician, showing his fearless journalism. He was never afraid to speak truth. Yet in the end, he left behind only silence in the mountains. How can a man go on a casual hike on a warm, cloudless day and never return? It's a question without a good answer, one that echoes whenever we set foot on an inviting trail without realizing it might be our last. Joe Wood's story remains one of Mount Rainier's most haunting, unanswered questions. It reminds us that even a safe day hike can turn deadly with one stroke of bad luck, and that closure, is a gift not all families receive. From the sultry days of '99, we move to a cold morning in 2010. A story set not in lush forests, but on an icy alpine slope near Mount Rainier's summit. This next disappearance happens in the thin air of 14,000 feet, where a climber's single fateful decision led him to vanish before his teammates' very eyes. Strap on your crampons. We're heading up the mountain with Eric Lewis. Case 5, The Vanishing Climber. Eric Lewis, 2010. In the pre-dawn darkness of July 1st, 2010, 3 climbers in neon parkas inched their way up Mount Rainier's icy flank. Among them was Eric Lewis, a 57-year-old experienced climber from Dubal, Washington. Eric was an outdoorsman at heart. He'd summited Rainier before and knew its dangers. On this expedition, he was attempting the Gibraltar Ledges route, a challenging path to the summit that skirts the massive rock promontory of Gibraltar Rock and ascends near the precarious Nisqually Glacier. His climbing partners were 2 men in their 20s, Don Storm Jr. and Trevor Lane. Eric was the eldest and arguably the most experienced, essentially leading their unguided climb. They set out from Camp Myuu, the 10,000-foot base camp, in the middle of the night, roped together for safety. All 3 wore harnesses attached to the same line, with roughly 30 feet of rope between each of them. Eric was last on the rope, Trevor in the middle, Don in front. As dawn approached, they had made solid progress. They were around 13,900 feet, tantalizingly close to the 14,411-foot summit. But as often happens on Rainier, the weather was turning ugly fast. High on the mountain, the trio encountered ferocious winds and swirling clouds. Visibility plummeted. Each man had to brace against 50-plus miles per hour, gusts threatening to pluck them off the ridgeline. Don, in the lead, decided to stop to reassess. Trevor caught up to him, and they huddled near a rocky section, probably shouting to hear each other over the wind. They expected Eric to be coming up right behind on the rope. But as they waited, something felt off. The rope from Trevor trailing down to Eric suddenly went slack or lighter than expected. Concerned, Don and Trevor began reeling in the rope to see what was happening with Eric. To their alarm, when they pulled the rope up, it came back with no Eric attached. Only a tied loop, a butterfly knot, at the end. Eric was gone. Sometime in those moments of low visibility, he had unclipped his harness from the rope and disappeared into the storm. Don and Trevor were stunned. Just moments before, they had caught glimpses of Eric behind them through the fog. And then, nothing. Unclipping on a dangerous slope in a whiteout defied logic. Why would Eric do that? The 2 climbers immediately feared the worst. Maybe he fell and the rope's tug on them had caused it to break or come loose. Or maybe he deliberately detached, but why? Heart pounding, Don peered downslope and shouted Eric's name. They frantically searched the slope below, thinking Eric might have slipped and was perhaps sliding or had self-arrested somewhere invisible in the cloud. Seeing no trace, they made a quick decision. Believing Eric could have somehow moved above them, though that seemed unlikely, they climbed up to the summit ridge to see if he had gone that way. At the top, the storm was raging, and Eric was not there either. With dread settling in, Don and Trevor realized they needed help. They carefully turned back and descended to Camp Myuu as fast as they safely could. By late afternoon on July 1st, they reached the camp and immediately reported the incident to climbing rangers. The search for Eric Lewis began before nightfall. Climbing ranger Tom Payne and 2 guides sprang into action, heading upslope swiftly from Camp Myuu that same evening to check the summit area for Eric. They reached the summit by 8 p.m., scanning and calling out in fading light. Nothing. They pushed themselves, risking the same bad weather, but saw no sign of Eric or any disturbance in the snow that might indicate a fall. By 10 p.m., they had to return to Camp Myuu empty-handed. By the next morning, July 2nd, a full-scale search was underway. This was a big deal. Eric's disappearance at such altitude triggered one of the most extensive searches on Rainier in recent memory. Over 40 people were involved: elite mountaineers, National Park Service climbing rangers, and professional guides from Rainier Mountaineering, Alpine Ascents, and IMG all joined in. They scoured the upper mountain in coordinated teams, despite the lingering harsh weather. The Army lent a Chinook CH-47 helicopter from Fort Lewis, which buzzed the mountain's flanks, looking for any trace of a climber on the snow. A smaller contracted helicopter also zigzagged low over crevasses and cliffs. Mid-morning on July 2nd, searchers hit on a crucial clue. At about 13,600 feet, they found Eric's backpack. It was lying on a steep slope, partially wedged in the snow. Inside, it contained his climbing harness, a snow shovel, and full water bottles that had frozen solid. Strangely, the pack was left behind with gear that could be useful. This suggested Eric had deliberately dropped his pack at some point. Not far above the pack, roughly 200 vertical feet up, searchers found a small snow cave Eric had dug. It looked like an emergency shelter scratched into the lee of a slope, maybe a place he hunkered down for a time. These findings were eerie. They indicated Eric was alive after separating from his team, trying to survive. The search teams redoubled their efforts, focusing on this zone around Gibraltar Ledges and the adjacent Nisqually and Ingraham glaciers. One team painstakingly searched the entire Gibraltar Ledges route and the glacier edges. Another team searched the summit crater steam caves. People in emergencies have taken shelter in Rainier's volcanic steam vents before. Yet another team came from the opposite side, climbing up from the Emmons Glacier route to join the hunt, ensuring no area was missed. They probed crevasses and snowfields, looking for any hint of Eric, a boot protruding, a piece of clothing, blood on ice. Nothing else turned up on day 2 beyond the pack and cave. Day 3 of the search saw similarly massive efforts. Ground teams skied and climbed all over the upper mountain. They shifted focus slightly to areas below where the pack was found, considering the possibility that Eric might have tried descending on his own and fallen somewhere on the Nisqually Glacier side. Rangers dropped into the gaping Nisqually icefall area, exploring crevasses that yawn like 100-foot deep blue gashes in the ice. They even entered the Bergschrund, a huge crevasse at the head of a glacier, under a route called Gibraltar Chute. If Eric had tumbled into any of these, finding him would be extremely difficult. After yet another grueling day, no additional clues were found on July 3rd. By this point, over 72 hours had passed since Eric's disappearance. The search leaders faced the grim reality. Given the very cold, very windy conditions on July 1st and 2, and the fact Eric apparently had no tent, no sleeping bag, and had even shed his pack, surviving even one night out there would have been miraculous. They had effectively scoured every feasible area around his last known location. The incoming weather forecast was poor again. Another front bringing precipitation and high winds was due, which would curtail any further flights or safe ground searching. With heavy hearts, the search operation was scaled back and eventually suspended. Eric Lewis was never found. To this day, 15 years later, his body remains somewhere on Mount Rainier's slopes, unrecovered. His disappearance is considered one of Rainier's unsolved mysteries, though unlike some others, there is little doubt that nature was the culprit. The official report from accidents in North American climbing provides a thoughtful analysis of what likely happened. Eric's decision to unclip from the rope in severe weather was the critical event. Why did he do it? We can't ask him, but the report speculates possible reasons. Maybe Eric felt he was slowing the younger climbers down and chose to free them of himself. Maybe he needed to step aside to address a personal issue, like tangled gear or an urgent call of nature, and thought he'd clip back in shortly. Or perhaps he experienced a mental lapse due to hypothermia or altitude illness. Hypothermia can cause paradoxical behavior. People do irrational things like shedding gear or wandering away. Altitude can cloud judgment too. Whatever the cause, Eric unclipped, and shortly thereafter likely became lost and separated in the whiteout. Given he dug a snow cave, he realized he was in trouble and tried to survive. Perhaps during a break in the storm, he decided to leave the cave and descend. The discovery of his pack suggests he may have been attempting a desperate, unencumbered descent. Fast and light, as the analysis put it. noting that he had left vital survival gear behind. Sadly, ditching the pack meant he had even fewer resources to survive. At some point, Eric probably fell, maybe through a cornice, or into a crevasse somewhere off the side of Gibraltar ledges or on the glacier below. The fact that full water bottles in his pack were frozen solid indicates sub-freezing conditions up there. Eric endured extreme cold for hours. The small snow cave shows he had the wits to shelter himself for at least a short time. But with no sleeping bag, in ferocious winds, even the hardiest climber would eventually succumb to hypothermia. The analysis concluded that while the weather was the main factor, the true reasons for Eric's actions will probably never be known. Indeed, Eric Lewis essentially walked off the rope and into legend. Fellow climbers still talk about this case. It's chilling because it was witnessed. His partners literally felt the rope go slack and realized in that gut-wrenching moment that their friend was gone. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. In mountaineering circles, it's often said, the mountains don't read your resume. You can be skilled, prepared, and smart, and still, one strange decision or stroke of bad luck can end you. In subsequent years, climbers on Rainier's upper slopes sometimes keep an eye out for any sign of Eric. Glaciers move and melt. What's buried one year can surface much later. Perhaps one summer a rope team will peer down a deep crevasse on the Nisqually Glacier and spot a flash of neon fabric or a bone, solving the mystery at last. Stranger recoveries have happened on mountains after many years, but as of now, nothing has been found. For Eric's family, the lack of a body means no closure. They must accept the mountain as his grave. Friends imagine his final moments, the wind screaming, snow slicing at his face, maybe a mix of fear and resolve in his heart. Perhaps when he stepped out of that rope, he intended to make things easier for his teammates, or maybe he was just disoriented. It's tragic either way. This story underscores a key theme in all these cases: the unpredictability of human decisions in life and death wilderness situations. Eric Lewis knew the rules. Stay roped up, stay with your team. Yet in that critical instant, he broke them, and it cost him everything. His disappearance, like the others, became a haunting reminder of the park's dual nature, a place of striking beauty and potentially deadly dangers. Now, for our sixth and final case, we turn to one of the more recent mysteries on Mount Rainier. In 2020, amid a global pandemic and modern technology at our fingertips, you'd think disappearing would be harder than ever. But as we'll see, even cell phones, social media alerts, and extensive search and rescue coordination couldn't prevent a highly skilled young hiker from vanishing without a trace. This is the story of Dr. Sam Dubal, the professor who went for a weekend hike and never came back. Case 6, Vanished on the Loop. Sam Dubal, 2020. Dr. Sam Bharat. Dubal was by all accounts an extraordinary individual. At 33 years old, Sam had already earned an MD from Harvard Medical School and a PhD in anthropology from UC Berkeley. In the fall of 2020, he had just started his dream job as an assistant professor of anthropology at the University of Washington in Seattle. Sam was brilliant, compassionate, and adventurous, a scholar who studied healing in conflict zones, and a nature lover who found solace on the trails. His older sister, Dina, described him as a humble guy, a lover of nature, and someone who seeks to find goodness in everyone. He was also an avid hiker, extremely fit and experienced, having trekked in the Himalayas and elsewhere. Seattle, with Mount Rainier looming on the horizon, was the perfect new home for his passions. On Friday, October 9th, 2020, Sam set out for an overnight solo hike in Mount Rainier National Park. His plan was to hike the Mother Mountain Loop, a roughly 17-mile loop trail in the northwest corner of the park. This loop, starting and ending at the Moich Lake trailhead, traverses around Mother Mountain through dense forests, alpine lakes, and sections of the Wonderland Trail. It's challenging but not considered extremely technical, something a hiker of Sam's caliber could comfortably do in a day or two. He packed all the necessary gear: a tent, sleeping bag, warm clothing, rain gear, navigation tools, and plenty of food and water. Importantly, he also carried a cell phone and charger. Sam was well prepared for the autumn weather, which can be unpredictable. He told friends he expected to be back by Saturday, October 10th. When Saturday evening rolled around and Sam hadn't returned, initial concern began to grow among his family. By Monday, October 12th, with still no word from him, Sam's family reported him missing to park authorities. This sparked one of the largest search efforts in Mount Rainier's recent history, under particularly challenging conditions. And keep in mind, October 2020 was during the pandemic, which already complicated logistics and resources. The National Park Service mobilized quickly. Within hours of the report, rangers had located Sam's car at the Myuu Lake Trailhead parking lot, confirming that he was somewhere out there on the loop. On October 12th and 13th, quick response teams of rangers scoured the initial portions of the trail, looking for any sign of Sam. They found one clue early on. A distinctive water bottle believed to belong to Sam was discovered along the trail. It was a promising yet puzzling find. Why was his water bottle dropped? Did he lose it accidentally, or discard it to lighten his load? No one knew, but it at least confirmed he had been on the trail. By October 14th, the search swelled in size. Dozens of mountain rescue volunteers from multiple counties, search dogs, drones, and helicopters from both the NPS and the U.S. Air Force joined the mission. Over the next several days, up to 70 people at a time were involved in ground searches. They faced rugged, remote wilderness with dense forests, elevation 2,000 to 5,000 feet terrain that can hide a person very well. The weather was not kind. Periodic inclement weather rolled in, bringing fog and rain that grounded helicopters and made searching slow and hazardous. Still, the teams pressed on, determined. Sam's family was very proactive throughout. His sister Dina created a petition urging the park to keep the search going beyond the typical time frame, emphasizing how well-equipped and capable Sam was. Sam has with him overnight gear, rain gear, and snow gear, as well as a cell phone and a charger, she wrote, insisting that her brother could still be alive if injured, waiting for rescue. She also noted that Sam had recently completed a hike even harder than this one and was in top shape. In media interviews, Dina implored searchers not to give up. "There is hope. Sam is fit. We cannot abandon him during this critical time," she said passionately. And indeed, the park did not abandon the effort quickly. For nearly 2 weeks, extensive searching continued. They canvassed the entire 17-mile loop and many off-trail areas, checking ridges, ravines, and campsites. They called out using loudspeakers. They looked for disturbed foliage, footprints, anything. A FLIR, forward-looking infrared device, was used via helicopter to detect body heat at night, but nothing popped up. It was as if Sam had vanished into the mist. During the search, Sam's story grabbed national headlines. His students and colleagues at UW were distraught. The university's Department of Anthropology posted updates and hope-filled messages. Sam's family maintained hope for his safe return, one university statement read. Out in the field, search crews shared that hope, trudging through rain-soaked understory day after day. But hope alone can't move mountains. By October 23, 2020, after 10 days of intensive search, the heartbreaking decision was made to suspend full-scale search operations. Extensive search efforts have not located Dr. Sam Dubal, the park's news release stated solemnly. With winter storms arriving in earnest, indeed, significant snowfall was imminent, continuing a massive ground search became too dangerous for rescuers. Park officials expressed how heavy this outcome was on everyone's hearts. They vowed to keep the investigation open and to follow up on any new leads or sightings, and to resume searching in better conditions if possible. Sam's family was devastated. They weren't ready to quit. In media, they pleaded for the search to resume whenever weather allowed. Dina's petition garnered thousands of signatures, urging the park and governor to allocate more resources for longer. It was an agonizing balance. Officials had already given extraordinary effort, yet for the family, it could never be enough until Sam was found. The mystery of Sam Dubal's disappearance remains unsolved. What could have happened on that loop trail? Here are some theories and considerations. Accident. The Mother Mountain Loop has some steep sections and tricky stream crossings. In October, leaves can be slippery, daylight is shorter, and there may even be early snow at higher points. Sam could have slipped and fallen down a slope or into a hidden crevasse or canyon. Perhaps a snow bridge collapsed under him, or he fell into a river. If he fell badly, he could have been injured or knocked unconscious in a spot hidden from the trail. Searchers might have missed him if he was obscured by foliage or in a deep ravine. The dropped water bottle might hint he fell abruptly, jolting it loose, or that he was fatigued, dehydrated, and maybe became disoriented, getting lost. Although Sam was experienced, even great hikers can make navigation errors. Maybe a section of trail was obscured. If Sam took a wrong turn or tried a shortcut, he could have ended up far off course. However, a loop trail reduces that risk. Even if you go the wrong way, you often reconnect eventually. Plus, Sam had maps or GPS. Still, if fog set in, he might have become turned around on an unofficial path. Sudden medical issue. It's rare, given his fitness, but not impossible. Could Sam have suffered a medical emergency like a heart attack or severe allergic reaction? If so, he might have collapsed beside the trail, but surely searchers would have found him if he were near the trail, and he had no known health problems that anyone has reported. Wildlife encounter. Mount Rainier has black bears and mountain lions. Both typically avoid humans. Cougar attacks, while extremely rare, can happen. One scenario, if a cougar attacked, it might drag prey off trail. Searchers did keep this in mind, looking for drag marks or blood. None was reported. And Sam, being a grown man, is not a typical cougar target. It's a low likelihood theory. Foul play. Always a question when someone vanishes. Did another person harm him? In October 2020, the park was relatively quiet due to both season and COVID. Still, there were other hikers around, but no evidence of foul play was found. His car wasn't tampered with. His personal items weren't strewn about. It's hard to completely rule out, but there's no indication this is a criminal case. The area is remote. Criminals aren't typically lurking hours from civilization. Also, Sam was strong and aware. It would be difficult to overpower him without a struggle that left traces. The most plausible explanation leans toward an accident that left Sam in an unrecovered location. Perhaps he ventured off trail briefly and fell into an area covered by dense brush, or into one of the countless pits and gullies that dot the landscape. By the time massive search efforts came, wind, rain, or even an early snow could have obscured subtle signs. October 10th through 11 did see some inclement weather that can erase footprints and scent trails quickly. It's worth noting, Sam's cell phone never issued a distress call. Perhaps he had no signal in that area, quite likely, as parts of the loop have no reception. Or if something sudden happened, he might not have had a chance to use it. His phone's last known ping, if any, hasn't been made public. As of now, Sam Dubal is still listed as a missing person. His family and friends have kept his memory alive. They even established a memorial award in his name in anthropology. They refuse to let people forget that he still hasn't been found. Every so often, when hikers set out on the Mother Mountain Loop, some carry Sam's story with them, eyes open for any sign, a scrap of fabric, a piece of gear that might provide closure. In an interview, Sam's sister reflected on his character, saying, "He is a very fit and skilled hiker with tremendous experience, including in the Himalayas." She wasn't boasting, it was the truth. That's what makes his disappearance so hard to fathom. If someone like Sam can vanish in Rainier's woods, it underscores that no amount of skill can make one infallible against nature's caprice. Sam Dubal's case, occurring in the era of modern technology, highlights that even today, with all our advances, nature can still easily elude our attempts to conquer or even understand it. Drones, helicopters, and satellites, none could find Sam. It's humbling, and it leaves us with an unsettled feeling. A well-educated, caring young professor went for a casual overnight hike in a U.S. national park and disappeared without a trace. As we conclude his story, Picture the scene that searchers must have seen. Sam's tent, perhaps found still packed in his bag wherever it lies, never set up. The majestic ancient trees of Rainier standing silent guard over secrets they witnessed. Autumn fog drifting through valleys, concealing and revealing shapes that may or may not be a missing man. His story is still out there, somewhere in those woods, waiting to be discovered. 6 people. 6 lives full of adventures, dreams, and loved ones. All intertwined with the wild landscapes of Mount Rainier, and all ending in unsolved disappearances. We began with Elaine Robertson in 1979, a young woman who walked into a rainy night and was never seen again, leaving behind only questions and a forlorn campsite. We followed Ramona Fay in 1995, whose desperate flight into the park left a blood-stained mystery that still chills anyone who hears it. We delved into Sheila Karns in 1996, a dedicated park employee whose fate remains a riddle of bones scattered near her home. Her co-workers still wonder if it was a tragic animal attack or something more sinister. We traced Joe Wood's 1999 hike into the pristine forest that somehow devoured him whole, leaving a void in the literary world and a mountain of grief for those left behind. We scaled the heights with Eric Lewis in 2010, glimpsing how quickly a mountaineer's confidence can turn to catastrophe in a blizzard. One moment tied to friends, the next vanished into the storm. And we walked alongside Sam Dubal in 2020, marveling at how a man so prepared and so loved could go missing on a simple loop, proving that even today, with all our gear and know-how, nature can still humble us completely. These stories span different eras, different ages, different backgrounds, yet they are united by the terrain of Mount Rainier and the enduring mystery of not knowing. Families and friends of each missing person have had to live with that gnawing uncertainty. Decades later, some still lay tokens on the mountain, like Sengupta burying an earring for Joe Wood so he would not be alone, gestures to cope with an absence that cannot be filled. What do we take away from all this? First, a profound respect for Mount Rainier's dual nature. This mountain, also known by the indigenous name Tahoma, is breathtaking beyond measure: snow-capped peaks, wildflower meadows, cascading falls. But it is also, in the words of one writer, perhaps the most dangerous mountain in America. It lures us with beauty and then tests us with peril. One misstep, one turn of weather, or one moment of bad luck can change everything. The mysterious disappearances at Mount Rainier National Park serve as a haunting reminder of the park's dual nature, a place of striking beauty and potentially deadly dangers. Second, these cases remind us of the importance of preparedness and caution. Many of our 6 did everything right and still met trouble. For hikers and adventurers listening, the lesson is not that you should never go, but rather always tell someone your plan in detail, carry the 10 essentials, and then some. Respect your limits, and heed the mountain's signals. As one experienced Northwest traveler put it, outsiders sometimes don't understand that. When you go up there, you're meeting nature. You're going to meet its forces. The forces of nature are powerful and indifferent. They don't bend to our schedules or skill levels. Third, we're reminded how agonizing and enduring the pain of uncertainty is for those left behind. Each of these missing persons had family and friends who spent weeks, months, even years, searching, speculating, hoping against hope. Imagine the parents of a missing child in a campground, or the siblings of a lost brother who comb through every rumor on the internet for a clue. The emotional toll is immense, and yet many of them channel that pain into action: petitions, memorials, raising awareness. The human spirit of not giving up on our loved ones is perhaps the one light in these dark stories. Finally, these tales collectively underscore a sobering truth. There are places even today where humans can vanish without a trace. National parks are often called America's best idea, but they also contain some of America's deepest mysteries. Mount Rainier alone has seen numerous people go missing who were never found. Hundreds of people have died on its slopes, and while most were eventually recovered, some remain out there, part of the mountain now. If you ever visit Mount Rainier National Park and find yourself at Longmire or Paradise, or wandering the trails of Mowich Lake, pause for a moment. Feel the ancient silence in the trees. Realize that for all the park maps, ranger stations, and search helicopters, there are stories in those woods that we will never fully know. The story of a young woman and her dog disappearing into the misty night. The story of a ranger who said goodnight to friends and never said good morning. The story of a climber's rope going slack in a storm. These linger like ghosts on the mountain. And yet people continue to venture into Rainier's wild heart, drawn by its allure. Perhaps that's fitting. The mountain gives us wonder and demands respect. It offers revelation but guards secrets. Each missing person's case is a cautionary tale, whispering to us to be careful, be prepared, and be humble in the face of nature. In the end, Mount Rainier stands as it has for millennia, grand and indifferent. It wears a crown of clouds, keeping its mysteries hidden just out of reach. For the families of Elaine, Ramona, Sheila, Joe, Eric, and Sam, every sunrise on Rainier is both a beacon of hope and a reminder of loss. They may never get the answers they seek, but by sharing these stories, we honor the missing and perhaps learn vital lessons that could keep others from the same fate. These 6 stories, as sad and eerie as they are, bind together in a final thought. The wilderness is not cruel or kind, it's simply wild. And in that wildness, we find both the thrill of adventure and the risk of the unknown. So the next time you gaze at Mount Rainier's silhouette against the sky, remember the souls who are now part of its legend. In their memory, stay safe, stay prepared, and always tell someone where you're going. Because the mountain holds many secrets, and it doesn't intend to give them up easily. Rocky Mountain National Park is a place of breathtaking beauty and unforgiving wilderness. Since its establishment in 1915, an untold number of people have walked into these mountains never to be seen again. Hikers set out on familiar trails and vanish without a trace. Children wander off and are swallowed by the wild, leaving only mysteries behind. In today's video, we're diving deep into some of the strangest disappearances ever reported in Rocky Mountain National Park, Colorado. These stories span decades, from the 1930s to today, and each one is as baffling as it is heartbreaking. We'll explore 5 true cases of people who entered the park and simply vanished. Some of these tales are well documented, others barely known, but all are mysterious. We'll follow the facts uncovered by official investigations and hear the haunting accounts from those who were there. We'll retrace search and rescue efforts that sometimes uncovered disturbing clues, and sometimes found nothing at all. And we'll dive into the most compelling theories. Could these people have succumbed to the elements in survival situations, fallen victim to criminal acts, or is there something even stranger at play in these mountains? Each story comes with twists, turns, and unanswered questions. We'll lay out the evidence and let you ponder what really happened. Stick with us to the end. You'll hear about a 4-year-old boy who disappeared in broad daylight near a rocky stream, and the eerie sighting of a child on a high cliff that fueled supernatural speculation. We'll talk about a young camper whose remains were found high on a mountain, sparking rumors of a cover-up at a boys' camp decades later. And you'll learn about a seasoned trail runner who vanished on a 28-mile route just last year, despite one of the largest search efforts in park history. Before we begin, a quick disclaimer. These cases are real and involve unresolved disappearances and deaths. Our hearts go out to the families and friends of the missing. Our goal is to share their stories and keep these mysteries alive in hopes that someday answers might emerge. Now get ready for some truly head-scratching tales. This is the story of the mysterious disappearances in Rocky Mountain National Park. On a cool summer morning in 1933, Joseph Halpern and a close friend pitched their tent in the high country of Rocky Mountain National Park. Joseph was no ordinary 22-year-old. He was a graduate student from the University of Chicago, brilliant in mathematics, chemistry, and astronomy. In fact, he'd spent the summer working at an observatory in Wisconsin, and he was known as a chess whiz. This camping trip to Colorado was supposed to be a much-needed break for the young scholar before the fall semester. Surrounded by jagged peaks and pine forests, Joseph felt right at home in nature. He and his friend set up camp near the base of Taylor Peak, boasting sweeping views of the park's valleys. The plan was simple: enjoy a few days hiking and climbing in the pure mountain air. One August afternoon, Joseph decided to tackle Taylor Peak solo. He told his friend he wanted to see the view from the top and perhaps take some photos. Slinging on his sturdy Army surplus knapsack and dressed in a light blue shirt and brown trousers, he set off up the trail. Joseph was an experienced outdoorsman, so his friend wasn't too worried. He'd be back by evening. As Joseph disappeared up the rocky path, there was no way to know it was the last time anyone would see him. Hours passed, and daylight began to wane. Joseph's friend grew uneasy when dusk settled in, and Joseph still hadn't returned. Perhaps Joseph had lost track of time enjoying the summit view, or maybe he'd decided to explore a bit off-trail. The friend waited, watching the trailhead expectantly as shadows grew long. By nightfall, concern turned to alarm. Joseph Halpern was missing. The next morning, park rangers organized a search. Bad luck and bad weather were about to make things much worse. On the night Joseph vanished, an early-season snowstorm swept through the high elevations. Taylor Peak was now cloaked under a layer of fresh snow. Any footprints or clues Joseph might have left were likely obliterated by the storm. Rangers, volunteers, and even civilian Conservation Corps members combed the area for days, fighting through snowdrifts and biting alpine wind. They scoured the slopes of Taylor Peak, peered into ravines, and called out Joseph's name into the thin air. But despite an extensive effort, no trace of Joseph was found. It was as if the young man had stepped off the trail and been swallowed by the mountain. By the end of the official search, the only conclusion authorities could draw was that Joseph might have succumbed to the elements, perhaps injured in a fall, and then caught in that surprise snowstorm. Yet, the lack of any evidence, no clothing scraps, no gear, nothing, left everyone baffled. Joseph's heartbroken friend and family were forced to return home without answers. It seemed the case would end there, another tragic but straightforward disappearance due to nature's wrath. But Joseph Halpern's story was far from over. In the months and years after Joseph vanished, strange reports began to trickle in from far beyond Rocky Mountain National Park. In December 1933, 4 months after his disappearance, someone swore they saw a man matching Joseph's description with the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, in Phoenix, Arizona. Could Joseph have survived and somehow traveled hundreds of miles south? The CCC was a work relief program during the Great Depression. If Joseph was alive but disoriented, perhaps he fell in with a CEC group. The sighting was uncertain and unconfirmed, and park officials were skeptical. Then, the following year brought an even more bizarre lead. Detroit, Michigan, 1935, 2 years after Joseph went missing. A rumor spread that Joseph was spotted traveling with the Lewis Brothers Circus in Detroit. Yes, a circus. According to this account, a drifter resembling Joseph had joined up with the circus as it toured the country. If true, it meant Joseph had not only survived, but intentionally walked away from his old life to become a wandering performer. The notion sounded outlandish. Joseph was an academic, not exactly the type to run away and join the circus. And yet, multiple people claimed they saw him there in 1935. The sightings didn't stop there. In May 1935, around the same time as the circus report, another came from Alliance, Nebraska. A man working with a Civilian Conservation Corps unit near Alliance was thought to be Joseph, possibly using the alias Louis Hollenbuck and going by the nickname Teacher. That nickname would fit a scholarly guy like Joseph. This individual vanished before authorities could verify his identity, leaving only tantalizing questions. Was Joseph Halpern alive, wandering the American West under a new name? Or were these sightings cases of mistaken identity, hopeful imaginations seeing what they wanted to see? Joseph's family didn't know what to believe. On one hand, the harsh reality was that the mountains are perilous. It was entirely possible Joseph fell into a concealed crevasse or off a cliff, and his body was simply hidden from searchers under snow and rocks. If that was the case, he likely perished on Taylor Peak and remains there to this day, eventually to be discovered by some hiker or never found at all. On the other hand, these persistent reports of a living Joseph gave them a strange sort of hope, or perhaps just prolonged the uncertainty. No physical evidence ever surfaced to back up the sightings. Not a single photograph, letter, or confirmed encounter materialized. Investigators, both in 1933 and in later decades, were left with an open case and nothing solid to go on. To this day, Joseph Halpern's fate is unknown. His case is one of the oldest unsolved disappearances from Rocky Mountain National Park's early years. Modern authorities have collected DNA samples from Joseph's surviving relatives, just in case any remains turn up that could be linked to him. Decades have passed without a trace. If Joseph died on the mountain, nature has kept her secret well. If he somehow survived and chose a new life, he never resurfaced to tell his story, not even as an old man seeking closure. Theories and thoughts. Joseph Halpern's disappearance leaves us with two main possibilities. The first is the most straightforward. Joseph likely got into trouble on Taylor Peak. He could have slipped on a patch of ice or loose rock and fallen into one of the countless gullies or hidden chasms in that rugged terrain. The sudden snowstorm would have then covered any sign of him, and his remains may still lie somewhere on the mountain, scattered by wildlife or hidden under talus. In those days, search and rescue didn't have helicopters or high-tech gear, and missing hikers who fell in remote areas were often never recovered. It's a sobering but plausible explanation. The second theory is far more intriguing, that Joseph deliberately walked away from his life. Perhaps the pressure of graduate school and the weight of expectations pushed him to a breaking point. Some have speculated that Joseph might have staged his disappearance to start anew. His intellectual brilliance could have just as easily been channeled into survival and subterfuge. If he didn't want to be found, he might have traveled under false names, like the reported Louis Hollenbuck, and kept moving. Joining transient groups like the CCC or even a traveling circus could have provided him food and shelter under the radar. But why would a promising young scientist abandon everything? Was it a case of a mental health crisis, a desire for adventure, or something else? Without any evidence of foul play, no suspicious individuals seen around him, and no known personal problems, the walkaway theory remains purely speculative. It's extremely rare, but not unheard of, for a person to vanish intentionally and never contact family again. As the years rolled on, Joseph Halpern became something of a legend among Rocky Mountain Rangers, the brilliant student who vanished into thin air. His story isn't as well known to the public as some other national park mysteries, but it continues to fascinate those who stumble upon it. If you hike near Taylor Peak on a cold, quiet day, you might feel the history in those hills. One can't help but wonder if somewhere, under the whispering pines, or in an untouched crevice, lie the final traces of Joseph, or if Joseph himself lived out his days under an open sky, forever wandering. Story 2, Lost Innocence, The Disappearance of Alfred Beilhartz, 1938. A 1938 photograph of 4-year-old Alfred Edwin Beilhartz, whose disappearance in Rocky Mountain National Park remains one of the park's oldest and most haunting mysteries. Summer in the Rockies is a time for family, fun, and freedom. In July 1938, the Beilhartz family, Mom, Dad, and their 10 children, were on a holiday trip to Rocky Mountain National Park to celebrate Independence Day weekend. Among them was Alfred Edwin Beilhartz, a bright and playful little boy, just 4 years old. The Beilhartz clan had set up camp near the Fall River area of the park, a place of babbling brooks and lush forests. On July 2, 1938, the family decided to go fishing along Fall River. The morning sun filtered through the trees as Alfred trotted alongside his parents and older siblings on a trail that ran parallel to the water. Like many preschoolers, Alfred was energetic and curious. He kept up with the older kids as best he could, but sometimes fell behind, distracted by the wonders of nature. As the family hiked near the riverbank, Alfred's parents would periodically glance back to make sure he was keeping pace. One moment, Alfred was there, trailing just a few steps behind. The next moment, he was gone. It happened in an instant. At around 8 a.m., not far from where a creek, known as Roaring River, feeds into Fall River, Alfred fell behind by a few steps on the trail, and simply vanished from sight. At first, his parents thought perhaps he had just ducked behind a rock, or wandered a short way off the path to explore something interesting. But after calling his name and searching the immediate area, their initial annoyance turned to panic. There was no sign of Alfred, no responding giggle, no rustling in the bushes, nothing. The Beilhartz family desperately scanned the surrounding woods and riverbanks. Could he have tumbled into the swift-flowing Fall River? That was the first fear. A small child could easily be swept away. Or had he wandered into the woods, perhaps chasing a bird or butterfly, and gotten turned around? After a frantic initial search turned up nothing, the family raced to alert park rangers. In 1938, Rocky Mountain National Park was still relatively wild and underdeveloped, but the rangers wasted no time assembling a search party. Within hours, dozens of volunteers, civilian Conservation Corps members, and park staff joined the effort to find little Alfred. The search for Alfred quickly became one of the largest in park history at that time. Given the fear that he might have fallen into the river, rangers took drastic action. They actually dammed the Fall River, using sandbags and boards, creating temporary barriers and diverting the flow. Then they painstakingly dragged the river for 6 miles downstream, hoping to find Alfred's body or even a piece of his clothing. It was a grim task, but the family needed to know if the river had taken him. Day after day, searchers waded through cold water, peering into every pool and under every log. Astonishingly, they found no trace of Alfred in the river. Not a shoe, not his little fishing pole, nothing. This both relieved and perplexed everyone. If the river wasn't the culprit, then what was? Attention then turned to the woods and mountainsides. Experienced bloodhounds were brought in, given Alfred's scent from a piece of his clothing. The dogs managed to pick up something. They tracked Alfred's scent about 500 feet uphill from where he vanished. This was strange. Why would a 4-year-old leave the trail and go uphill, away from the river? The dogs led searchers to a fork in the path, and then the scent trail abruptly stopped. It was as if Alfred had been plucked from that spot, leaving no further trace for the bloodhounds to follow. Searchers shouted his name into the forest. Whistles blew. The mountains answered only with echoes. Days passed and hope faded, but then an eerie lead emerged. About 6 miles from where Alfred went missing, and roughly 2,500 feet higher in elevation, a couple of hikers reported something extraordinary. They had been hiking along Old Fall River Road, an old rugged road that climbs up the mountains, when they heard a child's faint cry echoing through the canyon. Scanning the heights, they spotted what looked like a small boy sitting on a high rocky ledge known as the Devil's Nest, near the top of Mount Chaplin. It was an area so treacherous and remote that no 4-year-old should have been able to reach it alone. Yet, in the distance, they saw a tiny figure that matched Alfred's description. The boy was reportedly sitting eerily still at the edge of a sheer drop-off. The hikers called out, but their voices didn't carry. Then, as they watched in disbelief, they claimed to see the child suddenly jerked backward, as if someone unseen grabbed him from behind and pulled him out of view. That startling detail, a boy who looked like Alfred seemingly pulled by someone, is something straight out of a parent's nightmare. Were these hikers actually seeing Alfred? If so, who was up there with him on that perilous ledge? The area nicknamed Devil's Nest only added to the chilling atmosphere of their report. Rangers were notified immediately. The very next day, a team of skilled climbers and rescuers braved the dangerous cliffs to reach Devil's Nest on Mount Chaplin. They combed every inch of that high ridge. No boy was there. No trace was found. If Alfred had somehow gotten up there, he was gone now. The sighting, while taken seriously, ended up as another dead end. For 10 days, around 150 men and women scoured the park for Alfred. It was one of the most extensive searches Colorado had seen. They searched from dawn until dark, covering some 50 square miles of rugged terrain, forests, meadows, riversides, and alpine scree. The U.S. Forest Service, local volunteers, and even the National Guard pitched in. The story of the missing blonde-haired boy was in headlines across the nation. From Colorado to as far away as California, newspapers ran updates on the search. Americans held their breath, hoping for a miracle. But no miracle came. By the end of those 10 agonizing days in July 1938, not a single clue to Alfred's fate had been discovered. Reluctantly, the massive search was scaled back and eventually called off. Alfred's devastated parents were left with a gaping wound of uncertainty. The park officially listed Alfred's case as a likely fatality due to natural causes, perhaps a fall or exposure. But privately, rangers admitted they had no idea what happened to him. In the following months, the Beilharz family struggled to move forward. And then, 5 months later, in December 1938, the Beilharz received something that gave them a jolt of hope and dread. They got a ransom note in the mail. The letter demanded $500, a considerable sum in 1938, roughly equivalent to over $11,000 today, for Alfred's safe return. You can imagine the emotional whirlwind. Could Alfred actually be alive, held by some kidnappers? The note included instructions for how to drop off the money in exchange for getting Alfred back. Denver police got involved and investigated this lead thoroughly. Tragically, it turned out to be nothing more than a cruel hoax. Someone was trying to extort money from grieving parents, and they likely had no actual connection to Alfred's disappearance. The police were furious. The Beilharz were heartbroken all over again. The ransom note writer was never caught, but authorities dismissed the note as a sick joke after determining the details in it didn't add up. Alfred's father, William Beilharz, however, never shook the feeling that his boy had been abducted. He clung to the belief that Alfred might still be alive out there somewhere, perhaps taken by a person unknown. With the river thoroughly searched and the Devil's Nest sighting suggesting a human involvement, Mr. Beilharz wasn't convinced Alfred simply got lost. In a newspaper interview a year after the disappearance, William said he believed, "Someday Alfred will come back." It was a desperate hope from a parent who had lost so much. So what really happened to Alfred Beilharz? Over the years, numerous theories have been floated, each as unsettling as the next. Accident by nature. The most straightforward explanation is that Alfred fell into a hidden hole or mine shaft. There were some old mining sites in the park, or perhaps got stuck in a narrow canyon or crevice. The idea is that his body might have been concealed in such a way that searchers and even bloodhounds missed it. It's possible that the boy could have climbed uphill, explaining the dogs tracking him 500 feet up, and then fallen. If he ended up in some inaccessible spot or was covered by rocks, nature might have hidden him permanently. River drowning, initial theory now doubted. Initially, everyone assumed Alfred drowned, but the exhaustive river search effectively ruled that out. Still, some wonder if maybe he fell in, was swept far downstream outside the search area, and his body was never recovered. However, given the steps taken, dams and drags over 6 miles, this seems less likely. Wild animal attack. Could a mountain lion or a bear have snatched Alfred? A predator could conceivably grab a small child quickly and silently. A cat, for instance, might carry prey up into the hills, maybe even to a ledge like Devil's Nest. Yet there were no signs of struggle, no blood, and typically searchers or dogs would find some trace if a predator was involved. Tracks, drag marks, etc. None were reported. Abduction by a person. This theory gained traction especially after the Devil's Nest incident. What if someone was lurking on the trail that day? A human abductor could explain why the dogs lost the scent abruptly at a trail fork. Perhaps Alfred was picked up and carried in a vehicle or on horseback from that point. But how would a kidnapper get a child to such a high, remote location as the Devil's Nest, as the witnesses claimed? One scenario, the hikers may have witnessed Alfred with his abductor on that ledge. Perhaps the kidnapper was hiding out in the park and accidentally got spotted, then quickly moved the boy. If Alfred was taken, it raises even more questions. Why was there never a legitimate ransom demand or any further contact, aside from the hoax note? Kidnapping for ransom was not unheard of in that era. The Lindbergh baby case was just a few years earlier, but nothing concrete ever surfaced. It's worth noting that in 1938, background checks and visitor logs were minimal. A predator could have mingled with holiday campers unnoticed. Supernatural or unexplained, some in the paranormal community have pointed to Alfred's case as part of the so-called missing 411 phenomena, unexplained disappearances in national parks that defy logical explanation. The Devil's Nest sighting in particular fuels this. The idea of a child seemingly teleported miles from where he vanished, at a higher elevation that would take hours to reach, is hard to rationalize. Could Alfred really have traveled 6 miles in up steep terrain in mere hours? If not carried by a person or animal, it almost feels otherworldly. This has led to fringe speculations. Did Alfred stumble into some kind of portal in the woods? Was he snatched by something not quite human? These ideas are not supported by evidence, but they demonstrate how desperate for answers people become when a case is this baffling. It doesn't help that the location is literally called Devil's Nest, a coincidence that adds a spooky lore to the story. In truth, Alfred Beilhartz's disappearance remains unsolved. The park officially closed the case long ago due to lack of leads. No remains were ever discovered. As time went on, Alfred became a sad legend of the park, a cautionary tale told to keep a close watch on your kids in the wild. His name still sends a chill down the spine of those familiar with park mysteries. If alive today, Alfred would be in his 90s. One can only imagine the life he might have lived. But on that fateful July morning, something happened to a little boy in Rocky Mountain National Park that has never been explained. The disappearance of Alfred is one of those stories that sticks with you, especially if you've ever been responsible for a child. One moment of distraction, and everything can change. Even now, campers at Rocky Mountain National Park sometimes tell stories around the campfire of a little boy's ghost wandering the riverbanks, looking for his family. Whether you believe such tales or not, the real tragedy of Alfred Beilhartz is haunting enough. Story 3, Camp St. Malo's Secret, the Bobby Bizup Case, 1958. In the summer of 1958, a 10-year-old boy named Robert Bobby Bizup waved goodbye to his parents and headed off to camp. This wasn't just any summer camp. It was Camp St. Malo, a Catholic boys' camp nestled in the Rockies near Estes Park, Colorado, right next to Rocky Mountain National Park. For a kid from Denver who was deaf and wore a hearing aid, camp was a big adventure and an opportunity to just be one of the boys. Bobby was described as a sweet, energetic kid who didn't let his hearing impairment slow him down. At Camp St. Malo, campers spent their days hiking, fishing, and learning outdoors skills under the watch of counselors and Catholic clergy who ran the camp. In August 1958, as the summer sessions neared their end, Bobby and the other campers were enjoying the alpine paradise around them. On August 15, 1958, the camp routine was underway when something seemed off with Bobby. Another boy later reported that he saw Bobby looking extremely upset shortly before he went missing. A former priest, functioning as a counselor at the time, also confirmed he had spoken with Bobby not long before Bobby vanished. According to the camp director's public statements, Bobby had gone off fishing by a riverside on the camp property and failed to return when the group headed back toward the lodge. In the flurry of camp activities, initially only a short time passed before someone noticed Bobby wasn't with the others. Perhaps he had simply lost track of time casting his line in the creek. The realization soon sank in: Bobby was missing. The camp counselors and priests initiated a search of the immediate area, calling out for Bobby. They knew he couldn't hear their shouts without being fairly close, given his hearing aid limitations. When the boy didn't turn up after the initial search, Camp St. Malo staff contacted the authorities. Rocky Mountain National Park rangers, local police, and even military personnel joined the search effort in the rough terrain around the camp. For days, teams scoured the forested slopes of Mount Meeker, the towering 900-foot mountain that looms above Camp St. Malo. The search area straddled the border of the national park and church-owned camplands. At one point, a large group of counselors and older campers climbed up Mount Meeker to about 11,000 feet elevation, a very challenging ascent, desperately looking for any sign of Bobby. They trekked through tree line and into the rocky alpine zones, shouting and scanning, but found nothing. Not a footprint, not a piece of clothing. After exhaustive efforts, the search was unsuccessful and was eventually scaled back. It was as if Bobby had disappeared off the face of the mountain. Then, about a year later, in June 1959, a break in the case finally came, though it was a heartbreaking one. Hikers moving through a rugged area high on Mount Meeker, several miles west of the camp, stumbled upon something on the ground. There, amid boulders and alpine tundra, they found human remains, later identified as belonging to Bobby Bizup. Scattered near the remains were shreds of clothing and one of Bobby's hearing aids, confirmed to match the boy's gear. The location was incredibly remote for a child, roughly 3 miles from Camp St. Malo, at a very high altitude on the mountain. This was a spot far beyond where anyone initially expected to find Bobby. The county coroner and investigators examined what was left. Given the condition of the remains and the brutal mountain environment, it was concluded that Bobby likely died of exposure. Essentially, he got lost, climbed way up the mountain, and succumbed to the elements. Perhaps he wandered too far, became disoriented, especially since he couldn't hear searchers or distant camp noises to guide him back, and kept going uphill instead of returning downhill. Maybe he even saw the lights of buildings or heard wind, and thought he was going the right way when he wasn't. It's tragically easy for even adults to become disoriented in the wilderness. For a deaf 10-year-old boy, the odds were stacked against him. With some of his remains found, the authorities considered the case closed at that time. Bobby's grieving parents at least had partial closure. They could bury their son and not live in the limbo of uncertainty. But the story of Bobby Bizup does not end in 1959. In fact, decades later, his case would be re-examined under a very dark shadow of suspicion. For over 60 years, Bobby's file sat mostly untouched, one more sad but straightforward tragedy in the park's history. Then, in the 2000s and 2010s, a storm of scandal hit the Catholic Church regarding past abuses by clergy. In Colorado, investigators and journalists began digging into old records of priests accused of abusing children. Camp St. Malo, it turns out, was staffed by some of these clergy back in the 1950s. Shockingly, it was revealed that 3 counselors from Camp St. Malo, men who later became Catholic priests, were identified as serial child abusers in the years after Bobby's disappearance. This raised an explosive question. Had Bobby Bizup really just gotten lost? Or had something else happened to him at camp? Survivors of abuse came forward to describe Camp St. Malo in that era as a place where unspeakable things sometimes happened behind closed doors. Investigators started to wonder if Bobby might have been victim to foul play, possibly at the hands of an abuser, and that his death had been covered up as an accident. But Bobby's body had been found, seemingly consistent with a boy lost in the mountains. What evidence was there to think otherwise? The answer to that came in 2020, over 62 years after Bobby died, when an astonishing piece of evidence surfaced. Part of a human skull that was believed to be Bobby's, kept hidden for decades. Here's what happened. A man named Tom McCloskey was watching a documentary about unsolved cases, specifically about Bobby's disappearance. Tom's father, Dr. Joseph McCloskey, had been a prominent member of the Catholic community in Colorado, and a close friend of the priest who ran Camp St. Malo in the 1950s. Dr. McCloskey had passed away back in 1980. While watching this documentary, Tom recalled a rather horrifying family secret. His father had a human skull fragment stored among his personal belongings. The elder McCloskey had once told family members that the skull piece came from the missing boy at Camp St. Malo. Tom realized with shock that this skull piece was very likely part of Bobby Bizup's remains, kept hidden for all these years. Tom McCloskey handed this skull fragment over to authorities in 2021. The FBI and National Park Service reopened Bobby's case as a suspicious death investigation. If indeed a piece of Bobby's skull had been kept as a sort of macabre souvenir or relic by someone connected to the camp, that strongly suggests that Bobby's death was not a simple case of getting lost. Maybe Bobby did wander off initially, but what if he encountered someone, perhaps one of the camp counselors, who harmed him? Could the remains found on Mount Meeker have been placed there to stage an accident? The idea is chilling. A 10-year-old boy might have been abused and killed, and the perpetrators covered it up by scattering his remains on the mountain. Back in 1958, the camp leaders had immense authority and credibility, and nobody would have questioned their account that the boy wandered off while fishing. Let's consider some facts. Bobby's remains were found in a spot that had been heavily searched at the time, yet nothing was found during the initial search. Also, it's peculiar that a part of his remains, the skull piece, was not with the rest, but in the possession of Dr. McCloskey, who was tied to the camp's priest. We have to ask, how would he get that? One theory is that perhaps when Bobby's remains were first discovered in 1959, someone from the camp, maybe present during the recovery, kept a piece deliberately. It sounds ghoulish, but perhaps it was kept as a keepsake for some twisted reason or to ensure certain evidence never saw the light of day. Today, the case of Bobby Bizup is an open cold case being actively investigated by the National Park Service's Investigative Services Branch. They have even labeled it publicly as a suspicious death and solicited tips from the public. Law enforcement has not announced any conclusive findings yet. DNA testing on the skull fragment was expected, but the results, if done, haven't been made public as of yet. The Catholic Archdiocese in Colorado and law enforcement have been reviewing any records from the camp and the priests involved. It's a race against time, as many of the people who were adults in 1958 are now very old or deceased. Theories and possibilities in Bobby's case now basically split into two camps: tragic accident, original narrative. Bobby simply got disoriented and wandered off camp property. Being unable to hear well, he might not have realized how far he was straying or heard people calling for him. Kids often think going uphill might lead them to a vantage point to see home. Perhaps that's what he did, climbing Mount Meeker. He likely succumbed to cold or starvation. Animals could have scattered his remains. The skull piece might have been picked up by Dr. McCloskey at some point out of curiosity or as a misguided religious relic. Some speculated he might have seen it as a relic because the camp had a chapel. However, that's very far-fetched and not how relics are normally obtained. In short, this theory asserts there was no foul play by humans. The subsequent revelations are coincidences or unrelated acts, like an opportunistic hoax or a weird keepsake situation. Cover-up of foul play. Given what we now know about abuse at that camp, it's very plausible that Bobby was harmed by an authority figure at Camp St. Malo. If, say, a counselor harmed Bobby on August 15, 1958, accidentally or intentionally, they would have had strong motive to cover it up. Imagine the scenario. Something bad happens to Bobby and a couple of staff panic. They might have dumped his body in the wild to make it look like he got lost. In the chaos of the initial search, they might have even moved the body further or made sure it wouldn't be found easily. Perhaps the reason nothing was found during the search is because the remains weren't there yet or were well hidden. When the remains were found in 1959, maybe authorities only found part of Bobby, and someone, McCloskey or an associate, secretly held onto a piece of evidence, the skull, to ensure the cause of death couldn't be determined or to satisfy some dark sentiment. The presence of known abusers as counselors at the camp aligns disturbingly with this theory. Bobby could have been a victim of abuse that ended in murder or manslaughter. The fact that investigators reopened the case decades later suggests they find this scenario credible enough to pursue. A third theory? Some have floated other ideas, like did Bobby perhaps witness something he shouldn't have, like abuse, and was silenced? Or could an outsider unrelated to the camp have abducted him and left his body on the mountain? The camp was adjacent to the national park, open wilderness where anyone could roam. However, no evidence of an outsider exists, and it wouldn't explain the skull in McCloskey's home, so these seem less likely. What's especially heartbreaking is that Bobby Bizup's parents likely never knew about these later developments. They passed away without the full truth. To them, their boy died in a tragic hiking mishap. Now, more than 6 decades later, we're left with the unsettling possibility that the tragedy was compounded by evil and deceit. The idea that a child's death might have been covered up to protect predators is absolutely chilling, but it's something that sadly has happened in other contexts. Today, if you drive on the Peak-to-Peak Highway near Allens Park, you can still see the beautiful stone chapel of St. Malo, a famous landmark. The camp itself closed years ago, and much of the land has been integrated into retreat facilities or is just wilderness. The memory of what happened to Bobby, however, casts a long shadow. Locals still recall the story, and it remains one of Colorado's enduring unsolved mysteries. The case underscores that sometimes a disappearance isn't just a simple story of someone versus nature. Sometimes there are darker human secrets involved. Bobby's story has been featured on true crime podcasts and news segments in recent years, and many people are hoping modern investigations will finally confirm what really happened. As of now, though, the disappearance and death of Bobby Bizup remains officially unsolved, a mix of tragedy and scandal that is still unraveling. If there is any silver lining, it's that Bobby's case, reopened, might ultimately contribute to justice, or at least acknowledgement of wrongs committed long ago. In the meantime, Camp St. Malo's secret hangs in the thin mountain air, waiting for the truth to emerge. Story 4. Vanished Without a Footprint. The James Pruitt Mystery, 2019. In late February 2019, Rocky Mountain National Park was a winter wonderland, sparkling snowfields, ice-crusted peaks, and very few visitors. It's the off-season, when only the hardiest hikers venture deep into the park. One such outdoorsman was James Pruitt, a 70-year-old man from Tennessee. James was retired, and he loved nature photography. He had a trim build, around 5'6" and 150 pounds, and despite his age, he was fit and experienced in the outdoors. In fact, James had come out to Colorado to enjoy the peace of the Rockies in winter and capture some beautiful photos with his Nikon Coolpix camera. On February 28, 2019, James Pruitt set out alone for what was supposed to be a day hike in Rocky Mountain National Park. He drove to the popular Glacier Gorge trailhead on the park's east side near Estes Park. Glacier Gorge is a stunning area that leads to sites like Alberta Falls, Mills Lake, and further up, the icy basins below Long's Peak. James did not register for any backcountry overnight trip. This was just a day excursion, so he hadn't obtained a camping permit or anything. He likely parked his car, geared up with some winter hiking essentials. He was reportedly wearing a dark blue jacket, blue jeans, an orange beanie, and even had micro spikes on his boots for traction on ice. Being cautious, he also carried that nice camera of his to capture the scenery. The exact destination James intended to reach that day is unknown. Perhaps he wanted to photograph Mills Lake, or the frozen waterfall at Black Lake, or maybe just take pictures of the snow-laden trees. What we do know is that sometime during that day, James Pruitt disappeared. He did not return to his vehicle by evening, and no one heard from him. But because he was solo and hadn't told anyone an exact plan, no immediate alarm was raised that day. It wasn't until several days later, March 3rd, that park rangers noticed something was wrong. Visitors aren't usually in the park for multiple days without a permit, so when rangers saw James's car still sitting in the Glacier Gorge parking lot for multiple days, they became concerned. A quick check found that the car had been there overnight with no permit, and they traced it to James. They then reached out to his family back home, who said they hadn't heard from him since February 28th. A sinking realization set in. James was missing, and likely had been for several days in the brutal cold. On March 3rd, the park launched a major search operation in the Glacier Gorge area for James Pruitt, but they were already behind the curve. James had vanished 3 days earlier, and during those 3 days, the weather had not been kind. Over 2 feet of snow had fallen in the area since James embarked on his hike. This meant any footprints or clues he might have left on February 28th were now buried under a thick blanket of fresh snow. Searchers were essentially starting from scratch in a vast expanse of white. Imagine the scene. Teams of park rangers, volunteer search and rescue members from Larimer County and beyond, all on snowshoes or skis, fanning out from Glacier Gorge trailhead. They moved slowly, probing through snow with long poles, looking for a body beneath, and scanning with binoculars any visible terrain. Avalanches are a real danger in that area in winter, so they had to tread carefully. They likely checked the common destinations first. The trail towards Mills Lake, the side trail towards Lake Hayaha or the Loch, etc., looking for any sign that someone had left the trail or ran into trouble. But the search for James was like looking for a needle in a haystack, except the haystack could actively bury you due to avalanche risk, and the needle left no trace. The winter of 2019 was particularly snowy, making the backcountry both gorgeous and hazardous. After several intensive days of searching with no results at all, the large-scale hunt had to be scaled back. By March 11th, 2019, the search was put into limited, continuous mode, meaning rangers would keep an eye out during routine patrols and targeted searches would occur when conditions allowed. But they weren't going to keep massive teams out daily in dangerous conditions without new clues. As spring and summer 2019 arrived, park staff organized additional search operations when conditions cleared up. They returned to Glacier Gorge in June, July, and even the fall, scouring areas that had been inaccessible during the winter blizzards. They used dogs trained to sniff out human remains. They used helicopters when weather allowed to do aerial surveys. Despite these efforts, not a single clue to James Pruitt's fate was discovered. It's as if he stepped off the trail and into oblivion. The disappearance of James Pruitt is perplexing because, by all accounts, he was not reckless. He had gear for the conditions, microspikes for traction, appropriate clothing. He was out there with a camera, presumably to take tranquil pictures, not to do some extreme mountaineering. People might wonder, did James perhaps suffer a medical emergency like a heart attack or stroke on the trail? It's possible. At age 70, even a healthy person could have an abrupt health crisis. If that happened, he could have veered off the trail or collapsed in a spot that got quickly buried by snowfall. Another possibility, James might have ventured onto a frozen lake surface, there are a few in that area, and broken through the ice. However, by late February, lake ice is usually thick, and that would likely leave some clue. Plus, searchers would probably check that. Or he might have slipped into a creek or under a tree well, the hollow under snow-laden branches, and become hidden. The reality is, winter can hide a body so well that it might only reappear by chance months or years later during snowmelt. As of now, James Pruitt has never been found. Not even his distinctive camera or any clothing was recovered. The case remains open with the National Park Service and is listed on missing persons databases. With no evidence of foul play, the assumption is he got lost or injured and succumbed to the elements somewhere in the backcountry. Park officials have indicated that, sadly, they presume he is deceased given the conditions he was in. So what are the theories in James's disappearance? Caught in a snowstorm. The simplest answer is that James hiked out, maybe further than intended, and got disoriented as heavy snow began to fall. Whiteout conditions can happen quickly, and trails vanish under new snow. He could have strayed off route without realizing it. If night fell, sunset in late Feb is around 6 p.m., temperatures would plummet. With no shelter, hypothermia could set in quickly. In hypothermia, paradoxical behaviors occur. People sometimes shed clothes or crawl into tight spaces. James might have left the trail to seek shelter behind a boulder or in dense trees and then succumbed. His body, soon buried by drifting snow, might remain in whatever hidden spot he found. 2 feet of fresh snow effectively hit a reset button on the landscape, burying all tracks and possibly burying James. Fall or injury. Glacier Gorge trails have some steep drop-offs and areas where a slip could send a person sliding into a ravine or hidden crevice between rocks, especially if covered by snow. James could have ventured to a scenic overlook, like above Mills Lake, or near a frozen waterfall, lost his footing on ice, and fell into an area that was not visible to search teams. If he was wedged under snow or ice, spring meltwater could have carried away small clues. Some of those areas are so rugged that searchers on foot could easily miss a person, especially if partially concealed. Avalanche. It's not explicitly stated, but avalanches are a real danger. The Glacier Gorge area includes slopes beneath peaks like Long's Peak and Storm Peak that can and do slide. It's possible, though we have no direct evidence, that James triggered or got caught in a small avalanche. If so, he could be buried under feet of snow and debris, which would explain why nothing was found. Avalanche debris can set like concrete, hiding victims until summer or sometimes forever. However, no obvious avalanche debris fields with human signs were noted by searchers, or they likely would have probed them. Intentionally disappeared. There's always that question, did James Pruitt want to vanish? At 70, maybe he had some personal reason to disappear into the wild, but this is pure speculation with nothing to support it. His family was expecting him back, and he had left personal belongings in his car. It doesn't fit the typical profile of a planned vanishing act. Plus, vanishing into Rocky Mountain NP in winter is essentially a death wish, unless someone planned an elaborate fake death and had an escape highly unlikely here. Wildlife. Less likely in winter, as bears are hibernating, and most animals are less active. Mountain lions are around, but they leave signs. And a lion is unlikely to attack an adult human in normal circumstances. No evidence of animal predation was found, tracks, blood, etc., so this is not a leading theory. To this day, hikers in spring and summer who trek the Glacier Gorge trails are quietly advised to keep an eye out for anything, a scrap of fabric, a piece of equipment that could be linked to James. The park has not given up, but without new information, the mystery stands. It's eerie to think how, in modern times with all our tech, someone can still vanish so completely. One week, James was enjoying a snowy trail. The next, searchers were scratching their heads, wondering how the park seemed to just swallow him whole. The James Pruitt case highlights how even experience and preparation can meet their match in Mother Nature. It also underscores a recurring theme in these stories. Winter is unforgiving. Had James gone on a summer day, perhaps he would have been found injured on a trail, or other hikers would have noticed him. But in the solitude of a Colorado winter, he was utterly alone. For the family, the lack of closure is torment. Every year, as the snows melt, there is a chance that a clue might surface, a piece of clothing carried down a creek, or that distinctive camera perhaps. But as of the current date, nothing. James Pruitt remains one of Rocky Mountain National Park's most confounding unsolved disappearances of the 21st century. Story 5. High Alpine Enigma, The Disappearance of Chad Palance, 2023. On a crisp fall morning in 2023, Chad William Palance pulled up to the North Inlet Trailhead on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. At 49 years old, Chad was the picture of health and outdoor prowess, a fit trail runner from Fort Collins, Colorado, who had conquered countless miles in these mountains. In fact, Chad was no stranger to Rocky Mountain National Park's challenges. He had successfully summited the formidable Long's Peak over 30 times in the past. An experienced marathoner and trail runner, he was known for pushing his limits yet doing so with calculated skill. But on September 27, 2023, Chad was about to embark on one of his most ambitious solo adventures yet, a roughly 28-mile route through some of the park's most rugged terrain. This wasn't an official trail loop you'd find on a map. It was a combination of established trails and off-trail alpine travel, essentially a grand tour of the high country. Chad's planned route would take him across the Continental Divide, weaving through peaks and passes. Potential waypoints on his journey included places like Lake Verna, deep in the park's west side, Mount Alice, Chief's Head Peak, and eventually across toward the east side near the Bear Lake area. Chad was carrying minimal gear, dressed in a black ultralight running jacket, shorts or leggings, a gray fanny pack, and trail running shoes. Importantly, he had a personal GPS navigation device with him, but it was not an emergency beacon type, not something like a Spot or InReach that could call for help at the push of a button. This device could track his route and help him navigate, but if he got into trouble, it wouldn't automatically summon rescuers. Chad started out from the East Inlet trailhead near Grand Lake on the morning of September 27th. His vehicle was actually found parked at that East Inlet trailhead. Initial reports mentioned North Inlet, but it was essentially in that area on the west side. He hit the trail running, literally. His plan was to complete the huge loop by day's end, ending where he began, a testament to endurance running. Around noon on September 27th, Chad managed to get a text message out cell service is spotty in the park, but from a high point he caught a signal. He texted that he was almost to the summit of Mount Alice. Mount Alice, at 13,310 feet, is a remote peak that would have been one of the cruxes of his route. This text is the last confirmed communication anyone received from Chad. Later analysis suggests he continued on from Mount Alice, likely heading toward another landmark called Stoneman Pass or Boulder Grand Pass to cross the divide. At some point, Chad likely descended toward the east side of the park, because another text message ping, unfortunately one that didn't fully send or was just a location ping, placed him about 7 miles from the Bear Lake area on the east side. That could mean he was somewhere near the Flat Top Mountain, or descending into a drainage like Glacier Gorge, or another route that would have put him within a few hours of finishing his loop. Then, nothing. Chad never returned to his car that evening. When he didn't come home, friends and family knew something was wrong. By September 28th, he was officially reported overdue and missing. Park rangers found his car at the trailhead, confirming that he hadn't come out of the backcountry. This immediately triggered one of the most intensive search and rescue responses in Rocky Mountain National Park's recent history. Within days, dozens of searchers were on the case, highly trained SR teams from Larimer County, Grand County, Rocky Mountain Rescue Group from Boulder, and others. Over 55 people were actively involved at one point. The search area was massive, spanning from the west side, where he started, to all across the divide to the east side. They focused on Mount Alice, Boulder Grand Pass, McHenry's Peak, Arrowhead, Chief's Head Peak, Thatchtop Mountain, and down into areas like Black Lake and Glacier Gorge, all places along or near Chad's intended route. They also searched trails and drainages on the west side, such as North Inlet and East Inlet in case he turned back or went another way. This search was high-tech and well-equipped. They used dog teams on the ground, hoping the canines might catch Chad's scent. They even closed off part of the search area to avoid contamination so the dogs could work better. They deployed air reconnaissance helicopters, and even the state of Colorado's multi-mission aircraft with heat-sensing capabilities overflew the area. Drones were used where permissible to scan cliff faces and hard-to-reach spots with cameras. Searchers even did something not commonly done. They put up a fixed-wing plane with thermal imaging to fly at night, scanning for any heat signature of a human body in those cold mountains. Despite this massive effort, no trace of Chad Palance was found. Searchers didn't find a shoe, a hat, a water bottle, nothing. The only clues were what they already knew: his last known location from his text at Mount Alice, and perhaps some data from his GPS device if they could access the network, though it seems that device did not send out live tracking to others. The weather became a factor as days passed. By early October, the park was hit with early snowstorms and fierce winds, especially high up. This hampered further air searches. Rescuers on foot pressed on for about 2 weeks, but ultimately by October 11, 2023, with no leads and worsening weather, the large-scale search was suspended. The investigation, however, remained open and active, with rangers continuing patrols and analysis. The disappearance of someone like Chad rattled the search teams. Here was an individual who was extremely knowledgeable about these mountains. He wasn't likely to make a naive mistake. He had navigational tools, experience, fitness, familiarity. He even was carrying a device that could show his location, though again, not signal for help. It's the kind of case that makes even seasoned rangers say, if he could vanish, anyone could. Now let's consider theories and possibilities in Chad's case. Accidental fall or alpine misstep. The route Chad was attempting is no joke. Much of it is off established trails, over loose talus slopes, narrow ridges, and potentially snow or ice-covered sections. Late September at 13,000 feet can definitely have ice. One misstep, even for an experienced person, could send him tumbling into a deep crevice, down a steep couloir, or into dense brush where he might be invisible from the air. Given he was likely moving fast, trail running, a stumble could be catastrophic. If Chad fell into a spot like a narrow chimney between rocks or a crevasse in a glacier, the area near Taylor Glacier or Tyndall Glacier comes to mind, which isn't far off his route. He might be very difficult to locate. His dark clothing could also blend in with shadows. If he fell, his outcome would depend on the severity. It's possible he could have been incapacitated and later succumbed to cold or killed outright. Weather exposure. Though early in the day on the 27th it was fine, he texted at noon. Mountain weather changes rapidly. Perhaps in the afternoon, a storm rolled in unexpectedly, could be fog, hail, or snow flurries. If visibility dropped, or if he got soaked and cold, even an experienced runner could get hypothermic. If for some reason he needed to hunker down and wait, say low visibility or night fell before he finished, an ultralight jacket and running shorts would not be sufficient for an alpine overnight, especially if a storm came. He could have gotten to a point where he couldn't safely continue, like an unexpected cliff or cornice, and while trying to find a detour, lost the route in daylight. Stranded in lethal conditions, he might not have made it. His body would then be subject to the whims of nature, potentially buried by early snow, making it invisible, until perhaps next summer. Medical emergency. We can't fully rule out that Chad might have had a sudden medical issue, a twisted ankle, a severe cramp, or even a heart issue. Though he was fit, extreme exertion at altitude can trigger things even in healthy people. If he became immobilized without the ability to call for help, remember his device wasn't an emergency beacon, he'd be in trouble. However, one would think he'd have at least tried to use his phone or device if he could. It's unclear if he had any cellular signal after noon. Likely not much, especially if he dropped into a valley. Lightning strike, or rockfall. Mount Alice and nearby peaks have broad exposed alpine sections. If he was up high in the afternoon, there's the freak chance of being struck by lightning. Fall is still storm season. Lightning could incapacitate or even kill someone without leaving obvious traces for searchers to find later. Similarly, natural rockfall is common in freeze-thaw cycles. A falling rock or boulder could have struck him in a gully. Foul play. Given the location and circumstances, foul play is highly unlikely. He was far off the beaten path where few, if any, people would be. There were no reports of anyone else missing or suspicious in that area. This is a case of wilderness mystery, not human crime, by all indications. Supernatural or other. As always, when someone vanishes so completely, some folks whisper about the unexplained. Could there be some kind of weird Bermuda Triangle in the park? Did he stumble onto something bizarre? These ideas, while perhaps intriguing for some, have no evidence, and are more a reflection of our difficulty in grappling with zero evidence. Realistically, nature is plenty capable of making a person disappear without needing supernatural help. Despite the search suspension, the investigation for Chad remains open. Rangers continue to do targeted searches when conditions are favorable. For instance, during the summer of 2024, they likely revisited some of the high routes once the snow melted, looking for clues. Climbers and hikers in the area have been asked to keep their eyes peeled. Chad's family and friends have been vocal in keeping the public aware of his case. They've noted that Chad was doing what he loved and was well prepared, and they hold out hope for answers. In a tragic twist of fate, Chad's disappearance shares similarities with another case in the park from 2018, the one we recounted earlier, runner Ryan Albert near Long's Peak, who went missing and was found many months later on a glacier. Ryan's body was eventually found by chance. Perhaps the same may happen with Chad. A climber might find an item, or during a low snow year, someone spots something in the talus. As of now, though, Chad Palance remains missing, one of the most confounding mysteries in Rocky Mountain National Park's recent history. His case garnered national attention, both because of the extensive search and because it's perplexing for such an expert to vanish in an area he likely knew reasonably well. It shows that no matter one's skill level, nature can still deal an unexpected hand. The disappearance of Chad also underscores the value and limitations of technology. He had a GPS device, but it wasn't enough. Nowadays, many solo adventurers carry satellite messengers. One wonders if things might have been different had he carried one. It's a stark reminder. The wilderness doesn't distinguish between a novice and a pro when things go wrong. Theories recap. The prevailing theory is that Chad likely had a catastrophic accident somewhere along his route or encountered life-threatening weather, and his body is in a location that's extremely difficult to find, possibly obscured by terrain or snow. Each winter that passes can move debris, break apart clothing, and otherwise hide evidence. But each summer that comes offers a new chance that something will thaw or shift and reveal a clue. The park has a long memory. They don't forget about cases like this. Decades earlier, we saw how Rudy Motor, a missing skier from 1983, was finally found in 2020 when conditions revealed his remains. Perhaps one day, the mountains will give up the secret of what happened to Chad Palance as well. Reflections and theories. These stories of mysterious disappearances in Rocky Mountain National Park leave us with heavy hearts and lots of unanswered questions. From the strange case of Joseph Halpern in the 1930s, who might have walked away from his life, to the tragic disappearance of little Alfred Beilhartz in 1938 that still haunts the park with whispers of something uncanny, to the disturbing possibility of a cover-up in Bobby Bizup's death. Each tale reminds us how vast and untamed these wild places are, and how human lives can intersect with mystery in an instant. Even in recent years, cases like James Pruitt's and Chad Palance's show that the mountains can still guard their secrets fiercely, despite all our modern technology and know-how. Now, we want to hear your thoughts and theories. What do you think happened in these cases? Did Joseph Halpern start a new life under an alias? Or did the mountain claim him after all? Could Alfred have been snatched by a hidden kidnapper? Or was it a tragic misstep and a heartbreaking coincidence that hikers saw a boy on a distant cliff? What's your take on the Bobby Bizup case, accident or foul play? And in the modern cases, how do you explain James Pruitt leaving no trace, and Chad Palance, an expert runner, vanishing on a route he was prepared for? Share your theories in the comments below. Sometimes a fresh perspective can shed new light on these cold cases. Maybe you've hiked these trails and noticed something, or perhaps you have knowledge of similar disappearances elsewhere that could be relevant. There are indeed many puzzling cases in national parks. This is a community of mystery lovers and caring souls, so keep it respectful and thoughtful. If you found this deep dive engaging and want to see more comprehensive storytelling on strange, dark, and mysterious true stories, please give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. We cover everything from baffling disappearances like these to other unsolved crimes and eerie occurrences around the world. By subscribing, you won't miss our next big story, and trust me, we have some truly unbelievable ones in the pipeline. Also, let us know which case in today's video intrigued you the most. Was it the historic enigma of Alfred Beilhartz, the chilling Camp St. Malo revelations, or the ultra-modern mystery of Chad Palance? Perhaps you have your own theories we haven't mentioned. Drop them below. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the families and friends of the individuals we discussed. For them, these aren't just stories, they're personal tragedies. Decades later, many are still searching for closure. Our hearts go out to them, and we share these stories in part to keep the memories of their loved ones alive. The more people know about these cases, the better the chance that someday, someone might come forward with a tip or a discovery that can finally solve them. Thank you for watching and joining us on this journey through the perplexing side of the Rockies. Stay safe out there, whether in the mountains or in everyday life, and remember to tell someone your plans when you head into the wild. You never know, it might just save your life. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and stay curious. The Grand Canyon, a place of breathtaking beauty and unfathomable depth. Each year, millions stand on its rims or wander its trails, humbled by nature's grandeur. But hidden within its sheer cliffs and shadowed gorges are secrets that refuse to be found. Over the last 50 years, a number of visitors to Grand Canyon National Park have ventured in and never come back. Their stories are among the canyon's most chilling mysteries, confirmed missing persons cases that baffle investigators and haunt loved ones decades later. Tonight, in this documentary-style journey, we delve into some of the most bizarre and unexplained disappearances in the Grand Canyon's recent history. These are not legends or campfire tales, but true cases of real people, hikers, adventurers, and tourists who vanished without a trace. We'll hear from those left behind, explore the circumstances of each disappearance, and travel from one case to the next, as if winding down the canyon's own labyrinthine passages. Our tone will blend tension with empathy, respect with curiosity. In each story, we seek not only the suspense of the unknown, but also the human side, the hopes and fears of families and friends, and the dedication of searchers who, at times, can only scour empty canyons and wonder what happened. Over half a century, Grand Canyon National Park has seen tragedy and mystery. From the remote forests on its fringes to the rushing Colorado River in its depths, each disappearance is unique, yet all share the same eerie outcome. No definitive answers. As we move from case to case, listen to the clues, the quotes, the context. Perhaps patterns will emerge, perhaps only more questions. But together, we will walk the timeline of these unsolved cases, guided by the voices of those who were there and the scant evidence left behind. Our journey begins in the summer of 2001, just outside the park's south entrance, with the mysterious vanishing of a local teenager, a case that would foreshadow many of the Grand Canyon's secrets to come. Late June 2001, in the pine woods of Kaibab National Forest, just south of Grand Canyon Village, 13-year-old Justin Littleman Richardson was hanging out with friends on a warm summer evening. Justin lived with his father in Tusayan, Arizona, the tiny gateway town by the park's south entrance. He was popular and adventurous, known to wander the area. That night, he and 3 friends, all much older, between 18 and 21, slipped into the forest to party, reportedly under the influence of drugs and alcohol. What began as teenage mischief soon morphed into a nightmare. Details of the night are hazy. At some point, the group of 4 became disoriented among the trees in the darkness and split up, trying to find their way back. 2 of the older teens got lost. Justin and another friend managed to return to Tusayan, and even enlisted help to search for the missing pair. Unbeknownst to Justin, those 2 had already been found safe by railroad employees near town. But Justin himself would soon slip away, at some juncture, perhaps still worried about his friends or confused by intoxication. Justin went back into the woods, alone or with one companion, and vanished. When the alarm was finally raised, searchers combed the forest for Justin. They knew this rugged terrain well, a mix of ponderosa pines, junipers, and juniper scrub, crisscrossed by dirt roads and hiking paths. This wasn't deep in the Grand Canyon, but the high plateau just outside it. Still, the wilderness can be unforgiving for a 13-year-old boy, especially one who may have been impaired. Despite extensive efforts, no trace of Justin was found that summer. He had simply disappeared into the night. In the aftermath, rumors swirled through the small community. It emerged that Justin's friends that night were hardly ideal companions, adults providing a young teen with methamphetamine and booze. People wondered, had something sinister happened out there? Justin had a history of running away from home in the past, but this felt different. There were unconfirmed reports that some evidence turned up later, indicating Justin might have briefly made it back to a local lodge, the Moki Lodge, after the forest search. If true, that raised even more questions. Why would he leave again? Did he encounter foul play? Officially, Justin remains missing to this day, nearly 24 years later. The Coconino County Sheriff's Office eventually suspected foul play in his case, even labeling him a likely homicide victim despite the lack of a body. Perhaps the dangerous crowd he fell in with that night knows more than they ever admitted. In the words of one investigator years later, it appears something devastating happened to Justin in those woods, a tragedy beyond just getting lost. His disappearance, though outside the park's formal boundaries, shook the Grand Canyon region. It was a haunting reminder that even on the fringes of this natural wonder, dark human mysteries can unfold. For Justin's family, the canyon country that was their home became a place of heartache. A boy with his whole life ahead of him had simply evaporated. The forests around Tusayan still hold Justin's secret, and perhaps, somewhere out there, the truth lies buried. Justin Richardson's name would later join a cold case roster of Grand Canyon mysteries, the first of the new century. Little did anyone know that it was a harbinger of similar unexplained disappearances that would occur within the park itself in the years to come. After Justin's disappearance in 2001, nearly a decade passed before another baffling case emerged. But in 2011, the Grand Canyon would again become the backdrop for a perplexing vanishing, this time involving a young man on a cross-country journey. Adam Clayton Lyle Jones, 2011. The deserted car at the South Rim. Early May 2011, Grand Canyon Visitor Center parking lot on the South Rim. Park rangers notice an abandoned light blue Oldsmobile Delta 88 sitting unattended. It had been there at least overnight. Inside the car, they find something strange. An itinerary marked with a route through Denver and various California cities. There's no sign of the driver. A check of the registration leads them to the family of Adam Clayton Lyle Jones. Adam was a 23-year-old from Gulf Breeze, Florida. At the end of March 2011, he left home without warning, telling relatives he was heading west. He took almost nothing with him, not even a change of clothes, just his laptop computer and his wits. He didn't own a cell phone, a fact that would frustrate efforts to trace him. For over a month, his family heard nothing. Then came the call from the Park Service in early May. Adam's car had turned up at the Grand Canyon, parked at the visitor center, keys gone. Adam was nowhere to be found. Try to imagine the scene. A dusty sedan sitting among tourists' vehicles, a long-expired parking ticket on the dash. Rangers walking the rim trails calling out Adam's name, peering over the edge at the sheer drop-offs near Mather Point and the visitor center area. Did anyone see a lone young man arrive here? Some visitors recalled perhaps a slim, brown-haired fellow matching Adam's description, but nothing concrete. It was as if Adam parked, stepped into the Grand Canyon's vastness, and vanished into thin air. The clues left behind were maddeningly sparse. The itinerary suggested Adam intended to visit Denver and California, yet here he was in Arizona. Had he followed his planned route at all? Why the Grand Canyon? His family, who filed a missing person report once his car was found, were stunned. Adam had no known connection to the canyon. If he wanted to hike, he had taken no gear. If he intended harm to himself, he hadn't said goodbye. Park officials treated the area as a search zone, but found no evidence of Adam along the popular South Rim viewpoints. Days of helicopter flyovers and ground searches in early May yielded nothing. No clothing, no footprints leading off-trail. It's as if Adam simply walked to the rim, took in the awe-inspiring view one last time, and vanished over the edge or into the crowd unnoticed. His disappearance remains unsolved. To this day, not a single confirmed sighting has surfaced. Adam Jones became one of the canyon's ghosts, a name on the missing person roster, with no closure for his loved ones. His parents were left to imagine countless scenarios. Did he deliberately disappear to start a new life? Did he fall victim to an accident in the canyon's unforgiving terrain? Or did something else happen between Florida and Arizona that ended at the Grand Canyon? Without a cell phone or witnesses, Adam's story is a void. Investigators could only surmise that he arrived at Grand Canyon around late April, based on when the car was first noticed. After that, nothing. No body has ever been found. In the words of one report, he hasn't been heard from or seen since. The Grand Canyon had swallowed another soul. The mystery of Adam Jones would stand alone for a few years. But 2015 was approaching, and it would prove to be one of the most haunting years in Grand Canyon history, with not one but multiple puzzling disappearances. The haunting year of 2015 messages, river, and missing guides. By 2015, Grand Canyon National Park was averaging hundreds of search and rescue incidents each year. Most had happy endings, or at least clear conclusions. But in 2015, 2 young men vanished in very different circumstances, leaving behind eerie echoes. One left a cryptic message of spiritual farewell. The other left no trace at all, save a life jacket bobbing on memory's surface. Drake Kramer, 2015, Back to Mother Earth. February 1st, 2015, a cold Sunday on the South Rim. 21-year-old Drake Kramer of San Antonio, Texas, is checking out of the Bright Angel Lodge, one of the historic hotels perched at the canyon's edge. He's been on a solo trip exploring national parks. Drake is an avid outdoorsman, a geology student who loves nature. But as he departs the lodge, something is off. Instead of heading home, Drake sends an unsettling text to his father. He said he was at the Grand Canyon, and he needed to be back with Mother Earth and set his soul free. Drake's father, Robin, immediately knew something wasn't right. That cryptic message, received on Monday, February 2nd, stunned the family. At that point, we really started getting worried, Robin later told ABC News, explaining how they frantically called park authorities to report Drake missing. The translation they feared was clear. Drake was expressing a desire to be at one with nature, possibly in death. Park rangers launched a search within hours. They found Drake's silver Mazda sedan parked near the Bright Angel trailhead. But Drake was gone. Over the next week, rescuers scoured miles of trails below the South Rim and flew helicopters over the canyon, searching for any sign of the young man. There was no trace, no footprints leading into the snowy woods, no reports from hikers who might have seen him on a trail, nothing. Back in Texas, Drake's family refused to give up. In the year following his disappearance, they organized their own trips to the Grand Canyon to keep the search alive. Robin and Drake's stepmother, Brenda Kramer, distributed flyers, magnets, anything to jog someone's memory. All we can do is spread his picture and hope that somebody will recognize him. A little ray of sunshine will help at this point. Some evidence emerged. Drake's Facebook posts hinted at his deep love for wild places. At one point he had written, "Wish I could stay during an earlier Grand Canyon visit." It seemed Drake was searching for something in nature, perhaps peace. The prevailing theory became that he likely took his own life in the canyon, slipping off a ledge into one of the countless side chasms where a body might never be found. Park officials noted that he was believed to be suicidal, and indeed the search was eventually scaled back to limited, continuous mode rangers keeping an eye out but with no active leads. Yet, in the midst of despair, Drake's father found reason to doubt the suicide theory. He clung to a heartfelt letter Drake had left behind, which Brenda even had tattooed on her arm. In it, Drake wrote, "I truly love and cherish every soul I met and will meet in my lifetime. Love, Drake." To Robin, "It doesn't seem to me like someone who's going to kill themselves," he said, holding on to hope. In media interviews a year later, Robin expressed a painful uncertainty. "I don't know if he's out there trekking around trying to find himself. I don't know if something happened to him. Until there's proof otherwise, I have to believe he still is alive." That hope sustains them, but reality has been cruel. As of today, 10 years later, Drake Kramer remains missing, his fate unknown. The canyon has yielded no clues. His disappearance came amid winter quiet, with fewer tourists around, making it chillingly plausible that he could slip away unseen. Whether Drake ultimately found the communion with nature he sought is a question only the Grand Canyon can answer. His story blends sorrow with mystery, the tension of not knowing if this was a young man's tragic final act or an accident on the unforgiving cliffs. Either way, the canyon kept Drake's soul among its depths. Morgenheimer, 2015, vanished in the rapids. Now we shift to June 2015, deep within the Grand Canyon itself. Picture the Colorado River at mile 213, near a landmark called Pumpkin Springs, a turquoise pool etched in orange travertine. On June 2nd, a commercial rafting trip is 6 days into its 8-day journey through the canyon's roaring rapids. Among the crew is Morgan Heimer, a 22-year-old river guide from Cody, Wyoming. Morgan is in his element here, blonde, athletic, and confident, leading adventure seekers through one of the world's greatest river canyons. That afternoon, the group pulls ashore near Pumpkin Springs for a hike or a swim, accounts vary. Morgan is last seen around 4 p.m., wearing his dark-colored life jacket, PFD, a blue plaid shirt, Chaco sandals, and a maroon baseball cap. He also carries a purple water bottle. There's nothing unusual, until the moment everyone realizes Morgan is no longer with them. 1 minute he was there, the next he's gone. A fellow guide radios the alarm at 8 p.m. when Morgan hasn't reappeared. The location is remote, far from the tourist crowds, accessible only by river or a strenuous backcountry hike. The National Park Service mobilizes a search at first light on June 3rd. 3 ground teams fan out along the riverbanks, while a river patrol searches the water itself. They search late into the night amid 100-degree heat, thick stands of tamarisk bushes, and boulders that create countless hiding spots. The swirling Colorado, still powerful even at summer's lower flows, is a constant presence, cold, deep, and indifferent. Day after day, the search widens. 14 miles of river and 4 miles of shoreline are meticulously checked over 6 days. Helicopters scan from above, and every rafting party on the river is alerted to watch for any sign of Morgan. The hope, of course, is that he's simply lost or injured upriver or in a side canyon, awaiting rescue, but not a single clue emerges. Morgan had vanished without a trace in the middle of a group trip, something nearly unheard of. How could a fit, capable guide disappear so suddenly? If he'd fallen into the river, surely his life jacket or helmet would be found downstream. If he'd wandered inland, why didn't the ground teams find footprints or clothing? There were no shouts heard, no struggle witnessed. As the days passed, the mood among the searchers turned grim. On June 8th, the intensive search was scaled back to continuous but limited mode. Rangers would keep an eye out during routine patrols, but the full-scale effort had to conclude. Grand Canyon Chief Ranger Bill Wright admitted no additional clues were guiding further search efforts. In the park's incident log and press releases, the dry language couldn't mask the perplexity. Despite a nearly week-long search, no additional clues about his whereabouts have been found. Morgan Heimer had simply disappeared into the canyon. Some who knew him found it hard to accept he drowned. He was last seen floating in calm water with that life vest on. One theory is that perhaps he climbed onto shore and up a side canyon alone and suffered a fall, ending up in an inaccessible crevice. Others speculated he might have been swept into an underwater cave or rapid while swimming. But these are just theories. The fact remains, Morgan was there, and then he was gone. For Morgan's family and fellow guides, the canyon they loved turned into an enigmatic void. Friends described Morgan as a careful, passionate guide, not someone prone to taking reckless risks. The group he was leading could only report that one moment Morgan was chatting and walking near the water's edge, and the next moment, silence. In a blink, the Colorado River had claimed one of its own, or so it seemed. Decades from now, veteran river runners will likely still speak of Morgan Heimer, the young guide who went missing on a routine hike by the river, a reminder that the Grand Canyon can guard its secrets even in plain sight. By the end of 2015, the Grand Canyon had 2 new unsolved mysteries on its hands: the poignant case of Drake Kramer with his spiritual goodbye, and the bewildering disappearance of Morgan Heimer in the river's depths. Both men were the same age, yet their stories could not be more different, except for the aching void left behind. The year would go down as one of the most disturbing in park memory. But unfortunately, the pattern did not stop there. The canyon's baffling trend of vanishings continued into the next year and beyond. Floyd Roberts, 2016, lost in the land of heat and shadow. June 2016. The western Grand Canyon swelters under an excessive heat warning. In this remote section of the park on the Shivwitz Plateau, even the cactus seemed to wilt by afternoon. It's against this harsh backdrop that 52-year-old Floyd E. Roberts and 2 companions embark on a multi-day backpacking trek. Floyd is no novice. He's an Air Force veteran and a high school computer teacher from Florida. He's been hiking the Grand Canyon with his best friend Ned Bryant for decades. This trip was meant to be another grand adventure, a 9-day route through rugged canyons, slated to end at Separation Canyon on the Colorado River. It was day 1, June 17th, 2016. Spirits were high as Floyd, Ned, and Ned's daughter Madeline trekked through scrubby terrain near a dry waterhole called Kelly Tank. But that afternoon, as temperatures soared above 100 degrees, the group made a fateful decision. Faced with a steep hill, they split up. Ned and Madeline went over the top while Floyd opted to contour around the base of the hill, meeting on the other side. It was a simple plan among experienced hikers. Yet when Ned and his daughter reached the other side, Floyd wasn't there. Minutes passed, then an hour. Concern mounting, they backtracked, calling Floyd's name in the empty desert air. They even laid out bright sleeping bags on bushes to signal their camp and waited through the night. No sign of Floyd. By morning, fear set in. Ned hiked to higher ground until he found a cell signal and called for help. The official search began on June 18th. Rangers, search and rescue teams from Grand Canyon and neighboring counties, even a specialized helitack crew from Mesa Verde, converged on this extremely remote area. The search zone spanned over 10 square miles of brutally rugged canyons and mesas. Planes and helicopters buzzed low over ravines. Ground teams scoured under ledges. Despite the deployment of at least 15 personnel and volunteers, including some of the most skilled canyon hikers, nothing was found in those first critical days. Ned Bryant was beside himself with worry. In a brief, heart-wrenching Facebook message to his wife from the field, he wrote, "I am very worried. Everything was going perfectly until the split. Helicopters all afternoon couldn't find him." Those words carry the weight of a man watching a best friend of 40 years slip into oblivion. Ned had introduced Floyd to the Grand Canyon back in the 90s. They had made wonderful memories here. Now that same canyon had seemingly swallowed Floyd without leaving a clue. Everything was going perfectly until the split. Helicopters all afternoon couldn't find him. How could this happen to a prepared hiker? Floyd had been carrying 2 gallons of water, a week's worth of food, and a detailed map of their planned route that Ned had made. He wore a long-sleeved red shirt, jeans, Nike hiking shoes, a large blue backpack, highly visible attire. Yet no item of his was discovered. Over 6 days, searchers combed the canyons branching from Kelly Tank places named Trail Canyon, 214-mile Canyon, and the ever-ominous Separation Canyon. Did Floyd perhaps misjudge his path and descend into the wrong canyon? The extreme heat was a merciless factor, above 110 degrees in the shade, if any shade could be found. Dehydration and heat stroke can incapacitate even the fittest. By June 24th, after an intensive operation, the Park Service had to admit defeat. Floyd Roberts was still missing. The search shifted to limited, continuous mode like others before it. A missing persons investigation stayed open, but with no leads, there was little to go on beyond circulating flyers and urging hikers in that seldom visited area to keep watch. Floyd's photograph, a friendly-looking man with salt and pepper hair and glasses, now stared out from bulletin boards at South Rim trailheads, a silent plea for information. For Ned and his family, the pain was immense. Ned's wife, Heidi Bryant, expressed the agony of helpless waiting. "All I can do is wait for the call," she said, as day after day passed with no news. The call, as of today, has never come. Floyd Roberts III remains missing in the Grand Canyon backcountry. Perhaps one day a hiker or a rancher will find a sun-bleached clue, a piece of clothing or gear in some hidden ravine. But for now, Floyd has become part of the canyon's lore, the experienced canyon trekker who vanished on day 1 of a grand hike, leaving his best friend to replay that moment of the split again and again, wondering what might have been. His case reminds us that even preparation and experience can be overmatched by nature's unforgiving extremes. The Shivwits Plateau, with its maze of side canyons and mesas, gave Floyd no mercy and so far no answers. The Vanishings of 2017, Two Men, Two Mysteries. 2017 would bring two new mysteries to the canyon, mere weeks apart. Unlike earlier cases deep in the backcountry or on the river, these incidents unfolded at the very rim of the Grand Canyon, where thousands of visitors roam each day. One man disappeared after failing to check out of his lodge. Another's car was found at a popular overlook with no sign of its owner. The canyon, it seems, does not discriminate. It can take lives in the backcountry solitude or in the midst of well-traveled tourist hubs. Travis M. Butler, 2017. The Unchecked Checkout. August 1st, 2017, Tucson, Arizona. It's checkout time at a Best Western hotel just outside the park. The cleaning staff knock on the door of room 209 where 37-year-old Travis M. Butler from Ohio had been staying. No response. Travis, a solo traveler, was due to leave that day, but his bed is still slept in, his belongings still in the room. He's nowhere to be found. Travis Butler had driven across the country to visit Grand Canyon. He arrived in late July, and by all accounts was excited to see the sights. Surveillance cameras likely captured him coming and going from the hotel in Tucson, but nothing seemed amiss. Yet on August 1st, he didn't check out as scheduled. Soon the authorities were notified of a missing guest. The rental car Travis was driving, a blue Nissan Maxima, also turned up abandoned inside the park, near the south rim. Its exact location, according to later reports, was along Desert View Drive, not far from the renowned Lipan Point overlook. Consider the scene. Lipan Point is a spectacular viewpoint where the canyon opens wide and the green ribbon of the Colorado River can be seen far below. Tourists come for sunrise and sunset here. Travis's car, sitting lonely in the parking pullout, might have drawn notice after a day or two. Rangers ran the plates and realized it belonged to the man missing from Tucson. They now had a starting point for the search. For days, ground teams and helicopters searched the area around Lipan Point. They hiked along the rim, into drainages, scanned the cliffs for any sign of a body or belongings. But like so many before him, Travis Butler had vanished into the ether. The search was intensive, but ultimately fruitless. By the end of the summer, the park announced it was reducing the scale of active searching for Travis. His case, too, transitioned into continuous but limited mode. What could have happened? Travis was an avid photographer. Some said, did he venture too far to get that perfect shot and lose his footing? There are sheer drops of hundreds of feet at Lipan Point, and a fall could easily be fatal and concealing. Or did Travis decide impulsively to hike down a bit on an unofficial route and succumb to heat or an accident out of sight? We know he was alone, which meant no one could pinpoint his last steps. The only testament to his presence was that car in the overlook lot and his untouched hotel room back in Tucson. Travis's family back in Ohio were left in bewilderment. One day he's posting updates about his cross-country adventure. The next, silence. The Myuu missing persons database would later note the bare facts. Travis Butler was last seen in Tucson on August 1st, 2017, en route to Grand Canyon, and never seen again. As the Charlie Project, which documents missing persons, succinctly puts it, the circumstances of Butler's disappearance are unclear. His case remains unsolved. In an eerie coincidence, Travis's disappearance foreshadowed another, just 6 weeks later. As summer turned to fall, yet another visitor to the canyon went missing, this time leaving behind a vehicle and little else. Jonghyun J1, 2017, the car at Moran Point. September 17, 2017, south rim of Grand Canyon. Park rangers come across a white Toyota Camry parked at Moran Point, a scenic overlook named for the painter Thomas Moran. The car had apparently been there overnight. Curiously, records show it was previously spotted near the New Hants trailhead not far away. Moran Point isn't a campsite. It's a viewpoint. Visitors seldom leave cars there for long, especially not without note. Running the license plate, rangers identify the owner, 45-year-old Jonghyun Won of Los Angeles, California. Friends called him Jay. He had no overnight backcountry permit, no known hiking plans in the canyon. In fact, no one even realized Jay was missing yet. He hadn't told anyone he was going to Grand Canyon at all. To this day, we do not know what drew him there. But on September 17, 2017, his abandoned car signaled that something had gone wrong. A search was launched, focusing on the network of trails accessible from Moran Point and New Hants. The New Hants Trail is an infamously rugged route down to the Colorado River. Moran Point has steep, trailless terrain below it. Did Jay attempt a solo hike down one of these, or did he wander to the edge and fall? The possibilities are many and grim. Rangers looked for footprints, broken brush, any clue, but none was found. Jonghyun Won had vanished as completely as if the canyon's red rocks opened up and swallowed him. His family and friends were in disbelief. One day Jay was in Los Angeles. The next, park officials were calling to say only his car had been found. No signs of struggle, no note, no witnesses. Official reports noted that Won had no known plans in the area and his current whereabouts are unknown. Despite exhaustive efforts, he has not been located. As with Travis Butler's case, investigators were left with almost nothing to go on. Two men, a month and a half apart, each on solo visits, each leaving a vehicle in plain sight and then vanishing. By late 2017, Grand Canyon National Park had an uncanny roster of unresolved disappearances. From 2015 through 2017 alone, at least 5 individuals had gone missing and never been found: Drake, Morgan, Floyd, Travis, and Jay. The park's investigative services branch, essentially the detectives of the National Park Service, had their hands full. Cold case flyers for each were circulated, and tips trickled in occasionally, but none led to breakthroughs. It was almost as if a strange curse hung over the canyon those years, leaving rangers and families equally mystified. Charles Lyon, 2021, The Vanishing Tourist. In June 2021, after a brief lull in disappearances during 2018-2020, the canyon claimed another. Charles Lyon, a 49-year-old traveler from Tyler, Texas, checked into the very same Best Western in Tucson that Travis Butler had stayed in. It was June 10, 2021, and Charles was on a road trip by himself. He was last seen that evening at the hotel. The next day, June 11th, his car, a silver Subaru, was found abandoned along Desert View Drive, on the south rim not far from Moran Point, ironically near the area where J1's car had been found 4 years prior. Desert View Drive is a 25-mile scenic road along the canyon's edge, leading to Desert View Watchtower. Charles's vehicle was discovered near Lipan Point, the same vicinity as Travis Butler's disappearance. The coincidence was not lost on park authorities. They quickly initiated a search for Charles, hoping this would not be a repeat of 2017. For days, rangers, search dogs, drones, and helicopters canvassed the area. The summer of 2021 was blisteringly hot. On June 15th, temperatures at the rim soared to 113 degrees. Time was of the essence, as one news report warned. But despite the urgency and extensive search, no trace of Charles Lyon turned up. This case was especially frustrating because Charles was a mainstream tourist, not an intrepid hiker pushing into unknown canyons. How could someone disappear essentially from a parking area in a popular part of the park? Yet it happened. By September 2021, after weeks of fruitless effort, the park formally scaled back the operation, as they had with others. Charles's face joined the gallery of missing persons. The investigative services branch kept the investigation open, but no clues have surfaced as of today. His family, stunned and grief-stricken, has remained relatively private. One can only imagine their anguish. Tyler, Texas, is a long way from the Grand Canyon, and the sheer distance likely compounded their helplessness. Charles Lyon, described as a big man, 6'3", with a gentle demeanor, simply vanished into the wilds he loved to explore. Whether he fell, suffered heat exhaustion and wandered off, or encountered foul play, rare but not impossible even in national parks, remains unknown. His disappearance is a stark reminder that even a casual trip to a viewpoint can turn deadly under the right conditions. Secrets of the Canyon, Reflections and Unfound Clues. The stories we've heard: Justin, Adam, Drake, Morgan, Floyd, Travis, Jay, Charles. span decades and differ in details, yet they converge on a common theme: the Grand Canyon's ability to guard its secrets. This magnificent chasm, carved by water and time, seems at times to open up and erase people from the earth. It's no wonder that Grand Canyon National Park is often cited as a place with an outsized number of missing persons cases. Search and rescue experts will tell you there's nothing supernatural at work. It's simply the canyon's vastness and treacherous terrain. With sheer cliffs, hidden caves, and extreme environments from scorching inner canyon heat to rim-top snow, the canyon can hide a body or evidence for years. And indeed, sometimes it eventually gives them back. In September 2021, amid the search for Charles Lyon, an unexpected discovery underscored this point. Crews, while looking for a different missing man, a Hungarian tourist who tragically fell to his death, stumbled upon human remains in a remote area below the rim. It turned out to be a separate individual entirely. The body believed to be Scott Walsh, a 56-year-old man who had stepped off a South Rim shuttle bus and vanished back in 2015. For 6 years, Walsh's remains lay hidden about 600 feet below Pipe Creek Overlook, camouflaged by the rocks and blended into the landscape. Searchers weren't expecting to find him there at all. It was pure chance that the helicopter spotted something. Park spokesperson Joelle Baird later remarked on this uncanny incident. "It happens every once in a while here during searches that we end up finding people we weren't expecting." In other words, the canyon keeps its own counsel on when and if it will reveal the missing. Scott Walsh's identification brought a sad solace to his family and a glimmer of hope to others. Hope that maybe, eventually, answers surface. Each of the cases we explored remains open. The National Park Service's Investigative Services Branch continues to solicit tips on these missing persons. To this day, flyers with Morgenheimer's smiling face still adorn bulletin boards. Floyd Roberts' name is still known to canyon hikers who keep an eye out for any hint of his gear. The families of Drake Kramer and Justin Richardson still pray for miracles, or at least the discovery of remains to lay their loved ones to rest. In the shadow of these mysteries, the Grand Canyon is still the Grand Canyon, eternally vast, gorgeous, and indifferent. Millions visit safely, but a few each decade walk into its wild heart and are never seen again. Is it simply misadventure? A slip on loose rock here, a dehydration collapse there? In most cases, likely yes. The strangest thing about these disappearances might ultimately be nothing supernatural at all, but just bad luck in a big place. Yet, listening to these stories, one cannot help but feel a sense of awe and unease. There's a reason we're drawn to them. They remind us of the fragility of life and the enduring mystery of nature. As we conclude our journey through these cases, let's take a moment to reflect on the people behind the names. Justin, a boy who wanted to fit in with older friends, lost in the woods under tragic circumstances. Adam, a young man possibly seeking purpose on a solo odyssey, ending at the world's edge with questions lingering. Drake, a free spirit torn between his love of life and a yearning to transcend it, leaving behind grieving parents and a haunting message. Morgan, a passionate guide swallowed by the river he loved, without a ripple of explanation. Floyd, a seasoned hiker who took a wrong turn into oblivion, with best friends who never stopped looking to the horizon for him. Travis, a traveler whose vacation turned into a mystery, his hotel room left as a time capsule of an abruptly interrupted life. Jay, a man who may have sought solace or adventure at the canyon and met an unknown fate beyond the safety rails. Charles, a father and husband who simply vanished on a summer morning, reminding us it can happen to anyone, anywhere, even on a routine sightseeing trip. For each of them, dozens of people, family, friends, park rangers, volunteers, have shed sweat and tears in the search efforts. In each case, a piece of the Grand Canyon story has been written in sorrow. The sun has set on our journey, and as the last light fades over the Grand Canyon's walls, the darkness below reminds us of the unknown. If you visit the canyon and find yourself at a quiet overlook, you might feel a presence. Not ghosts, perhaps, but the weight of untold stories lingering in the air. The missing are still there in spirit, part of the canyon's mystique. We end with the hope that someday the canyon will give up its secrets. As Joel Baird noted, sometimes those secrets emerge when least expected. Until then, we remember the names. We support the ongoing searches, and we tread carefully, both physically and in telling these tales, with respect for the canyon and those it's taken. This has been Canyon of Mysteries, Bizarre Disappearances in Grand Canyon National Park. Thank you for listening, and may these stories ensure that the missing are never forgotten. Safe travels, whether on the trail or in life's journey, and take care in the wild places, for they are as powerful as they are beautiful. Yellowstone National Park, a landscape of breathtaking beauty, geothermal wonders, and untamed wilderness, also harbors unsettling secrets. Over the decades, a handful of visitors and even park staff have vanished without a trace in these wild lands. While most lost persons are eventually found safe or recovered, a small number of disappearances have never been solved. The reasons are as varied and mysterious as the park itself: treacherous terrain, deadly wildlife, natural hazards, and some whisper, perhaps stranger forces at play. In a park visited by over 4 million people a year, it seems impossible that anyone could simply disappear forever. Yet, deep in Yellowstone's 2.2 million acres of wilderness, there are places where humans step in and never step out. Yellowstone's sheer scale and harsh conditions can turn a simple misstep or misfortune into a life or death crisis. Former park rangers note that many vanishings likely stem from accidents, people wandering off trail, falling into geothermal springs, swift rivers, or succumbing to the elements. Accidents happen, but I think criminal activity is probably exceedingly rare, says retired ranger Richard Jones. Wild animals, too, might leave little evidence behind. If you die off in this part of the country, your body is not going to stay around long, Jones adds, noting that bears, wolves, coyotes, and other scavengers can quickly scour any remains. Yet, the unsolved cases invite theories beyond ordinary accidents. In this documentary-style exploration, we delve into real-life disappearances in Yellowstone, focusing on modern cases, mostly post-2000, loaded with eerie twists and unanswered questions. We'll recount each case in chilling detail, blending true crime investigation with a touch of horror. Along the way, we'll hear from park rangers, search and rescue experts, and family members of the missing, whose interviews shed light on the agony of not knowing. And we'll examine the swirl of speculation that surrounds these cases, from plausible scenarios like bear attacks, to more outlandish theories of government cover-ups and supernatural forces lurking in the forest. Brace yourself for a journey into Yellowstone's most disturbing mysteries. Each story stands on its own. A Boy Scout swallowed by a river, a hiker's foot boiled in a hot spring, entire camps found deserted. Yet together they form a haunting question. How can people vanish in one of the most popular parks on Earth, and what really happened to them? Case 1. The Antler Hunter, Dan Campbell, 1991. Our first case takes us to the remote Hell-Roaring Creek trailhead, April 1991. A 42-year-old outdoorsman sets off into the Yellowstone backcountry and is never seen again. Dan Campbell was an avid outdoorsman from Montana, known to friends as a seasoned hunter of shed elk antlers. On April 4, 1991, Campbell's girlfriend dropped him and his trusty dog Freckles at the Hell-Roaring Creek trailhead on the park's northern fringe. He planned a 4-day trek northward to Jardine, Montana, scouting for prized antlers shed by elk, an activity illegal inside the park but tempting due to the lucrative black market for antlers. When Dan failed to show up at the rendezvous point on April 8th, his girlfriend reported him missing. Park rangers initiated what's known as a bastard search, first confirming that Dan was truly missing and not simply delayed. Once verified, Yellowstone mobilized ground teams, horseback searchers, and helicopters to comb the rugged area. Spring weather bedeviled the searchers. Sudden snowstorms dumped up to a foot of snow, obscuring trails and any tracks. For weeks they scoured 7 different zones of the park, fighting through drifts and scanning from the air, finding no trace of Dan or his dog. Not a single piece of clothing, gear, or any sign of an attack turned up. It was as if man and dog had vanished into thin air. Interview Park Ranger. "We threw everything we had at that search," one ranger recalls. "Helicopters, canine teams, dozens of us on foot, but the snow kept coming. We'd see cougar tracks, bear tracks, but nothing of Dan. It was frustrating and eerie. With no body or evidence, theories began to swirl. Investigators learned Dan had been deeply involved in the competitive antler hunting scene, which in the 1990s had a dark side. Infamous antler wars between poachers were described in Outside magazine rival horn hunters staking out territory with semi-automatic weapons and threats of violence. Could Dan have crossed paths with the wrong people? One possibility was that Dan fell into one of the area's countless hidden ravines, or even an old mine shaft. Relics dot that region, or that he surprised a grizzly bear and was killed. A fatal wildlife attack could leave little to recover if scavengers scattered remains. But no torn clothing or blood was ever found. Others speculated Dan might have slipped into the Yellowstone River or a creek and been swept away, though his route was mostly upland, or suffered a medical emergency in a remote spot. A severe injury could mean succumbing to hypothermia overnight. The weather was still winter-like at high elevations. Some whispered that Dan, facing personal pressures, might have faked his disappearance. Rumors surfaced that he had debts he wanted to escape. Did he stage a vanishing act to start a new life? Those who knew him found this out of character, and Dan left no evidence of such planning, bank accounts untouched, etc. Dan's family gravitated to a darker theory, that he met with foul play at the hands of illegal antler poachers. In fact, Dan's brother Bill Campbell launched his own investigation. Bill told the Bozeman Daily Chronicle that 14 other horn hunters were known to be in that area the day Dan disappeared, and one reported hearing 2 gunshots echo through the woods. This chilling detail raised the specter of Dan being shot, perhaps over territorial dispute or theft. Bill Campbell's push led to some investigation by authorities. Records later revealed that by July 1991, both a private investigator, hired by Dan's family, and Montana's Criminal Investigation Bureau were on the case. The local sheriff did find 2 men who'd been horn hunting illegally near Yellowstone's boundary at that time. He confiscated their camping gear and even some spent rifle cartridges, suspecting they might be connected. However, in a controversial move, the sheriff returned the gear to the men before any forensic testing was done on the evidence. No fingerprints, no ballistic analysis. A potentially critical lead was lost. Dan's 3 brothers were outraged and later sued the Park County Sheriff's Office, claiming the investigation was botched. The lawsuit was eventually dismissed, but it left lingering questions. Had crucial evidence literally slipped through investigators' fingers? Quote, "Family member. In the absence of answers, you grasp at anything," one of Dan's brothers said in a later interview. "We heard a report of gunshots in the area. We know there were unsavory characters out there after those antlers. We absolutely believe Dan ran into trouble, human trouble out there." To this day, no remains or belongings of Dan Campbell or his dog Freckles have ever been found. His disappearance remains an open cold case, the only official Yellowstone missing person case listed in the National Park Service database from that era. The hell-roaring wilderness keeps its secrets well. A sudden blizzard? A hidden canyon? Or a deadly human confrontation? 34 years later, Dan Campbell's fate is still unknown, locked in Yellowstone's vast expanse. His family still wonders, and an empty file remains on the park's shelf, labeled Missing, Daniel Campbell, 1991. Case 2, Boy Scout Lost to the River, Luke Sandberg, 2005. Our next case jumps to the mid-2000s and highlights the raw power of Yellowstone's environment. In June 2005, a Boy Scout troop's summer adventure turned into a nightmare when 13-year-old Luke Sandberg was swept away by the Yellowstone River, in full view of his friends, and never seen again. Scene setting, June 24th, 2005. Luke Sandberg of Helena, Montana was on a camping trip with 6 fellow scouts and 3 adult leaders, camped near the northern boundary of the park, not far from Gardner. The boys were playing by the Yellowstone River, pushing logs into the swift water for fun. Around 11 a.m., Luke was helping shove one particularly large log when it suddenly swung around and clipped his legs, knocking him off balance directly into the icy torrent. The adults and scouts watched in horror as Luke was swept into the fast-flowing current, his head still above water as he was carried toward a stretch of rapids. Within moments, the 13-year-old disappeared from sight around a bend. The river, swollen with late-spring snowmelt and estimated at only 50 degrees Fahrenheit, was extremely dangerous, unswimmable, as Incident Commander Tim Reed later told Luke's family. A scoutmaster raced downstream along the bank but could not keep up. In the space of a minute, the Yellowstone River had taken Luke. Rescue efforts began immediately. Park rangers, county search and rescue, and even local volunteers mobilized along a 14-mile stretch of the river downstream. For 3 days, they scoured the river's banks, shallows, and log jams on foot, by boat, and from helicopters. Tragically, the river's force and opacity yielded almost nothing. The only clue was truly heartbreaking. One of Luke's sneakers was found caught on a snag about 5 miles downstream the next day, and the other shoe discovered the following day, a little further along. Aside from those tennis shoes, which family confirmed were Luke's, no other trace of him was ever found. By the 3rd day, hope had faded. At a tearful meeting with rescuers, Luke's relatives acknowledged the grim reality. The family has come to the acceptance of not finding Luke alive, his aunt, Jeanne Lay, told the search teams, her voice cracking. The search shifted from rescue to recovery, but even that recovery never came. In the days after, one can imagine the eerie stillness by the river at night, the same spot bustling with scouts' laughter just 48 hours before, now quiet except for the roar of rapids. The Yellowstone River, with its bone-chilling cold and relentless current, seemed to simply swallow a 13-year-old boy whole. Experienced rangers were stunned that even a body never surfaced. One explained that the river's underwater terrain, full of deep holes, rocks, and snarled tree trunks, can easily pin and hold a body underwater indefinitely. The canyon waters were so turbulent that recovery divers could not be safely deployed. Expert quote, "Incident Commander. The conditions were just too extreme. The water was high and fast, essentially unsurvivable," Incident Commander Tim Reed reported. He briefed Luke's family that survival was unlikely after minutes in those rapids given the cold shock and hydraulic forces. Though Luke's fate is not a mystery in the sense of lacking a cause, it's almost certain he drowned. The total absence of his remains lends this case an unsettling aura. Yellowstone, in this instance, did what nature often does. It kept its silence. To this day, hikers along that stretch of the Yellowstone River occasionally pay silent respects at the water's edge, knowing somewhere in that wild river lies the boy who never came home from his scout trip. Locals have since told quiet stories around campfires, saying Luke's spirit lives on in the Yellowstone River. Some of his fellow scouts, now adults, recount that when they returned to that site years later, they felt a sudden chill and a sense of presence as the river rushed by. Rationally, we know what happened, an accident, a tragic force of nature. But the horror in this story is how unforgiving Yellowstone can be. A fun moment turned fatal in a literal heartbeat. It's a sober reminder that even shallow-looking waters can hide deadly currents. And unlike most crime tales, there is no culprit but nature itself, and no closure for a family besides a pair of empty sneakers. Case 3. The Unseen Predator, Bruce Pike, 2006. Just 1 year after Luke's disappearance, Yellowstone saw another vanishing one that would receive almost no publicity at the time. A lone camper from Texas drove into the park and was never heard from again. In early August 2006, Bruce Parker Pike, age 47, left his home state of Texas for a solo trip to Yellowstone. Little is known about his journey, whom he met, or what he did when he arrived. What we do know is that on August 2, 2006, Bruce was last seen at the Indian Creek campground inside Yellowstone. This small, rustic campground sits amid forested terrain in the northwest section of the park. a place frequented by both tent campers and wildlife. When Bruce failed to return from his vacation, his family alerted authorities. Rangers soon discovered his vehicle abandoned at Indian Creek, parked and empty. Inside the car, nothing seemed obviously amiss. But Bruce Pike was gone. A search of the vicinity turned up no sign of him. It's unclear how extensive the search was, as his disappearance oddly never made national headlines or park press releases. In fact, investigators later noted that Bruce's case does not appear to have been publicized by the media or recorded in park news releases at all. He was, in essence, a quiet missing person, known mainly to law enforcement and missing person databases. Context and theories. Indian Creek is known among park regulars for its scenic beauty and its frequent bear activity. Both black bears and grizzlies roam that area, drawn by streams and pine forests. Historically, there have been enough bear encounters there that the campground occasionally closes for safety. For instance, rangers recall an incident in 1986 when a camper was injured by a mother grizzly defending her cub near Indian Creek, prompting a temporary closure. More recently, in 2019, black bears in the park raided campsites in that region, even biting a woman through her tent in one case. Given this backdrop, one leading theory is that Bruce fell victim to a bear attack that left little evidence. A hungry or threatened bear can attack and then drag remains far from a campsite. Scavengers could scatter traces in a matter of days. However, no blood, torn clothing, or disturbed campsite was reported in Bruce's case, at least not publicly. If Bruce had gone for a day hike from the campground and suffered an accident, say a fall or medical emergency, his remains might have been similarly scavenged or remain hidden in dense timber. Yellowstone's terrain has countless nooks where a person could lie undiscovered. Could Bruce have deliberately disappeared? He was far from home, with a vehicle left behind, making an intentional vanishing difficult unless he had outside help. There's no known indication he wanted to disappear. By all accounts, he was an ordinary visitor on vacation. The lack of information itself is haunting. Few details are available in Pike's case, notes the Charlie Project, which tracks missing persons. Texas authorities even assisted, suggesting they looked into his background and found no obvious red flags. Picture the Indian Creek campground, dappled in late summer sunlight. Tents stand empty in the afternoon as campers hike or fish. A lone car sits at a site, keys still in the ignition perhaps, but its owner has vanished. Did something stalk Bruce Pike in the woods, leaving only silence behind? Without witnesses, Bruce's fate is pure conjecture. The bear attack theory stands out because of the location's history. One can imagine Bruce taking an evening stroll, crossing paths with a quietly foraging grizzly fattening up for winter. A startled charge, a struggle, and then the forest resetting to calm as night falls, with nobody around to see or hear a thing. Park investigators impounded Bruce's vehicle and notified Texas law enforcement. They kept the case open, but nothing new ever surfaced. As of the latest records, Bruce Parker Pike remains missing, one of just a handful of people to vanish in Yellowstone and never be found. Interview missing persons expert. A National Park Service agent later commented on cases like Bruce's. When someone goes missing and there's no evidence, we're essentially looking for a needle in an endless haystack, he said. Unless a hiker stumbles on a skull or something, these cases can remain unsolved indefinitely. For Bruce's family, the lack of answers is the hardest part. Did he suffer? Was it quick? Will they ever know? Yellowstone's authorities quietly closed active search operations after a time, but Bruce's file isn't closed. It's classified as lost or injured missing, unsolved. In local lore, Bruce's story is sometimes recounted as a cautionary tale around campfires. Don't wander from camp alone at dusk, an old ranger might warn. Remember that fellow from Texas. He went into those woods and never came out. Case 4. The Plunge into the Abyss, Nicholas Mostert, 2009. Yellowstone's Grand Canyon area draws millions to its stunning waterfalls. But in June 2009, it became the site of a disturbing and very public disappearance. Nicholas Jeffrey Mostert, a 20-year-old from Utah, vanished after leaping into the Yellowstone River in front of shocked onlookers. Unlike other cases, this one had witnesses to the critical moment, yet the aftermath was equally unsettling, as Nicholas's body was never recovered. June 16, 2009, tourists packed the observation decks at the brink of the Lower Falls, a majestic 308-foot waterfall that thunders into the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone. Around 4:20 p.m., without warning, a young man, later identified as Mostert, climbed over the railing on one of the viewing platforms. Gasps and screams rang out as he stood momentarily on the edge, and then jumped forward into the void. In an instant, he was swept up in the torrents of the Yellowstone River, which was raging with approximately 6,000 cubic feet per second of water flow at that time, swollen by heavy runoff. He plunged over the towering lower falls, disappearing in the mist and churning waters below. Bystanders were frozen in disbelief. Some scrambled to alert park staff. It was an apparent suicide committed in one of the park's most scenic and deadly locations. Rangers responded immediately. Within hours, teams rappelled into the canyon downstream of the falls. They carefully searched the riverbanks and eddies at the base of the waterfall. They found only a few personal items. Some of Nicholas's clothing snagged in an eddy about a quarter-mile downstream. A shoe here, a piece of fabric there, swirling in calmer pockets while the main current roared by. Tragically, Nicholas's body itself was nowhere to be seen. Given the tremendous force of the waterfall and the depth of the canyon pool, which can exceed 30 feet, searchers knew the odds of recovery. Over the next days, they scoured further downstream by helicopter and on foot, but nothing else was ever found. Park officials announced that the individual who jumped was likely Mostert, a visitor from Salt Lake City, and that evidence pointed to a deliberate act. This wasn't an accidental fall, it was witnessed as an intentional jump, making it a heartbreaking but closed case in terms of cause of death. Yet, even as the factual narrative is clear, the eerie element remains. The Grand Canyon of Yellowstone claimed another soul that day, and in a very literal sense, consumed him. The idea of vanishing into a thundering waterfall has a primal horror to it. Those who were there reportedly had nightmares of the scene, the young man's final fateful leap replaying in their minds. One can imagine Nicholas's last perspective, standing on that ledge with the deafening sound of the falls, looking down into the swirling abyss, known aptly as Abyss Pool, at the base. It's a terrifying panorama, rainbows in the mist, but also the certainty of death below, then the step into emptiness. A park spokesperson said of the event, "This is a tragic situation. We conducted extensive search operations, but given the force of the falls and river, it's not surprising we could not recover him." The canyon's ruggedness and the river's power essentially erased Nicholas Mostert. Unlike other disappearances, foul play or accident aren't factors here. However, in hushed conversations, some visitors pondered supernatural angles. The Native American lore of the area includes water spirits. Could something have lured him? Others recall that Yellowstone's canyons have seen past suicides or attempts. Did an unseen pattern or energy contribute? These musings edge into the paranormal, but they underscore how unsettling the event was for witnesses. For our purposes, Nicholas's story adds a sobering dimension. Not all Yellowstone vanishings are mysterious in cause, but even when the cause is known, the park can still keep the body as its secret. The waterfall gave no answers back. Case 5, The Mysterious Lexus, Stuart Isaac, 2010. Early autumn of 2010 brought one of Yellowstone's most perplexing disappearances, a case brimming with unanswered questions and odd clues. Stuart Isaac, a 48-year-old man from Maryland, embarked on a solo cross-country drive that September destination, Yellowstone National Park. Stuart was not an experienced outdoorsman, which made what happened all the more baffling. Stuart left his home in Burtonsville, Maryland, on September 6, 2010, leaving behind a note for his family saying he was going on a cross-country road trip. There was no specific mention of Yellowstone, but on September 24th, he phoned a high school friend in Guam, an unusual call for him, and chatted for 2 hours. During this call, Stuart mentioned he was en route to Yellowstone. surprising his friends since they rarely talked on the phone and usually only emailed or texted. That call would be the last time anyone heard from Stuart Isaac. 2 days later, on September 26, 2010, tourists driving along the Grand Loop Road, the main circuit through Yellowstone, noticed a car parked in an odd spot at Craig Pass, a high mountain pass between Old Faithful and West Thumb. The car, a black 2009 Lexus with vanity plates reading Belek, was found abandoned on the roadside. Rangers responded and discovered the Lexus was unlocked, keys still in the ignition, and no sign of the driver, Stuart. Notably, Craig Pass is not near any visitor center or obvious trailhead. It's a pull-out area with no services, sitting at around 8,200 feet elevation amid forests and meadows. There were no hiking trailheads in the immediate vicinity of where the car was found. For a man with no experience hiking or camping, it was extremely odd that he'd stopped there. Yellowstone Rangers launched an extensive search around Craig Pass. They combed the woods, nearby Shoshone Lake shoreline, and the trails miles away, thinking perhaps he wandered despite the lack of trails. Nothing, no footprints, no clothing scraps, no scent for dogs to follow. It was as if Stuart walked into the forest a short way and the trees swallowed him whole. Investigators dug into his background for clues. Stuart was a native of the Pacific island nation of Palau, a stocky man, 5'8", about 220 pounds, with 3 tattoos and no known wilderness interests. He had left on this trip alone. The phone call to Guam was puzzling. He suddenly reached out to an old friend, almost as if for a final conversation, and the friend later noted how unusual and lengthy the call was. Possible scenarios: self-harm, intent. Some who study the case wonder if Stuart chose Yellowstone as the final stop in a plan to end his life. He may have driven to that serene, remote pass, left his keys, perhaps symbolically leaving his life behind, and then walked off into the wilderness to succumb to the elements, or take his life in another manner. The 2-hour farewell call could be interpreted as him tying up loose emotional ends. However, no note was found beyond the trip note at home, and no evidence of self-harm was discovered in the search area. Accident or disorientation. It's possible Stuart stopped at Craig Pass simply because something caught his eye, maybe a beautiful spot, or even wildlife. If he walked into the woods and got turned around, he could have quickly gotten lost. With no trail, the dense lodgepole pines can become disorienting. If he kept walking, he might have gotten so deep that initial search grids missed him. If he had a medical emergency out of sight of the road, his remains could have been scattered by animals by the time searches fanned out far enough. Foul play or strange encounter. This is more on the speculative side. There were no signs of struggle at the car, and robbery seems unlikely. The car and presumably valuables in it were intact. Could he have met someone on the road who harmed him? It's a remote area for a crime, and nothing suggests foul play except the sheer mystery. One fringe theory: Craig Pass has geothermal features and some creeks. Could he have stepped or fallen into a hot spring or hidden fumarole? Unlikely right by the road, but Yellowstone has taken lives in such ways. More on that in the next case. Authorities from Maryland even joined the investigation, but by winter of 2010, Stuart Isaac had vanished without a trace. No remains have ever been found. His Lexus, recovered from the park, stood as a silent token of the mystery. A modern, comfortable car left in a primitive landscape, like a scene from a Twilight Zone episode. Family and legacy. Stuart's family, straddling cultures from Palau to Maryland, were left puzzled and devastated. To them, there was no obvious reason he'd go missing intentionally. He wasn't in trouble with law or money as far as known. The unresolved nature gnaws at them. On online forums and a Reddit thread dedicated to strange disappearances, armchair detectives debate Stuart's case intensively. It has many ingredients of a missing 411 case, a term popularized for bizarre wilderness disappearances, an out-of-character choice, solo trip, non-hiker in wild area, an abrupt vanishing, and no evidence despite a thorough search. Quote, friend's impression: "He wasn't the type to go hiking at all," one friend said when interviewed. When I heard his car was found way out there, I just couldn't make sense of it. Stuart didn't even like camping. Stuart Isaac remains one of Yellowstone's strangest cold cases. His name is often listed alongside Dan Campbell and Bruce Pike as the park's big three unsolved missing persons of recent decades. The empty Lexus with the vanity plate Belek still haunts anyone who hears this story, a riddle on the roadside that might never be answered. Case 6. The Shoshone Lake Vanishing Kim Crumbo, 2021. Yellowstone's most recent high-profile disappearance is a tale of two brothers, a deadly storm, and lingering uncertainty. In September 2021, 74-year-old Kim Crumbo, a decorated Vietnam veteran and seasoned wilderness explorer, disappeared during a canoe trip on Shoshone Lake, the park's second-largest lake. His half-brother, 67-year-old Mark O'Neill, was found dead, but Kim was never found. This case is poignant because Kim Crumbo was no ordinary park visitor. He was a former Navy SEAL, park ranger, and conservationist, who by all accounts knew how to handle himself in wild places. On September 12, 2021, Kim and Mark set out on a 4-night backcountry canoe trip to Shoshone Lake, a remote lake accessible only by trail or paddle. Both were experienced boaters and outdoorsmen, especially Kim, who spent decades running rivers and fighting for wilderness preservation. They planned to camp, fish, and enjoy the late summer solitude. The lake, however, can be treacherous with weather. Shoshone sits at high elevation and is known for sudden windstorms that whip up frigid waves. When the brothers failed to return as scheduled on September 19th, a family member reported them overdue. Yellowstone Rangers launched a search. On September 20th, they made a grim discovery: Mark O'Neill's body on the east shore of Shoshone Lake, not far from one of their campsites. He was wearing a life jacket, but was lifeless. The canoe was missing, later found overturned not far from Mark's location. There was no sign of Kim. An autopsy later determined Mark died of hypothermia. This suggested that the brothers encountered severe conditions, likely capsizing in cold water. September nights in Yellowstone often drop below freezing, and Shoshone Lake's water temperature would cause incapacitation in minutes if one ended up in the drink. Massive search for Kim. The search for Kim Crumbo was one of the largest in recent park history. For over 3 weeks, crews combed the area using helicopters, boats with sonar, ground teams, dog teams, and even divers when weather allowed. They faced deteriorating weather themselves, with early snow and freezing temperatures hampering efforts. Over 100 personnel from Yellowstone, other national parks, counties, and volunteer organizations joined the operation. Superintendent Cam Shawley noted the extensive interagency help and expressed heartfelt sympathies to the family. Yet, despite all this, Kim Crumbo was never found. By October 8, 2021, with heavy snow coming, the park scaled back the search to limited recovery efforts pending new information. Kim's disappearance remained under investigation but without leads. This case garnered a lot of media attention because of Kim's background. Friends described him as a legend of a man who had survived far worse in his life. The idea that he could be taken by a storm shocked many. Some of Kim's colleagues in the conservation community openly speculated something sinister might have happened. They couldn't believe a Navy SEAL could succumb to nature so completely. We got messages saying, "No way this was an accident," Kim's wife, Becky Crumbo, recounted. However, Becky herself does not subscribe to conspiracy theories. After visiting Shoshone Lake and seeing how fast conditions can turn, she said, "It was a fluke thing. An act of nature. They survived a whole lot in life, but they didn't survive this one." What likely happened? A reconstruction based on evidence and survivor experience suggests that one day, possibly September 18th, the brothers were caught in a sudden windstorm on the lake. The cold water swamped or flipped their canoe. Mark, wearing a life jacket, managed to get to shore but was soaked and in wind. Kim, perhaps also in a life jacket, not confirmed, either tried to swim or got separated from the boat farther out. If Kim made it to shore, he never reached help. Hypothermia would have set in quickly if he was wet and exposed, just as it did for Mark. The heartbreaking scenario is of Kim struggling to save his brother, or vice versa, and neither fully succeeding. Chilling detail. In a Salt Lake Tribune interview, Becky described being on the lake with officials after the incident and witnessing how quickly the situation became dangerous. The water went from calm to perilous in minutes. Kim's son Daniel said, "If I was in a pinch in a wild place, and I had one person to call upon, it would be Kim Crumbo," emphasizing how skilled his father was. This makes Kim's vanishing even more haunting. Even the best can be bested by nature. Official stance. Superintendent Shawley stated, "All of us at Yellowstone extend our deepest sympathies. We will continue search efforts as long as conditions allow." By winter 2021, the search was paused. Come spring thaw, rangers again quietly checked the shoreline and flew over when possible, but Kim's body has never emerged. It's possibly resting on the lake bottom or hidden in the dense lodgepole forests around it. The case remains open but inactive, pending any new evidence. Kim Crumbo is honored in conservation circles as a passionate advocate for wild wolves and rivers, and now, tragically, as part of Yellowstone's lore. His story is recounted as both an inspiration to always respect nature no matter one's skill, and as a ghost story. Some say on a quiet morning at Shoshone Lake, you might feel a stiff breeze and imagine Kim's spirit still paddling onward, one with the wilderness he loved, as his family wrote in a remembrance. Case 7. Foot in the Hot Spring, The Fate of Ilhun Roe, 2022. Our next story blurs the line between tragic accident and macabre mystery. In the summer of 2022, Yellowstone tourists made a ghastly discovery at the famed West Thumb Geyser Basin, a human foot, still in a shoe, floating in a steaming hot spring. Park investigators eventually identified the victim as Ilhun Roe, a 70-year-old man from Los Angeles, but the circumstances of how he ended up in the hot spring remain enigmatic. Discovery. On the morning of August 16, 2022, a park concession employee spotted something drifting in the park's Abyss Pool, one of Yellowstone's deepest hot springs, over 50 feet deep, with water temperatures around 140 degrees Fahrenheit. It was a shoe with part of a foot inside. Rangers quickly closed off the area and began an investigation. No immediate signs of other remains were visible in the pool's clear, but superheated water. For weeks, the incident puzzled the public. Finally, in November 2022, DNA analysis confirmed the foot belonged to Ilhun Roe. He had been reported missing by family who last heard from him in late July 2022. It turned out that Mr. Roe had been traveling alone and was last seen on the morning of July 31, 2022, near West Thumb, right around the time authorities now believe he perished. What happened to Ilhun Roe? Officials never definitively announced how Mr. Roe ended up in Abyss Pool, but foul play was not suspected. The likely scenarios are either an accident or a suicide. He may have wandered off the boardwalk. A grave but not unprecedented mistake. Park records show over 20 people have died from hot spring injuries over the last century, or intentionally entered the lethal waters. Clues emerged as investigators searched Roe's rental car, found parked near the basin. Inside, they found personal belongings, a laptop, some family photographs, park maps, a substantial amount of cash, $447, and most poignantly, a small book of handwritten poems. The poems hinted at inner turmoil, suggesting Mr. Roe might have been troubled. These items painted a picture of a solitary traveler who perhaps came to Yellowstone seeking peace or an escape. The fact that he left these treasures behind in his vehicle, wallet full of money untouched, could indicate he wasn't planning to return. On the other hand, accidents in thermal areas do occur. People sometimes venture too close, slip on the oily, wet ground, and fall in. But usually, there is evidence-disturbed ground, clothing left on the rim, screams heard as the water causes agonizing burns. In Mr. Roe's case, no one reported witnessing an incident. It's possible he intentionally jumped or fell in during very early morning when few were around, or at night, though the basin is closed at night. Gruesome aftermath. Abyss. Pool's scalding water likely dissolved much of the body. It's horrifying to imagine, but such hot springs can effectively consume human remains. In the weeks after the foot's discovery, geologists noted eerie fatty deposits appearing on the surface of the pool, consistent with the liquefied remains of a human body rising to the top as the water cooled slightly. This detail reads like something out of a horror novel, the pool slowly giving up ghostly evidence of what it had taken. The lone foot, protected by the shoe, likely separated as the rest of the body deteriorated in the caustic water. It floated due to gases in the decaying tissue, eventually coming to the surface for the employee to find. In the wake of the chilling discovery of a human foot adrift in a Yellowstone hot spring, investigators delved into the life of Il Hunro, trying to answer the burning question, what brings a man to such an end? Interviews with Mr. Ro's family were sparse in media, but one can imagine their shock. He was an older gentleman, presumably on a sightseeing trip to one of his favorite places, perhaps, or maybe fulfilling a lifelong dream. The poetic journal hints that Yellowstone's grandeur might have had a spiritual significance to him. This case ignited all sorts of theories online. Some parkgoers whispered about the thermal pool killer, completely unfounded. There was no sign of foul play, but the imagination runs wild. Others drew parallels to a famous historical incident. In 1981, a young man named David Kerwin dove into a hot spring to save his dog and died from terrible burns. Could Roe have similarly acted on impulse or to retrieve something? No dog or dropped item was noted, so probably not. There's also the grim possibility, did Roe choose this method as a form of suicide? If so, it's an unusually painful and dramatic choice, but perhaps symbolically meaningful to him. Some cultures see hot springs as portals or cleansing pools. Was there a deeper motivation? We can only speculate. Park officials officially treat it as an accidental death unless further info emerges. They use the opportunity to once again warn visitors to stay on boardwalks in geothermal areas. Abyss Pool, with its deceptively peaceful blue water, now had a horrifying chapter in its history. Visually, this story is chilling. Imagine early morning mist over a neon blue spring. The camera pans and then, the floating shoe with a foot. It's a scene that would fit in a horror film, yet it happened in real life in Yellowstone. The idea of dissolving in an acidic hot pool is a visceral nightmare. For park staff who had to retrieve the foot and test the water for remains, it must have been gruesome work. Il Hunro's case, while likely an accident or suicide, remains one of the strangest disappearances because only a fragment of him was ever found. It reminds us that Yellowstone's beauty can be deadly, and that behind every caution sign is a story like this. Case 8, The Eagle Peak Mystery, Austin King, 2024. Our final case brings us to a very recent and still unresolved disappearance, one that was unfolding even as of late 2024. Austin King, a 22-year-old Yellowstone Concessions employee and avid hiker, went missing in September 2024 in the remote backcountry of the park's southeast corner. His case combines the classic perils of wilderness with the emotional intensity of a family refusing to give up hope. Background: Austin was working a seasonal job in Yellowstone, and like many park employees, took advantage of free time to explore the wilderness. In mid-September 2024, he set off solo to tackle Eagle Peak, the highest mountain in Yellowstone at 11,372 feet, located in a rugged, seldom visited area near the southeastern boundary. He planned a 7-day backcountry trip, which included summiting Eagle Peak, and then hiking out to the southeast arm of Yellowstone Lake for a scheduled boat pickup on September 20th. Impressively, Austin did reach the summit of Eagle Peak on September 17th. We know this because he managed to call and text friends and family around 7 p.m. that evening after summiting. He described being exhausted, but thrilled. He made it despite terrible weather on the way up. In fact, Austin signed the mountain's summit register, leaving behind an eerie note about the conditions. "I can't feel my fingers and my glasses are so fogged from the ruthless weather. I endured rain, sleet, hail, and the most wind I have ever felt. I could not see Eagle for most of the day due to the fog." His handwriting was wobbly, suggesting how physically taxed he was. That line, "ruthless weather," would prove ominous. After that final contact on September 17th, Austin never made it to his boat pickup on September 20th. The boat operators waited, then left when he didn't show. Park rangers were alerted that he was overdue. At first light on September 21st, an organized search began. This search would rapidly grow into one of the biggest since Kim Crumbo's. Eagle Peak is extremely remote. It's in a roadless area that many describe as one of the most inaccessible landscapes in the lower 48. The terrain is a maze of steep ridges, dense forests, and deep alpine drainages. Searchers had to be flown or backpacked in. Over the next 11 days, more than 100 people scoured the mountains and valleys for Austin. They used helicopters, drones, search dogs, trackers on foot, and spotters with high-powered scopes. In total, they covered over 3,200 miles of ground and air, searching an astonishing scale. What they found only deepened the mystery. Austin's campsite in the Upper Howell Creek area, north of Eagle Peak, was discovered. At the site, they found his tent and some belongings. Importantly, his heavy gear and some personal items were there, which presumably he cached to lighten his load for the summit push. It seemed he had planned to return to that camp after summiting. The searchers also found the summit register entry he left, confirming he had made it to the top and the conditions he faced. However, there was no sign of Austin himself, no footprints leading away, no obvious clue like a dropped pack or clothing beyond the camp. The area by then had seen significant snow. They mentioned 6-foot drifts on parts of Eagle Peak from storms right after he summited. By October 2nd, with winter conditions intensifying, Yellowstone officials made the tough decision to transition from a rescue to a recovery operation. The active search was scaled back, though rangers indicated they'd keep an eye out in spring. Austin's father, Brian King Hank, could not bear to let the search end. In mid-October, with park resources limited, he organized a private search team of volunteers. They raised funds for a helicopter and combed the area again just before a major snowstorm. However, due to safety regulations, the park did not approve some of the helicopter use in the high mountains, which frustrated the family. Still, volunteers went in on foot while weather allowed. Austin's dad was quoted, "We felt it was very important to use these next 2 days before new snow falls. We're not mad, just disappointed. We couldn't use the helicopter more. We're still gonna fight and look for Austin." A powerful clue did emerge. Austin's note in the summit register was essentially a message in a bottle about the extreme weather he confronted. It's possible that descending from Eagle Peak in those conditions, foggy, windy, and later snowy, Austin got disoriented. Visibility was awful. He described not seeing the mountain for most of the day. On the way down, perhaps he lost the route, or took shelter and succumbed to hypothermia as night fell on September 17th. The phrase, "I truly cannot believe I am here after what it took to be here," he wrote, speaks to how challenging the ascent was. Surviving the climb only to have the storm intensify could mean he faced even worse on the descent, exhausted and likely wet. Given the evidence, the leading theory is Austin unfortunately died from exposure or an injury while trying to return from Eagle Peak. But because it's an open case, more colorful theories have been floated too. Wildlife encounter. Could a bear or mountain lion have taken him by surprise? The area has grizzlies, but no evidence like torn gear or tracks was found. It's late enough in season that bears were around, but if he died of exposure first, scavenging could occur after. Fall into a crevasse or canyon. The mountains there are littered with talus slopes and drop-offs. He might have fallen into a spot where searchers couldn't see him, now covered by snow. Something supernatural. Among the more fantastical ideas, some point to the Native American legends around these sacred mountains, or the fact that Eagle Peak sits near the edge of Yellowstone's boundaries. Maybe he walked out of our world into another, one might say poetically when reason fails. What makes Austin's case especially haunting is that it's so recent. As of this video, his family is likely still waiting for spring 2025 snowmelt to resume the search. They cling to hope, slim as it may be, that perhaps he found some way to survive, or that at least they will find his body and gain closure. Cam Shawley, the park superintendent, emphasized that extreme terrain limited even the park's capabilities. At this time, the park has limited resources to respond to Eagle Peak if something were to go wrong. We deeply sympathize with Austin's family. It was a perfect storm of conditions that stymied all efforts. Austin stood on Yellowstone's highest summit victorious, only to face a greater battle on the way down, one he may not have won. His story is still being written by those who search for him. Perhaps one warm day next summer, a hiker will spot a clue, a bit of bright fabric in the brush, or a weathered notebook by a log, and the mystery will resolve. Until then, Eagle Peak keeps its silence. As our journey through Yellowstone's Vanishings comes to a close, we are left with both answers and questions. We've seen cases of clear tragedy, a boy caught by a river, a man leaping into a void, and cases of enduring mystery, where loved ones can only speculate at what befell their missing family member. Each story carries an element of horror, some from the unforgiving force of nature, others from the human imagination filling in the blanks. Many of these disappearances share patterns. Yellowstone's wilderness is often the prime suspect. Raging rivers, freezing nights, sudden storms, scalding thermal pools, and wild animals. These are the agents of chaos that strike without warning. As former ranger Lee Whittlesey documented in his book, Death in Yellowstone, the park's history is filled with people underestimating nature and paying the price. Even in modern times, with GPS and organized search teams, when someone goes missing in certain parts of the park, the odds of finding them can be daunting. Search and rescue experts emphasize how tiny a human is in 2.2 million acres. The cases of Dan Campbell, Bruce Pike, and Stuart Isaac underscore that if someone perishes off-trail, wildlife and the elements can erase almost all trace of them in days. As Kevin Grange, a paramedic who has worked searches in Yellowstone, put it, "Most people are found, but when they're not, it's like they vanished into another dimension. The park is just that vast." Summary of his accounts. Speculation and theories revisited. Beyond the natural explanations, we entertained a range of theories. Government cover-up. Is the National Park Service hiding the true number of missing persons? Officially, Yellowstone does not keep a public list. They defer to a nationwide database. This opacity has fueled conspiracy theories. Some believe parks minimize publicity around disappearances, like Bruce Pike's case, which got no media attention at the time, to avoid scaring visitors or hurting tourism. Could there be any truth to that? It's hard to say. In fairness, most missing are found, and the truly unsolved cases are few. But the secrecy or lack of data makes it easy for imaginations to run wild. Paranormal or supernatural. From Bigfoot kidnappings to interdimensional portals, the internet is rife with fantastical explanations, especially tied to the missing 411 phenomenon. While there's no concrete evidence of anything supernatural in our cases, the remote and primeval feel of Yellowstone can definitely give one goosebumps. When Dennis Johnson vanished in 1966 without a trace, even a psychic was consulted who claimed the boy drowned or fell in a canyon, though nothing was ever proven. Absent evidence, some will imagine forest spirits or cryptids at play. These theories might sound far-fetched, but on a moonless night camped out in Yellowstone's backcountry, one might start to wonder if there's something watching from the dark. Human dangers. Could any of these missing people have encountered dangerous humans? While exceedingly rare in national parks, it's not impossible. The Dan Campbell case raised that suspicion with antler poachers possibly involved. No evidence materialized, but it reminds us that even in Eden, humans can pose threats. Yellowstone's vastness could conceal a crime more easily than an urban area. However, every official we heard from stressed that murder or foul play in these cases is unlikely or unsupported by facts. Hearing from the families, Luke Sandberg's aunt accepting he's gone, the Crumbo family grappling with Kim's fate, Austin King's father pushing on in hope, we are reminded that these are not just spooky stories. They are real people's lives. For each missing person, a family waits and worries, often in agony for years. True crime often highlights the pursuit of justice, but in these wilderness cases, there's often no perpetrator to hold accountable. No clear ending, just the ambiguous loss. That lingering uncertainty is its own kind of horror, a psychological one. Yellowstone, the world's first national park, is a place of wonder, but hidden in its wonder are tales of warning. The mountains, rivers, and geysers that inspire awe can also instill terror. As we've seen, in the untamed wild, humans are vulnerable. A wrong step, a sudden storm, or a moment's bad decision can make the difference between an epic story of survival and a mystery that endures forever. Finally, we acknowledge the resiliency of those who continue searching. Park rangers and volunteers risk their own safety in dangerous conditions to bring closure. Family members become advocates, keeping memories alive. These Yellowstone disappearances, both solved and unsolved, remind us that despite our smartphones, satellites, and science, there are edges of the map where the unknown still reigns. The next time you visit a national park, take in its beauty, but also heed its dangers. Stay on the trail, tell someone where you're going, and respect the power of nature, because if you don't, the wilderness might just keep you. Yosemite National Park, nearly 1,200 square miles of towering granite walls, ancient sequoias, and deep valleys. It's a place of unmatched beauty, where nature's grandeur can inspire awe and fear. With over 750 miles of trails winding through remote wilderness, Yosemite is a hiker's paradise that can quickly turn into a search and rescue nightmare when someone goes missing. Through the years, dozens have vanished without a trace in this vast park, leaving behind only questions and enduring legends. Tonight, we delve into some of Yosemite's most haunting missing person cases, real stories blending true crime investigation with the eerie unknown, where fact meets folklore amid the whispering pines. Our journey begins on a summer afternoon in 1981, high in the Yosemite backcountry. The Vanishing of Stacey Ann Arris, 1981. 14-year-old Stacey Ann Arris was on the trip of a lifetime. On July 17, 1981, she and her father had ridden mules with a group of campers to the remote Sunrise High Sierra camp, nearly 9,400 feet above sea level. After hours on the trail, the group arrived and settled in among the alpine meadows and shimmering lakes. Eager to explore, Stacey told her dad she wanted to stretch her legs with a short hike and take some photos. She grabbed her camera and, at her father's insistence, swapped her sandals for sturdy hiking boots. An older gentleman from their group, 77-year-old Gerald Stewart, agreed to walk with her at first. The two set off from camp toward the nearby Sunrise Lakes, only a few hundred yards away over a slight ridge. Not far from camp, Gerald grew tired and sat down to rest on a boulder, telling Stacey to go on ahead and come back soon. Stacey promised she'd return in just a few minutes and continued down the gentle trail toward the closest lake, camera in hand. A tour guide at the camp saw her silhouette in the distance. A teenage girl in a white windbreaker and maroon-striped shorts, walking along the lakeside trail. That guide's casual glimpse would become chillingly significant, because Stacey Arris was never seen again. When Gerald finished resting and returned to camp without Stacey, the others grew concerned. She had only gone to take a few pictures. Where could she be? Camp members hiked out to search, calling her name into the still evening air. They found no sign of Stacey, except for one eerie clue, the cap of her camera lens lying on the trail leading to the lake. It was as if she had vanished mid-stride, leaving only that small piece of plastic behind. Over the next 9 days, Yosemite's largest search and rescue operation to that date unfolded. Hundreds of volunteers and rangers scoured the rugged terrain around Sunrise Lakes. Helicopters buzzed overhead for more than 40 hours of flight time. Search dogs sniffed the dry, dusty ground, and even scuba divers probed the cold lake waters. Yet nothing was found. Not a shred of clothing, not a footprint, not a body. As Yosemite Superintendent Robert Benoist told reporters at the end of the exhaustive search, Stacey just seems to have disappeared. Another park official admitted that foul play had not been ruled out, an unsettling acknowledgement in the pristine wilderness. Binoise, Yosemite Superintendent, 1981. She just seems to have disappeared. The mystery of Stacey Arris's disappearance has only deepened with time. Investigators noted she had been having some family or school troubles and missing her boyfriend before the trip, leading some to wonder if she might have run away intentionally. But park spokeswoman Linda Abbott was skeptical, pointing out Stacey's last conversation with her father was about switching from flip-flops to boots. If she had planned on walking off, she wouldn't have gone off in thongs, Abbott said. Stacey left with no supplies and only intended a short stroll. It seems unlikely she intended to vanish on purpose, especially not into extremely rugged terrain. Could she have gotten lost or injured? Possibly. The High Sierra camp sits amid a maze of granite slabs, forests, and alpine lakes at 9,000 feet elevation. A fall into a hidden crevice or beneath dense brush could conceal someone. One searcher noted there are countless spots where a body could slip in or hide in that area. If Stacey was hurt, she might have crawled under a rocky ledge or into a hollow log to escape the frigid 40 degrees Fahrenheit night, making her even harder to find. Despite these theories, search dogs never picked up her scent, perhaps due to dry conditions and lack of wind to carry the smell. It's as if the wilderness itself swallowed her whole. Rumors and speculation have swirled around the Stacey Arris case for decades. With no body ever found, some can't help but wonder, did something or someone take her? In the years after, this case became one of the most talked about in national park mysteries. Internet forums and authors latched onto the puzzling details. A former police investigator known for the missing 411 books often cites Stacey's disappearance as a prime example of an inexplicable wilderness vanishing. Fueling the intrigue, the National Park Service initially refused to release the full case file on Stacey, reportedly over 2,000 pages of reports and interviews. The NPS only released a handful of photos and basic info, citing privacy and ongoing investigation concerns. To some, this secrecy hinted that there might be more to the story. Was there evidence of a crime? A sighting that was kept quiet? Or simply bureaucratic caution? We don't know. And that vacuum of information has been filled by theories. Everything from a hidden serial predator in the park to Sasquatch and supernatural forces has been suggested by armchair detectives. For Stacey's family, however, these speculations mean little compared to the painful reality that she never came home. Over 40 years later, her disappearance remains unsolved. A 14-year-old girl who walked around a corner on a sunny afternoon and stepped straight into legend. Yosemite, with all its natural glory, kept her secrets. Stacey Arris's story would become a cautionary tale told around campfires, a reminder that even a short walk in this wilderness can end in uncharted darkness. As baffling as the Arris case is, it was not an isolated incident. The 1980s saw other inexplicable disappearances in Yosemite, each one leaving investigators scratching their heads. Just a few years after Stacey vanished, another young visitor would set off on a hike and never return. The day hiker who never came back, Timothy John Barnes, 1988. On July 5, 1988, Timothy John Barnes, a 25-year-old college graduate and avid outdoorsman, laced up his boots for a solo day hike in Yosemite's high country. It was the tail end of the 4th of July weekend, and Tim had told friends he planned a trek to the Poly Dome Lakes, a cluster of remote alpine ponds north of Tenaya Lake. He headed out that morning from the Murphy Creek trailhead around 9 a.m., wearing a white t-shirt with a red F on it, gray sweatpants, and carrying a yellow day pack. The trail to Poly Dome Lakes is not especially long, roughly 4 miles one way, and by all accounts Tim was in good health and spirits. He was last seen on the trail that morning, and when he failed to return by evening, the alarm was raised. Searchers combed the Tenaya Lake area for days, but Timothy Barnes had vanished without a trace. There were no tracks, no clues, no calls for help heard. Just like Stacey 7 years earlier, Tim seemed to have been swallowed by the wilderness. The Poly Dome Lakes sit in rugged country granite domes, Thick conifer forest and steep ravines define the landscape. One theory was that Tim might have stepped off trail and fallen into a hidden fissure or canyon, where his body could remain concealed. There are also deceptively deep snowmelt pools and creeks even in summer. A slip into cold water could incapacitate a person quickly. Yet extensive searches turned up nothing definitive. Tim Barnes's disappearance, though less publicized than Eris's, disturbed those who followed Yosemite's mysteries. How could a strong 6'3" young man simply vanish on a day hike in good weather? Friends and family were left grasping for answers. Some wondered if Tim might have deliberately gone off-grid, but like many missing person cases, nothing in his background suggested a planned disappearance. Foul play wasn't entirely ruled out, but there was no evidence of robbery or struggle on the well-traveled trail. In the end, Tim Barnes joined the list of unsolved Yosemite vanishings, another name on a growing roster of hikers who walked into the woods and never walked out. From the high Sierra camps to the shores of Tenaya Lake, the 1980s in Yosemite left two families with agonizing questions. Unfortunately, the decades to come would bring even more cases of the mountains keeping their own. Next, we turn to a case that unfolded in the mid-2000s involving an experienced backpacker in an isolated corner of the park, and what would become one of the most extensive search operations in Yosemite history. Lost on the Hetch Hetchy Trail, the disappearance of Michael Allen Fay, 2005. June 15, 2005, a Wednesday. Michael Allen Fay, age 51, set out for a solo backpacking journey in the quieter northwest reaches of Yosemite. Michael was no novice. He was an avid, experienced hiker and backpacker who relished solitude in nature. His plan was ambitious but clear. Start at Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, hike past Rancheria Falls, and up toward Till Mountain, loop by Lake Vernon, then return via an area known as Beehive Meadows. It was a lightly traveled route, far from the busy Yosemite Valley, the kind of trek Michael loved. Carrying a backpack with camping gear and provisions, Michael headed into the wilderness under fair summer skies. He signed a wilderness permit indicating he'd exit by June 19th, 4 days later. Sometime that day, park officials believe Michael deviated from his planned path. Instead of sticking to the valley trail, he turned north onto the Pacific Crest Trail spur toward Till Mountain. Why he changed course isn't known. Perhaps drawn by a scenic viewpoint or the call of adventure. That decision would place him in extremely rugged, hazardous terrain few hikers venture into. Michael never returned on June 19th as scheduled. By June 21st, when his wilderness permit had been expired for 2 days, his family grew alarmed and notified park authorities. A large search and rescue mission was launched in the Hetch Hetchy backcountry. Not long after, searchers found a critical clue. Michael's backpack, discovered on a steep slope near Till Mountain, just off the trail. This was not on his original route. It was well north of where he intended to be, and immediately raised red flags. The pack was intact with most of his gear except a few items. A water bottle, a camera, and a topographical map were missing. It appeared Michael had set his heavy pack down, perhaps to take a lighter excursion, to snap photos or scout ahead, carrying water, map, and camera, and then something went terribly wrong. Friends of Michael later noted he was unlikely to leave his pack behind and wander far. It was very out of character. The fact that he did suggested an emergency or an unplanned detour. Search teams focused on the area around the pack. What they faced was daunting. Sheer granite walls, dense vegetation, and treacherous drop-offs in every direction. This part of Yosemite is not forgiving. One wrong step could send a hiker tumbling into a ravine hidden from view. Despite the challenges, Yosemite authorities threw everything they had into the search. Over the following week, search and rescue crews, canine units, helicopters, and ground teams combed the Till Mountain area. The effort became one of the costliest searches in Yosemite's history. The park spent an estimated $452,000 looking for Michael Fay. In fact, that year Yosemite accounted for 1/4 of all SR expenses nationwide, largely due to the Fay search. Yet, despite this massive operation, no trace of Michael himself was found. The search was stymied by the rugged landscape. As one report later summarized, it was as if Michael had vanished with only his backpack recovered. Despite a search operation that cost $500,000, the most expensive ever undertaken in Yosemite's history, no remains have ever been found. In the absence of answers, theories emerged. The most likely scenario, investigators believe, is that Michael suffered a fatal accident in that hazardous terrain. Perhaps he climbed somewhere to snap a photograph or get a better view. His camera was with him, and he slipped on loose rock. A fall in that region could send a person into a crevice or under thick brush, where they might be nearly impossible to spot from the air. There are also black bears and even mountain lions in Yosemite, but no evidence pointed to an animal attack, and such remains likely would have been found. Weather wasn't a major factor. It was early summer, and storms were not reported at that time. But cold nights and exhaustion could have taken their toll if he was injured. Michael's family, including siblings who spoke out afterwards, largely accepted that he probably had a mishap. One of his brothers later wrote, "I firmly believe he was not adequately prepared for his hike. Please, if only for the sake of those waiting for you at home, do not attempt even a day hike without being adequately prepared." A poignant reminder from someone who knew the pain of losing a loved one to the wilderness. To this day, Michael Fissery's body has never been located. His name endures on Yosemite's list of the missing, a case classified as lost or injured missing. Yosemite search coordinator Matt Stark reflected on the case in one interview, saying they had scoured likely areas multiple times. And, "We just don't know. It's like he went into another dimension out there." A quote illustrating how baffling it was, even to veteran rangers, though in truth, the explanation is probably terrestrial. The Fissery disappearance underscores a sobering reality. Even expert hikers can disappear in Yosemite's vast backcountry. The park's beauty demands respect. A single misstep or moment of bad luck out there can mean a person is gone forever, hidden by the very scenery that draws us in. By the mid-2000s, Yosemite's unresolved cases included veterans and newcomers alike. Teenage campers, solo adventurers, day trippers. Each disappearance was a story cut off too soon. In the next case, the setting shifts to a popular trail near Yosemite Valley, where an ordinary group outing turned into an enduring enigma. A hike to Upper Yosemite Falls, the George Penka Mystery, 2011. June 17, 2011. George Penka, a 30-year-old husband and father from Hawthorne, California, joined a church group excursion to Yosemite. George wasn't a seasoned hiker, but he was excited to experience the park's majesty with about 20 fellow church members. That afternoon, the group tackled the Upper Yosemite Fall Trail, a steep path that climbs to the top of North America's tallest waterfall. It's a challenging hike, but a well-traveled one. A stone stairmaster with breathtaking views. Witnesses say George was struggling with the climb. As they neared the top of the trail, he wasn't feeling well. Around 3 p.m., George decided to turn back early rather than continue to the very top of the falls. He told his companions he'd meet them back at the trailhead. The group split, with most pressing on, while George began descending solo in the broad daylight of late afternoon. At some point on his way down, George apparently took a wrong turn, possibly onto an unofficial side path. When the rest of the church group finished the hike and reached the bottom, George was nowhere to be found. Teresa Mundo, George's cousin. From what I understand, he took the wrong trail back. They all thought they were going to meet up with him. That's when they reported him missing. A massive search ensued around Yosemite Falls and the surrounding areas once park rangers were alerted that evening. The search teams were perplexed. The Upper Yosemite Fall Trail is well defined and popular, especially on a summer day. If George had simply turned around, he should have passed numerous other hikers. But there were no confirmed sightings of him after he separated from his group. Over the next several days, rescuers scoured the trail, nearby ravines, and even the base of the waterfall in case he'd fallen. George's family rushed to Yosemite to assist and await any news. As the days passed with no sign of him, their concern and desperation grew. "I am very nervous. He's not experienced in hiking," his cousin Teresa said at the time, voice shaking. There are mountain lions out there. Is he sleeping okay? Is he dehydrated? Is he starving? Everything is going through my mind. Indeed, the hazards in that area are real. Beyond wildlife, there are countless sheer drop-offs near the falls. A slip could send a person plummeting hundreds of feet. Additionally, even in June the granite can be slick in spots from mist. Did George venture near the waterfall's edge for a view and stumble? Or did disorientation lead him off trail into one of the steep creek drainages? Teresa Mundo. There are mountain lions out there. Is he dehydrated? Is he starving? Everything is going through my mind. Despite exhaustive efforts, George Painsa was never found. Not that summer, not in the many searches and even cold case investigations since. He simply vanished on a sunny day on a busy trail. A trail thousands of people hike every year without incident. Yosemite's deputy chief of operations said it was as if George stepped off the trail and into a different world. His disappearance, coming after he willingly separated from the group, is a stark reminder. Staying with companions can be a lifesaver in wilderness areas. Had someone been with him, perhaps the outcome would be different. George's case also highlights how easy it is to get disoriented. One wrong turn on a switchback, especially if you're feeling unwell or hurrying, and you might end up in an area where each direction looks the same among the rocks and trees. To this day, visitors standing atop Yosemite Falls, hearing the roaring water and feeling the dizzying height, sometimes ask a ranger about the story of a man who disappeared here. The rangers might mention George's name and caution hikers not to stray from marked paths. George Penka's family has no closure, only the memory of a joyful trip to the mountains that ended in unending uncertainty. His mother, who was waiting at home, never saw her son again. His church community was devastated. The Investigative Services branch of the National Park Service still considers his case open, and his profile remains on their cold cases page. Like others, George is missing, presumed dead, but without evidence, the mountain keeps its secret. The mysteries continued into the 2010s and beyond. Older hikers, solo backpackers, international visitors. Yosemite's missing span all ages and walks of life. In some cases, clues eventually surface years later, offering partial answers. In others, bizarre twists deepen the mystery. Our next story involves a visitor from overseas who vanished, and another case of a backpack found long after the hiker disappeared. In August 2000, Ruth Ann Ruppert, a 49-year-old experienced backpacker, planned a multi-day trip in Yosemite's high country. She reportedly postponed her start by a day due to an infection and was last seen around Curry Village and the Yosemite Medical Clinic on August 14, 2000. Witnesses thought Ruth Ann might have decided on a shorter day hike, possibly from Yosemite Valley up the Yosemite Falls Trail towards the area of Foresta. When she didn't return, an intensive search began. Again, nothing was found at the time. Years passed. Then, in 2008, 8 years later, hikers deep in the backcountry near a remote stream called Fireplace Creek stumbled upon an old weathered backpack. Park officials later confirmed it belonged to Ruth Ann. The pack was found far off any main trail on a route that could lead from Yosemite Falls toward Foresta. But of Ruth Ann herself, no trace was ever recovered. Her fate remains unknown. Did she succumb to injury or exposure after losing her way? The discovery of her pack after so long was a poignant reminder that the wilderness can guard its mysteries for years, only offering tiny pieces of the puzzle over time. Going back further, there's the case of Dikran Kanajian, a 20-year-old medical student from Cambridge University, visiting Yosemite in the summer of 1972. On July 24, 1972, Dikran was staying in Curry Village when he asked a park employee for directions to Half Dome. He set out presumably to hike the famous granite monolith, a strenuous all-day hike. He never returned. Despite searches, the young Englishman was never seen again. His disappearance, now over 50 years old, is barely remembered except in park archives. Was he not adequately prepared and fell victim to the elements? Did he encounter a stranger with ill intent on the trail? There were no clues to say. His Pentax 35mm camera was noted in reports as something he carried, perhaps like Stacey Aris, He had been hoping to capture Yosemite's beauty on film. Instead, he became part of its lore. By the 2020s, Yosemite had accumulated a long list of unsolved missing persons, from the earliest recorded case of a man named Shepard who vanished near Glacier Point in 1909 to the recent cases we've discussed. The National Park Service maintains a cold case roster, and Yosemite features prominently. As one journalist put it, "Sadly, Thomason is not the only person who has disappeared without a trace in the massive park." Now we turn to one of the most recent and peculiar disappearances, a case that blurs the line between survival ordeal and Twilight Zone mystery. This one involves a solo camper in 2020, a series of strange sightings and even whispers of the paranormal. Ghosts in the Wilderness: The Strange Case of Sandra Johnson Hughes, 2020. The summer of 2020 was unlike any other. The world was in the midst of a pandemic, and people sought solace in nature. Sandra Johnson Hughes, age 54, was one such soul, an experienced outdoorswoman who had recently moved from Hawaii back to California. Sandra embarked on a solo camping trip in late June 2020. She headed into the Sierra National Forest, just on Yosemite's southern fringe, near an area called Johnson Meadows. Those who knew her said she was a skilled survivalist, someone comfortable alone in the wilderness. She had even studied to be a park ranger in her younger days. This was supposed to be a peaceful retreat into nature, but it would turn into one of the most bewildering mysteries the region has ever seen. Sandra last made contact with her family on June 26, 2020, letting them know roughly where she was camping. Not long after, things took a bizarre turn. On July 1st, other campers in the Johnson Meadows area came across a scene that set off alarm bells. An abandoned campsite, disheveled and strewn with gear. Belongings were scattered about as if someone had left in a hurry, or an animal had rifled through. Among the items were personal documents, a folder containing a birth certificate and social security card identification papers you wouldn't normally leave behind in the woods. The campers alerted the Madera County Sheriff. The name on the documents, Sandra Johnson Hughes. Authorities began searching around the campsite, fearing something had happened to Sandra. Then, on July 4th, 2020, a break, or perhaps another mystery. On a dirt road not far from the camp, searchers found Sandra's silver Saab 9.5 car crashed into a tree down a ravine. It looked like the car had rolled at low speed into a creek bed after hitting the tree. But there was no sign of Sandra at the crash site. At least, not anymore. As investigators soon learned, witnesses had seen Sandra shortly after the crash. Other campers driving the remote roads on July 4th encountered a barefoot woman with a bruise on her face, walking away from a minor car accident. It was Sandra. They offered to help, but she refused assistance, saying she was fine. She even lingered around the area of her wrecked car for a bit, seemingly in no distress, before walking off into the forest with her camping gear. Sheriff Tyson Pogue, Madera County. After she had crashed the car, there were people there that witnessed it, offered to help. She declined help. So all indicators are that she didn't want to be found or helped. Those were the last confirmed sightings of Sandra Hughes, a bruised, barefoot camper, strangely rejecting help and vanishing into the woods on Independence Day. Sheriff Tyson Pogue, leading the search, later remarked in perplexity that after that point, she seemingly just kind of disappeared. Rescuers were left with puzzling fragments, a ransacked campsite, a crashed car, and a woman who walked away on her own accord. The search intensified. Given Sandra's experience in the outdoors, some hoped she might be deliberately laying low or trying to self-rescue. But days turned to weeks with no contact. A bloodhound team attempted to track her scent from the crash site. Unclear results. Then, over a month later, a startling possible sighting. August 9th, 2020, 2 hunters reported seeing a woman leaning against a tree near an isolated road in that same area, near Portuguese Overlook. She matched Sandra's description, but looked thinner and worn. Crucially, the woman didn't cry out or approach the hunters. She simply slipped away into the woods, almost like an apparition. By the time they realized she might be the missing camper and alerted authorities, there was no trace. Backcountry search teams kept at it through July and August, scouring ridges and creek beds, finding only one tangible clue beyond the car. Sandra's sleeping bag, discovered about 2.5 miles inside Yosemite's boundary, north of where her car crashed. How did it get there? Was Sandra moving northward, deeper into wilderness, shedding equipment? It raised more questions. As if the case weren't eerie enough, a layer of legend soon crept in. The creek fire erupted in September 2020, burning through parts of the search area and complicating efforts. By 2021, with no leads, the case was cold. That's when an unusual tip came in. The Gorba family from a nearby town reported that their young son had been playing in the woods not far from where Sandra vanished, when he claimed to have spoken with a nice lady in the meadow who was dead. The child innocently described talking to a ghostly woman who resembled Sandra. He said she was a dead woman in a black dress who needed help, but then vanished. The story was chilling. A child with no knowledge of the case seemingly describing a spirit. Local law enforcement, to their credit, didn't dismiss it outright. Sheriff Pogue even personally went out with the family to the spot to investigate this ghost sighting, determined to leave no stone unturned. News report. The Gorba family of Coarse Gold told Fox 26 News their son talked with a ghost, described as a dead woman in a meadow, not far from where Hughes disappeared. Nothing came of the ghost search, but the tale only cemented Sandra Hughes' disappearance as modern folklore. On social media and podcasts, people speculated wildly. Did Sandra purposefully disappear to start a new life off the grid? Unlikely. She had close family ties and no known reason to vanish. Did she suffer a head injury in the car wreck that left her confused, causing her to shun help and wander until she perished? This is a strong possibility according to authorities, given her odd behavior. Or, as some internet sleuths wonder, did something or someone chase her out of that campsite, leading to the crash and her fearful retreat into the wild? The disarray of her camp, possibly caused by animals or panic, and her apparent wish not to be found, hints at a mind not in a normal state, whether from injury or trauma. 3 years later, in 2023, Sheriff Pogue remarked that Sandra's case remains one of only 2 unsolved missing persons on file in his county, and it haunts them. One of the hardest things with this case is just really the lack of clues. Beyond that, she seemingly just kind of disappeared, he said. The landscape itself changed after her disappearance. The creek fire's aftermath and heavy snows have altered landmarks, forcing searchers to almost have to research areas, since everything looks different now. Yet, they haven't given up. I think all of us hold out hope that maybe somehow she's alive out there, Pogue admitted. I don't think the evidence supports that. It's been a long time. The hope for answers endures, even as logic suggests a tragic end. Sheriff Pogue, we don't know what her mind frame was. We found a campsite, a sleeping bag, but beyond that, she seemingly just kind of disappeared. The disappearance of Sandra Johnson Hughes is a cocktail of fact, and the unexplained. A real woman, with real survival skills, vanished. That's the fact. The rest, the sightings, the ghost stories, are pieces that might never form a complete picture. Her case shows how even in the 21st century, with helicopters, GPS, and cell phones, Sandra oddly had none of those on her. She was a bit old school. A person can still step off the map. And when that happens in Yosemite's realm, sometimes all that's left are whispers in the trees. Into the unknown, theories, legends, and reflections. Having heard these stories, Stacey Aris, Tim Barnes, Michael Fissery, George Pensay, Ruth Ann Ruppert, Dikran Nagian, Sandra Hughes, and others, we are left with a deep sense of wonder and unease. How can so many people disappear in one national park without closure? Over 200 disappearances have been documented across U.S. national parks, and Yosemite is often at the forefront of discussions due to the concentration of baffling cases here. Let's examine the plausible explanations, and then the more unconventional theories that surround these cases. Natural hazards. The most straightforward answer is often that Yosemite's terrain is unforgiving. Falls from cliffs or into hidden fissures can hide victims effectively. Some bodies may be lodged in places extremely difficult to access or see. Wildlife scavenging can also scatter remains. For example, someone who falls and dies could be subject to animal activity that spreads bones, making the person effectively vanish. In many of these cases, the likely scenario is an accident followed by exposure to the elements. Upper Yosemite Falls, Tenaya Canyon, the High Sierra Backcountry. These are not gentle places. In fact, Tenaya Canyon, not far from where Tim Barnes vanished, has such a bloody history of accidents that it's nicknamed the Bermuda Triangle of Yosemite. According to legend, Chief Tenaya of the Awanichi tribe cursed that canyon in the 1850s, vowing that bad things would happen to those who wander there disrespectfully. Whether one believes curses or not, it's undeniable that many hikers have met dire fates in Tenaya Canyon's treacherous terrain, slipping on its slick granite or being caught in sudden storms. Drowning in nature's concealment, Yosemite's rivers and lakes can also claim lives quietly. A number of names on Yosemite's missing list, such as Nelson Paisley, Christine Fuentes, Jerome Oldages in 1970, were last seen near water wading or swimming before they vanished. The Merced River's powerful currents have swept people away. Sometimes bodies wash out months later, but other times they become wedged underwater or swept into inaccessible gorges. If a missing person's body ended up in a remote river canyon, it might never be found, or not for a long time. Stacey Aris's search, for instance, noted that a lack of summer thunderstorms made search dogs less effective, but on the flip side, a sudden storm can also erase tracks and move a body far from the point of disappearance. Voluntary disappearance and mental health. Some have posited that a few of these cases might involve people who intentionally went off the grid, either to end their own life or start anew. In the absence of evidence, this is hard to confirm. In Stacey's case, nothing strongly indicated she ran away. She was a young teen without resources to survive independently. In Sandra's case, there was speculation about her mental state due to her odd actions. Maybe after her head injury she wasn't thinking clearly, or, less likely, she consciously decided to live off the land indefinitely. If so, she has done an incredible job evading detection. Rangers note that stress or minor injuries can cause disorientation. High altitude can also induce confusion or altitude sickness. One Reddit account discussing Stacey Aris noted the possibility that being at 9,400 feet could have affected her judgment or stamina. Criminal foul play. While Yosemite's wilderness seems vast and empty, it is not beyond the reach of crime. The park has seen murder before. The most infamous example is the case of Carrie Stainer, the Yosemite killer, who in 1999 murdered 4 women in or near the park. In February 1999, Carol's son, her teenage daughter Julie, and their friend Silvina Palazzo disappeared while sightseeing near Yosemite. Their car was later found burned and their bodies discovered, victims of Stainer's brutality. That same year, a young naturalist, Joey Armstrong, was killed by Stainer near her cabin by the park. Those crimes initially looked like missing person cases until evidence proved otherwise. Could any of our unsolved disappearances have actually been covert crimes? It's not impossible. A lone hiker could be vulnerable to a human predator in a remote area. However, there's no direct evidence of this in the cases we covered. No suspect, no hints of foul play like blood or signs of struggle. Still, investigators have not ruled it out in some instances. As they said with Stacey, foul play has not been ruled out. A human perpetrator would have to be careful and lucky to leave no trace, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. Now, beyond the logical lies the mystical. Yosemite, with its cathedral-like grandeur, has inspired myths and legends for centuries. The native Awanichi people had rich stories about the spirits of this land. As we confront the unexplained, some of those old legends resurface. Spirits and curses. We mentioned the curse of Tenaya Canyon, a reputed curse by Chief Tenaya after his son was killed, which some say brings misfortune to hikers in that canyon. There's also the legend of Pohono, the spirit of the Bridal Veil Fall. The Awanichi warned that an evil wind spirit dwells in the beautiful Bridal Veil waterfall, which they named Pohono, meaning puffing wind. According to lore, this spirit beckons unsuspecting people to the cliff's edge with its enchanting mist, causing them to fall to their deaths. It was said that one should never linger too close to the swirling base of Bridal Veil in the evening light, or you might inhale the spirit of Pohono and be bewitched into peril. Folklore like this, while not literally explanatory, adds a chilling backdrop to Yosemite's real dangers, essentially cautionary tales wrapped in the supernatural. Bigfoot and cryptids. The dense forests of the Sierra Nevada are not exempt from Bigfoot lore. Over the years, campfire stories and a few reported sightings have floated around of large, hairy, humanoid creatures in the Yosemite backcountry. Could a Sasquatch be stalking the park, abducting lone hikers? It sounds far-fetched, and there's zero hard evidence. But in the realm of internet theories, this comes up. Proponents of this idea point to patterns they perceive in some missing 411 cases. People vanishing from right under others' noses, or search dogs behaving oddly as if scared or unable to track a scent. They muse that a stealthy forest creature could be involved. There is no official support for this theory, of course, but it contributes to Yosemite's spooky reputation. Paranormal and portals. Others wonder if there's something even more otherworldly, perhaps portals to another dimension hidden in Yosemite's electromagnetic granite cliffs, or UFO activity in these remote mountains. If that sounds like the plot of a science fiction movie, it basically is, but it underscores how inexplicable some of these disappearances feel. When Michael Fissery's brother said it's like Michael stepped into another dimension, he meant it metaphorically. Yet a fringe of enthusiasts take it literally, questioning if certain places on Earth have vortexes where people can slip through the cracks of reality. Again, no evidence, but the very absence of evidence in these cases is what breeds such speculation. It's important to distinguish clearly between fact and fantasy. In our stories tonight, we presented confirmed details, what witnesses saw, what searchers found or didn't find, what officials have said on record. The quotes from rangers, sheriffs, and family members are very real expressions of confusion and heartache. The supernatural elements and conspiracy theories we've touched on are not proven or endorsed by the authorities. They live mostly in whispers and on the internet, serving to add an eerie aura to the park's mysteries. As fascinating as they are, it's critical to remember that at the core of each case is a real human being who went missing. And for their loved ones, questions of Bigfoot or curses are usually far from their mind. They want answers that can be acted upon. They want remains found. They want closure. So what is it about Yosemite that gives these disappearances such resonance? Perhaps it's the park's dual nature, breathtaking beauty and utter wildness coexisting. One moment you're standing on a vista, feeling on top of the world. The next, you could be lost in a maze of trees where every direction looks the same. The scale of the landscape is humbling. As search and rescue veterans often say, nature is in charge, not us. Yosemite's granite walls have seen countless generations pass through, from Native American tribes to pioneer explorers, to today's tourists snapping selfies at Glacier Point. Most visitors leave with nothing but great memories, but a tiny unlucky fraction encounter that unpredictable edge of nature, a slip, a sudden illness, an unseen danger, and they don't come back. In an interview, a Yosemite ranger once reflected on a missing case, saying, "The mountain doesn't care how prepared you are." It's a blunt truth. Even those who did everything right can have bad luck. And sometimes, even the most exhaustive searches fail simply because the wilderness is vast, and humans are small. For the families and friends of the missing, Yosemite is now a place of heartache as well as beauty. Many of them still visit or participate in memorial hikes, keeping the flame of hope alive. For example, Joel Thomason's family. Joel is a 31-year-old Army reservist who vanished on a solo hike out of Hetch Hetchy in September 2021, held a memorial service for him, but still technically cannot declare him dead for years. As one post noted, though it's unlikely he is alive, without proof of his whereabouts, Joel is considered a missing person. In the state of California, it can take 5 years to get a death certificate for a missing person. That bureaucratic limbo shows how, even legally, these cases linger. Joel's wife and young son must go on without answers, a scenario sadly familiar to too many. In Yosemite's long history, some mysteries do eventually resolve. Human remains have been found by accident. A hiker in 1976 discovered bones that solved a decade-old disappearance, for instance. Or a thawing glacier in the High Sierra might one day give up a secret. There is always a chance that tomorrow someone will find a clue, a piece of clothing, a weathered ID card, or even a skeleton under a log. The Park Service certainly hasn't forgotten. Cold case investigators periodically revisit these files, and the NPS even features many of them on its website, hoping new information might surface. As of the latest update, at least 13 people are still listed as missing and presumed dead in Yosemite, their cases open. Their stories continue to captivate and caution in equal measure. Yosemite National Park is a place of wonder-cascading waterfalls, granite cathedrals, and starlit skies. But it's also a realm of untamed nature where mysteries abide. The stories we've shared tonight, of people who stepped into Yosemite's grand landscape and never returned, remind us that there are corners of this world where humans do not have all the answers. As you pack your gear for your own adventures, take these lessons to heart. Be prepared. Tell someone your plans. Respect the land and its power. And when you walk among Yosemite's ancient forests and cliffs, remember those who walked here before and never left. Their spirits, memories, and unanswered questions live on in the hush of the pines and the roar of the falls. Thank you for joining us in this journey through Yosemite's mysteries. Stay safe, stay curious, and until next time, good night. In the dead of night or the light of day, people can vanish without a trace. And sometimes what's left behind is more disturbing than the disappearance itself. From frantic last words on a phone line to cryptic messages scrawled on billboards, the world's creepiest unsolved disappearances are riddled with bizarre clues that only deepen the mystery. These are not just ordinary missing persons cases. Each is a chilling tale with details so strange and unexplainable that they sound like the plot of a horror novel. We will delve into 11 such cases. Stories of individuals who stepped out of the ordinary and straight into the unknown. As we journey through each disappearance, pay attention to the eerie evidence and unanswered questions that connect them. One case features a terrified traveler sprinting out of an airport, claiming people wanted to kill him. Another, a young man whose final exclamation on a cell phone call is followed by silence. You'll hear about an abandoned car containing a live puppy and a lipstick-smeared message, a mysteriously wiped computer that hides its owner's secrets, and an ominous phone call from a missing child pleading for help. Each story unfolds with its own unsettling twists, unexplained sightings, odd personal items left behind in inexplicable places, and hints of dark conspiracies lurking in the background. Prepare yourself for a long, haunting exploration of these mysteries. The tone is foreboding, the details are perplexing, and the truth is maddeningly elusive. This journey will take us from deserted highways and college campuses to cruise ships and quiet suburban homes, each stop offering a glimpse into a nightmare that remains unresolved. These creepy, enigmatic disappearances will send a chill down your spine and leave you questioning how such things can happen in our world. Now dim the lights if you dare, and let's step into the shadows of these unsolved cases, beginning with the inexplicable vanishing of a young man named Lars Mittank. Lars Mittank, the tourist who vanished into thin air. It was supposed to be an enjoyable summer getaway on the Black Sea coast, but for 28-year-old Lars Mittank, a German tourist in Bulgaria, the trip turned into a nightmare that defies explanation. In July 2014, Lars was vacationing with friends at the popular Golden Sands resort near Varna. The week had been full of typical holiday fun beach outings, nightlife, laughter. But in the final days of the trip, something went very wrong. Lars got into a minor altercation at a bar over a football-soccer dispute. He was a fan of SV Werder Bremen and exchanged heated words with some rival fans. Later that night, he vanished from his friends, only to resurface the next morning with an unsettling story. He claimed he'd been attacked by a group of locals hired by the men from the bar. He said he'd been beaten, suffering a possible fractured jaw and a ruptured eardrum. Because of the ear injury, a resort doctor advised him not to fly immediately. Lars insisted his friends go home without him as scheduled, promising he would be fine alone for a couple more days until he could safely fly. Left on his own in a foreign country, Lars began to behave strangely. He checked into a cheap hotel in Varna to wait for his ear to heal, but that night, he became extremely paranoid. He called his mother in Germany in a hushed, urgent tone and whispered that people were trying to kill him, begging her to cancel his credit cards. On the hotel's security cameras, Lars can be seen pacing the halls nervously, peering out windows, and hiding in an elevator as if evading someone unseen. Around 1 a.m., he abruptly left the hotel without his belongings, only to return an hour later, still agitated. By dawn on July 8th, Lars was determined to catch a flight home. He texted his mother that he was headed to the airport. At Varna Airport, Lars visited the airport medical office to have his ear checked one last time. He was acting anxious and erratic. The doctor, Dr. Kosta Kostov, later recalled that Lars seemed nervous and paranoid. As the exam was underway, a construction worker entered the room. The airport was undergoing renovations, and something in Lars snapped. His face filled with terror. "I don't want to die here. I have to get out of here," he suddenly shouted before bolting out of the doctor's office. Without any warning, Lars sprinted out of the terminal, abandoning his luggage, passport, wallet, and phone. Airport security cameras captured him in his yellow t-shirt, darting past bewildered travelers. The footage shows Lars running at full speed out of the building and into the parking area, then climbing a fence and disappearing into a field of tall grass that borders a dense forest. In those few moments, Lars Metank, a young man on his way home, vanished into thin air. Despite exhaustive searches of the area, no trace of Lars was found beyond that chilling CCTV video. It's as if the forest swallowed him up. His distraught mother flew to Bulgaria to aid the search, but came up empty-handed. Over the years, there have been numerous reported sightings, a hitchhiker matching his description here, a transient man resembling him there, but none have ever been confirmed. The bizarre circumstances of Lars's case have spawned countless theories. Did he suffer a mental breakdown or hallucinations possibly induced by medication or an undiagnosed condition? Some doctors speculated that an antibiotic he'd been prescribed, cefprozil, can rarely cause psychotic side effects, though it was unclear if he even took any pills. Or was Lars truly being followed and threatened as he believed? If so, who were they, and did they ultimately catch up to him? Could criminals have been after him, or was it paranoia taking hold? One theory posits that Lars, in a panic, might have fled into the woods and accidentally died from exposure or an injury, his body somehow missed by searchers in the thick terrain. Bulgaria's summer heat can be brutal, and without his wallet or passport, he may have succumbed to the elements. Yet, hope lingered for years that Lars might still be alive, perhaps wandering with amnesia or hiding out. The internet latched onto the eerie airport footage, making Lars Metank something of a legend, dubbed the most famous missing tourist on YouTube due to the millions of views of his last known moments. His case is frequently shared by armchair detectives and true crime aficionados, all haunted by the sight of that lone figure fleeing as though pursued by invisible demons. To this day, the fate of Lars Metank remains a chilling enigma. Was he truly in danger from outside forces, or was he running from delusions born inside his own mind? The image of Lars sprinting out of an airport, eyes wide with terror, is a scene straight out of a nightmare, one that ends without answers. As we leave the mysterious forests of Varna behind, our journey of unsettling disappearances continues. Next, we head to North Carolina, where another young man's fate is entangled with a set of clues so bizarre they sound like fiction. Zeb Quinn, the car with lipstick and a puppy. On a winter night in the year 2000, Zeb Quinn clocked out of his shift at a Walmart in Asheville, North Carolina, and met up with a friend for what should have been a routine errand. The 18-year-old Quinn had plans to go check out a Mitsubishi Eclipse he was thinking of buying, and his co-worker Robert Jason Owens offered to come along in a separate car. It was January 2nd, just after the new year. The two young men drove off in separate vehicles into the chilly evening, keeping in touch via their car headlights and presumably occasional stops. Sometime around 9:15 p.m., while en route, Zeb flashed his headlights indicating he needed to pull over. He told Owens that he had gotten a page, this was 2000 when pagers were still used, and had to return a call. Zeb drove to a nearby gas station to use a payphone. According to Owens, when Zeb returned from the phone, he seemed agitated and said he had to cancel their plans and head home. He supposedly sped off, rear-ending Owens' truck accidentally in his rush. That was the last time anyone saw Zeb Quinn in person. When Zeb failed to show up for work the next day or contact his family, he was reported missing. The story took an even stranger turn 2 weeks later, when his Mazda protege was discovered abandoned in the parking lot of a local restaurant. The sight that greeted investigators was utterly perplexing. The car's headlights had been left on, and the doors were locked. Inside, police found Zeb's pet Labrador mix puppy, alive and unharmed, sitting in the vehicle. Perhaps most bizarre of all, a large drawing of two lips, like a cartoonish lipstick kiss, and 2 exclamation points had been scrawled in pink lipstick on the car's back windshield. The odd graffiti in the presence of the puppy, which did not belong to Zeb, it was not his dog, immediately signaled that this was no ordinary abandon and run scenario. It looked almost like a message or a cruel prank. Investigators also found a hotel keycard and several empty drink bottles in the car, but those clues led nowhere. The unsettling condition of Zeb's car left family and detectives equal parts baffled and disturbed. Why would someone leave a live puppy in a missing man's vehicle and scribble lipstick markings on the glass? Some wondered if it was a calling card from an abductor or killer, meant to taunt the police. Others thought it could be an elaborate hoax to mislead investigators. Suspicion naturally turned toward Robert Jason Owens, the last person to see Zeb alive. Owens told police about the page that Zeb supposedly received and his abrupt departure. Interestingly, phone records later showed that Owens himself had placed a call to Zeb's pager around the time they stopped at the gas station. Owens claimed this was at Zeb's request to test the pager, but it added a whiff of premeditation to the story. Furthermore, the day after Zeb vanished, Owens was treated for a head injury and broken ribs, which he said were from a second car accident he got into, but no report of such an accident was filed. Over time, these inconsistencies painted Owens as a person of interest. Years went by with no sign of Zeb Quinn's whereabouts. His disappearance became one of Asheville's most infamous cold cases. Rumors swirled. Some people whispered that Zeb had been in a secret relationship and this might have been a crime of passion. Others suspected a drug deal gone wrong or a kidnapping. The peculiar clue of the lipstick kiss had amateur sleuths crafting theories about jealous lovers or psychopathic pranksters. Through it all, Zeb's mother never gave up seeking answers. A breakthrough, or at least a shocking development, finally came 17 years later. In 2017, Robert Jason Owens was indicted for Zeb Quinn's murder. Owens, it turns out, had gotten into other trouble with the law. He was convicted for an unrelated double homicide of a couple in 2015. Facing charges, Owens struck a plea deal in Zeb's case in 2022, admitting to being an accessory after the fact. According to what emerged in court, Owens alleged that Zeb had been killed as part of a murder-for-hire plot. The story Owens told was that a third person, the jealous boyfriend of a woman whom Zeb had a flirtation with, had ordered his uncle to kill Zeb, and Owens had only helped dispose of the body. If this account is true, it's a twisted tale involving a love triangle and a contracted hit. which would make the bizarre scene with the car and puppy an even more perplexing postscript. Was the car staged to throw off investigators, perhaps by Owens or others involved? Or were those details, the puppy, the lipstick, an unrelated red herring introduced by someone who found the car? To this day, Zeb's body has never been found, and many in his community still wonder which parts of Owens's story are true. Officially, the case is considered solved with Owens's conviction as an accessory, but without a body and with so many odd unanswered questions, it feels far from resolved in the public's mind. The image of that lonely Mazda with its headlights eerily aglow, a sad puppy waiting inside, and a mysterious lipstick message on the window remains seared into the memory of all who followed the case. It's a scene as haunting as any horror movie, only this one was real. As we leave the puzzle of Zeb Quinn behind, we move to another baffling disappearance. Next, we'll drive down a dark rural road in Minnesota, where a young man's frantic phone call to his parents became the last trace of him. Brandon Swanson, The Vanishing, after the "oh shit" call. Not long after high school graduation in spring 2008, Brandon Swanson of Marshall, Minnesota, was enjoying a night out with friends to celebrate the end of the college semester. The 19-year-old had attended a couple of small gatherings on May 13, 2008, and into the early hours of May 14, he decided to head home. Past midnight, Brandon drove his Chevy Lumina down the rural back roads that cut through endless fields. It was dark and remote. Southwestern Minnesota is farmland as far as the eye can see, with occasional small towns dotting the map. Sometime after 1:30 a.m., Brandon misjudged a turn, and his car jolted into a ditch. He wasn't hurt, but the car was stuck. Frustrated and stranded in the middle of nowhere, Brandon grabbed his cell phone and called his parents for help. Brandon told his mother and father, Annette and Brian Swanson, that he believed he was near the town of Lind, a short drive from their home. They agreed to come pick him up, so Brandon stayed on the line and tried to guide them by flashing his car's headlights. Out on those country roads, however, it was pitch black. His parents drove around trying to find him, but neither they nor Brandon could spot each other's lights in the distance. The situation grew more frustrating as time passed. Cell reception was spotty, causing some dropped calls, but Brandon always called back and reconnected. Determined to find a recognizable landmark, Brandon decided to leave his car and walk toward lights he could see, what he thought was the town of Lind. He kept talking to his father as he walked, describing what he saw and trying to figure out where he was. Brian, his father, drove to the parking lot of a known bar in Lind where they planned to meet. For about 47 minutes, father and son stayed in contact via phone as Brandon trudged along gravel roads in the dark early morning. Understandably, both were a little on edge. The rural night can play tricks on your senses, and Brandon was disoriented by the miscalculation of his location. Then, shortly after 2:30 a.m., as Brandon was speaking, he suddenly interrupted himself mid-sentence and exclaimed, "Oh shit!" The exclamation was abrupt and alarmed, as if he had been startled or had lost his footing. Immediately after that, the line went silent. At first, Brian thought his son might have dropped the phone or that it died, but repeated attempts to call Brandon back went straight to voicemail. Brandon Swanson was never heard from again after that brief cry of alarm. When morning came and there was still no sign of Brandon, his parents reported him missing. Initial law enforcement response was frustratingly slow. The first officer reportedly suggested that it wasn't uncommon for young men Brandon's age to stay out all night, and that he might turn up later on his own. But Brandon wasn't the type to run away or ignore his parents' calls. The discovery of something crucial changed the tone. Cell phone records showed that Brandon had not been near Lind at all during that call. In fact, his phone had pinged closer to a town called Porter, about 25 miles from where he and his parents thought he was. Acting on this new information, searchers eventually located Brandon's abandoned Chevy, nowhere near Lind, but off a gravel road by Taunton, along the Yellow Medicine River. This deepened the mystery. Brandon had been mistaken about his position, likely due to the flat landscape and darkness. If he was walking toward what he thought was Lind, he he might actually have been heading toward an entirely different set of lights. Despite massive search efforts, including hundreds of volunteers, trained dogs, and later even search teams over multiple years, no trace of Brandon has ever been found. The leading theory is that Brandon may have fallen into the Yellow Medicine River that night. Perhaps the "oh shit" was uttered as he accidentally slipped into a creek or riverbank in the dark and cold water. The river was high that spring and could be treacherous. However, extensive searches of the water and surrounding area failed to find his body. Not a shoe, not his phone, nothing. It's as if the earth opened up and swallowed him after that anguished exclamation. Some have speculated about other possibilities. Could Brandon have stumbled upon something or someone in those desolate fields? For instance, fallen down an unmarked well or been the victim of foul play? There's no evidence of a crime, but the complete lack of evidence of anything is perplexing. Brandon's disappearance led to changes in Minnesota law. His parents lobbied for Brandon's Law, which was passed in 2009, requiring authorities to take missing adult cases seriously and begin investigations promptly, even if the person is over 18. The Swansons, who heartbreakingly had to drive home night after night with an empty back seat, turned their tragedy into advocacy to help other families. Yet for them, and for those who have followed the case, an eerie cloud hangs over that stretch of rural road. The mental image is chilling. A lone young man on a dark night, breath visible in the cold air, walking toward distant lights under the vast, starry sky, when something unseen causes him to gasp, "Oh shit," in terror, and then he's gone. The unresolved ending to Brandon's story continues to torment all who seek to understand it. As we leave this dark Minnesota road behind, our path leads next to a college campus, where another young man stepped out for a moment and never returned, and where a computer's erased data provides a sinister hint at what might have happened. Joshua Guimond, The College Party and the Erased Hard Drive. On a cold November night in 2002, Joshua Guimond walked away from a small gathering of friends at his college campus and into oblivion. Joshua was a 20-year-old student at St. John's University in Collegeville, Minnesota, a quiet campus surrounded by woodlands and lakes. On the night of November 9th, 2002, he had been at a dorm apartment party with friends, enjoying a few drinks and card games. Sometime near midnight, Joshua stepped out of the gathering, possibly to walk back to his own dorm a short distance away. He left without saying anything unusual. Maybe he intended to use the bathroom or get some air or simply head home. The path back to his dormitory would have only taken a few minutes, crossing a short bridge by a lake. But Joshua never made it back. By the next day, when friends realized he hadn't been seen and missed a planned meeting, alarm bells rang. The search for Joshua began, combing the campus, nearby woods, and the waters of the adjacent Stumpf Lake, but nothing was found. The initial assumption was that Joshua might have fallen into the lake while walking back, since a bloodhound did pick up his scent near the bridge over the water. Yet repeated dives turned up no body. As days turned to weeks, the simple accident theory became less certain, and more puzzling clues emerged. Joshua's dorm room had been left in a normal state, his car still parked on campus, jacket in his room. Notably, his glasses, which he wore to see, were found in his apartment, meaning he ventured out that night without them, which was uncharacteristic. There was no sign of struggle anywhere along the path he likely took. The case was growing cold when, months later, an almost sinister discovery was made regarding Joshua's computer. Someone had accessed Joshua's personal computer after he went missing and wiped out important data from the hard drive. Specifically, investigators determined that files in the web browser and other pieces of data had been erased using a disk cleaning program, and the records showed this happened days after Joshua disappeared, at a time when Joshua himself obviously wasn't there to do it. In other words, someone with potentially something to hide had been in his dorm room and on his PC. This revelation blew open the range of theories. It suggested that perhaps Joshua hadn't simply fallen in a lake. Maybe foul play was involved, possibly by someone he knew on campus. Investigators digging into the recovered computer data found that Joshua had been engaging in online chats in the time leading up to his disappearance. He had been using a fake persona online, posing as a woman named Ashley, to chat with men on services like Yahoo Personals. It was speculated that Joshua, who was known as a politically active and straight-laced student, might have been exploring his identity or sexuality in secret. One theory is that he arranged to meet someone he met online that night and encountered a predator. Lending credence to this possibility was another odd campus incident. Around the same time frame, students had reported seeing an unknown man in an orange Pontiac Sunfire car cruising around, dropping off male passengers late at night. When security approached one of the men being dropped off, the man bolted away, which seemed suspicious. After Joshua vanished, that vehicle was investigated, but the driver didn't provide helpful information, and the car was later destroyed. A strangely timed disappearance of a potential lead. To complicate matters, Joshua's disappearance happened in an era when a string of young men in the Midwest had gone missing under mysterious circumstances, some linked dubiously by the so-called smiley face killer theory. Joshua's case drew comparisons to these incidents, though nothing conclusive tied them together. Another angle. Joshua was an ambitious student in the political science club, and he had been researching scandals involving the university's personnel. In fact, St. John's University was embroiled in a clergy abuse scandal around 2002, and Joshua had openly expressed anger about it. Some wondered if he stumbled upon information that put him in danger, though police found no hard evidence of this. As the investigation dragged on, Joshua's parents became increasingly frustrated with the lack of answers. Over the years, tips would dribble in, a possible sighting here, a random idea there, but nothing panned out. 20 years later, the case remains unsolved, but the presence of that wiped computer data hovers over it like a dark cloud. Who sat down at Joshua's desk in the days after he vanished, and what were they trying to conceal? Perhaps it was some well-meaning friend removing personal information, but if so, why not come forward? The silence is telling. Joshua's story is a mix of college innocence and deeply disturbing possibilities. One can imagine the once bustling dorm, now quiet, the glow of Joshua's computer screen as files disappear one by one, leaving behind only questions. With those questions in mind, we move on to another disappearance, that of a bright young television news anchor who vanished on her way to work, leaving behind a scene of struggle and, years later, a truly creepy message on a billboard. Jody Huisentruit, the anchorwoman and the cryptic billboard. In the pre-dawn hours of June 27, 1995, in the small city of Mason City, Iowa, 27-year-old Jody Huisentruit was running late for work. Jody was a popular local TV news anchor for the morning show at KMT. She lived in an apartment not far from the station. That morning, when she didn't show up on time to the studio, a colleague called her. Jody answered the phone, apologizing and saying she'd overslept and was on her way. But Jody never arrived at work. Concerned coworkers alerted police. When officers went to Jody's apartment complex, they found a chilling scene in the parking lot. Near Jody's parked car were her personal items scattered as if there had been a struggle. A hairdryer, earrings, and one of her red high-heeled shoes lay on the ground. The car key was bent, still stuck in the door lock of her Toyota Miata, suggesting someone snatched her just as she was about to get in the car. It was immediately treated as an abduction. Neighbors reported possibly hearing a scream at around 4 a.m., but no one saw the attacker. Jody Huisentruit had vanished without a trace of her beyond the disturbed evidence at the scene. The abduction of a well-known local television personality sent shockwaves through the community. Jody was a familiar, friendly face on TV every morning, and now she was the center of a terrifying mystery. Massive searches and investigations ensued. Police and volunteers scoured surrounding areas, lakes, and parks. Over time, a few potential leads emerged, including a white van seen in the area that morning, and persons of interest such as a friend, an older male acquaintance who had spent time with Jody socially, were questioned. But nothing concrete ever materialized. It was as if someone had been lying in wait for her that morning and executed a swift, brutal kidnapping. The case grew cold, but Jody's family and friends kept her memory alive. and the story periodically surfaced in the media, keeping locals wary that a kidnapper was still at large. Years passed with no answers, until something bizarre and macabre occurred. In early 2020, almost 25 years after Jodi's disappearance, unknown individuals vandalized a billboard dedicated to finding Jodi with a cryptic message spray-painted across it. The billboard, which featured Jodi's photo and the plea, "Someone knows something, is it you?" was defaced on New Year's Eve with the words, "Frank Stearns, Machine Shed," emblazoned in large yellow letters. This strange graffiti immediately grabbed attention. Frank Stearns was the name of a now-retired Mason City police officer who had long worked on Jodi's case. And Machine Shed seemed to imply some kind of location. Was this a clue? A taunt? Investigators treated it seriously. The vandalism happened in the middle of the night. Witnesses later came forward saying they saw two individuals dressed in black who quickly climbed a ladder to spray paint the message and then vanished into the dark. The cryptic phrase led some to speculate. Was someone suggesting that evidence or Jodi herself could be found in a machine shed belonging to, or connected to, Frank Stearns? Or was it accusing the former investigator of something? The authorities publicly stated that Frank Stearns was not considered a suspect, and he himself said he had no idea what it meant. This was not the first time Jodi's case had encountered strange turns. In the late 2000s, a Mason City police officer turned whistleblower claimed she had heard that certain local authorities might have been involved in Jodi's abduction, implying a cover-up. Those allegations were investigated but never substantiated, and the officer was dismissed. The graffiti on the billboard felt like a ghost from those rumors, hinting at some hidden truth behind Jodi's fate. It reignited public interest, and new leads were sought, but as of today, nothing definitive has come from the machine shed message. The billboard itself was cleaned and reprinted, but the eerie memory of those spray-painted words lingers. Jodi Huisentruid's case remains one of Iowa's most haunting unsolved mysteries. Here was a vibrant young woman with a successful career, snatched in her own apartment parking lot, likely by someone who knew her routine. Decades later, there's no body, no crime scene beyond scattered belongings, and no answers, only theories and whispers. Some suspect a stalker became obsessed with Jodi from watching her on TV. Others think it could have been someone she knew who harbored a secret grudge or infatuation. The passage of time without answers is cruel, but her loved ones continue to seek closure. Occasionally, fresh attention like the billboard incident breathes new life into the case, raising hopes that a guilty conscience or a slip of the tongue might one day unravel the truth. Until then, the image of that lonely red shoe by Jodi's car and the eerie graffiti calling out from a billboard serve as reminders that this story isn't over. It's a chilling thought that somewhere out there, someone knows exactly what happened that June morning in 1995. As we leave Jodi's case, with its silent scream in the night and its cryptic message years later, we come to another perplexing disappearance. Our next story takes us to Columbus, Ohio, where a young man entered a bar and seemingly never came out, leaving behind one of the most baffling surveillance videos ever seen. Brian Schaefer, the man who never left the bar. Brian Schaefer was a 27-year-old medical student at Ohio State University, and on the night of March 31st, 2006, he decided to celebrate the start of spring break with friends. Brian had just finished finals, and despite feeling a bit run down from studying, he hit the town in Columbus, Ohio. He and his friend Clint went bar hopping that evening, having a shot or two at each spot, enjoying the live music and campus bar scene. Around midnight, they ended up at a popular bar in the South Campus Gateway called the Ugly Tuna Saloona. Security cameras recorded Brian and Clint riding an escalator up to the bar's entrance at about 1:15 a.m. on April 1st, laughing and in good spirits. Inside, they met up with some other friends. At around 1:55 a.m., shortly before closing time, CCTV footage captured Brian in the bar's hallway chatting with two women, then waving to them as he turned to re-enter the main bar area. And then Brian vanished off camera. When the Ugly Tuna closed, patrons filtered out into the night. Clint and others waited outside for Brian, but he never appeared. At first they assumed he might have left earlier, or found another way home, but Brian Schaefer was never seen again. The investigation into Brian's disappearance quickly zeroed in on the incredible puzzle posed by the surveillance tapes. The bar's entrance was under video surveillance, and Brian was clearly seen going in. Strangely, there was no footage of Brian ever coming out. Police and security reviewed the tapes frame by frame. Every person who entered was accounted for leaving, except Brian. It was as if he evaporated inside the bar. The Ugly Tuna was located on the second floor of a building accessible by one escalator and a freight elevator, the latter not generally for public use. There was a back exit under construction at the time, but it wasn't a normal route for patrons. If Brian left through that construction area, he might have avoided a camera, but it would have been hazardous and convoluted, yet no other trace of him was found in the building either. Columbus police were flabbergasted. How does a grown man disappear from a crowded bar without a single camera catching where he went? Brian's family and girlfriend were devastated. He had planned a trip to Miami with his girlfriend that following Monday, and in fact, she kept calling his phone in the days after, hoping he'd answer. In a spooky detail, one time the phone actually rang and pinged a cell tower briefly, but it was later thought to be a glitch in the system rather than a real connection. Extensive searches were conducted in the area: dumpsters, alleyways, roofs, underground tunnels, even the sewer system, in case Brian had accidentally gotten into a restricted area or met with foul play after leaving. Nothing turned up. It was as if Brian had walked into an invisible portal. Over the years, numerous theories emerged. One theory is that Brian, grieving the recent death of his mother, might have decided to run off and start a new life. However, he left behind his car, his glasses, and other essential belongings, and he was about to graduate med school, making this seem unlikely without at least contacting someone eventually. Another theory posits that Brian might have been the victim of a crime after leaving the bar, perhaps a robbery or attack, and that somehow the cameras missed him exiting, or he exited in disguise. Some speculated he could have changed clothes or put on a hat. The area around the bar was heavily searched, though, and no signs of a struggle were found. One focus of suspicion was Brian's friend Clint, the last known person with him. Clint lawyered up and even refused a lie detector test, which raised eyebrows. Some wondered if an altercation or prank had gone wrong, but there's no evidence implicating Clint beyond his refusal to be further questioned. There was also speculation about the smiley face killer, an alleged serial killer targeting young men in the Midwest, but nothing concrete ties to Brian's case beyond the profile of the victim. As years passed, Brian's father tragically died in an accident, never knowing what happened to his son. In a heartbreaking twist, someone posted a message online in remembrance of the father, using a nickname that only Brian would typically use, briefly stirring hope that Brian might still be alive incognito. It turned out to be a cruel hoax. To this day, Brian Schaefer's disappearance is one of the most famous modern mysteries. Investigators still scratch their heads at the lack of video evidence of him leaving that bar. The phrase "he never left the bar" has almost become legend in true crime circles, symbolizing an utterly confounding case. Was Brian somehow hiding in the bar that night, and then slipped out later unseen? Did he fall victim to a perfect storm of blind spots and security cameras and misfortune? Or did he choose to vanish on purpose, achieving a disappearing act that has held up all these years? None of the possibilities are very satisfying or easy to believe. Brian's empty seat at the medical school graduation and the unanswered call of his name remain a somber reminder that behind this bar magic trick of a case lies a real family's grief. As we ponder how a man could be there one moment and gone the next, our journey continues. We now turn to a case at sea, the disappearance of a young woman from a cruise ship, and the sinister clues that surfaced in the years after she went missing. Amy Lynn Bradley lost at sea and the photographs from hell. In March 1998, Amy Lynn Bradley was on what should have been a dream vacation, a Caribbean cruise with her parents and younger brother. The 23-year-old recent college graduate from Virginia was enjoying the sun and sea aboard the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas. They had departed from Puerto Rico. and were en route to the island of Curacao. Amy was a strong swimmer, a former lifeguard, and an all-around vibrant young woman excited for a new chapter in life. But in the early hours of March 24, 1998, somewhere off the coast of Curacao, that dream vacation became a family's worst nightmare. The night before, Amy and her brother had gone out to the ship's dance club. There are photographs of Amy from that evening, showing her smiling and having fun. She was last seen around 5:30 a.m., lounging on the cabin balcony after leaving the dance club with a member of the ship's band. When her father checked the cabin at 6 a.m., Amy was asleep on the balcony. But by 6:30 a.m., when he looked again, Amy was gone. The only sign of her was her flip-flops she'd left behind. The Bradleys searched the ship frantically, alerting the crew within an hour. Yet, contrary to what one might expect, the crew did not immediately issue a ship-wide alert or lockdown. The ship docked in Curacao, and passengers disembarked, which deeply worried Amy's family, as they feared she could be taken off the ship. A massive search of the vessel and the waters turned up nothing. There was no evidence Amy had fallen overboard, and her family insisted she was far too good a swimmer for that to happen without her making it to safety or her body being found. It began to seem more and more like Amy had been removed from the ship against her will. Over the months and years that followed, the Bradleys received multiple disturbing leads, suggesting that Amy might have been kidnapped and sold into human trafficking. Tourists in Curacao in August 1998 reported seeing a woman on a beach who looked like Amy, with the same tattoos, being led by two men. In 1999, a U.S. Navy sailor visiting a brothel in Barbados reported an encounter with a distressed woman who told him her name was Amy and begged for help, claiming she was being held captive. Unfortunately, he waited until after returning to the U.S. to report this, and by the time officials checked, the brothel owner claimed ignorance, and no Amy was found. The most chilling evidence arrived in 2005. Amy's parents were emailed an image found on an escort service website, a photograph of a scantily clad woman who strikingly resembled Amy. In the photo, the woman, who went by the name Jazz, has the same distinctive tattoos Amy had, a Tasmanian devil cartoon on her shoulder, a sun on her lower back, a Chinese symbol on her ankle. The Bradleys were convinced it was her. This suggested that Amy had possibly been forced into sexual slavery. The FBI and investigators pursued these leads, but the trail was frustratingly vague. The idea that a young woman could be kidnapped from a cruise ship and forced into a sordid underworld is the stuff of nightmares. And for Amy's family, it has been a torturous reality to consider. Over the years, they have worked tirelessly with authorities, appearing on talk shows and even Dr. Phil to publicize Amy's case. Indeed, the 2005 photo was shown on Dr. Phil, shocking viewers. Despite extensive investigations and even rewards offered, Amy remains missing. Royal Caribbean initially maintained that such an abduction was unlikely, suggesting perhaps she fell overboard. But evidence increasingly disputes that. Amy's case has led to discussions about cruise ship security and the dark networks of Caribbean human trafficking. For those who hear Amy's story, certain images are hard to shake. The thought of her alone on that balcony as dawn broke, perhaps approached by someone she thought she could trust. The eerie photo of a woman who might be Amy, eyes heavy with sadness, forced into unspeakable circumstances, and the pain in her parents' voices as they hold on to hope that maybe, just maybe, she's still alive out there waiting to be rescued. Amy Lynn Bradley's disappearance stands as one of the creepiest unsolved travel mysteries, a case that makes you think twice about the dangers lurking even in paradise. As we disembark from Amy's story, our journey isn't over. Next, we step back onto land into the case of a troubled woman whose disappearance left behind gruesome and confounding clues, including a severed finger and neatly folded clothes in a freezer. Diane Augat, a severed finger and clothes in the freezer. April 1998, Pasco County, Florida. Diane Louise Augat, 40 years old, walked out of her sister's home and into a mystery that grows more macabre the deeper you look. Diane had led a troubled life. She suffered from bipolar disorder and had been struggling since a recent divorce and losing custody of her children. She lived in a group home and had a history of wandering off, but she always returned or checked in. On April 10, 1998, Diane left her sister's house in Hudson, Florida, and never came back. What followed were a series of bizarre and unsettling clues that seemed straight out of a horror film. 3 days after Diane disappeared on April 13th, her mother's answering machine recorded a brief, frantic message. On the playback, there was the voice of a woman, clearly believed to be Diane's voice, pleading, "Help! Help!" before a loud scuffle is heard, and then Diane's voice yelps, "Hey, gimme that," as the call abruptly cuts off. The number was traced to a motel in Odessa, Florida, but by the time police checked, the room was vacant. Then, 2 days later, on April 15th, a chilling discovery. A passerby found a severed human finger on the side of US Route 19, not far from where Diane was last seen. It turned out to be the tip of Diane's right middle finger, cleanly cut above the knuckle, and witnesses reported seeing a second finger at the scene, though only one was recovered. This gruesome find raised the stakes dramatically. It seemed to indicate foul play and a taunting element, as if someone was leaving breadcrumbs. But the strangest clue was yet to come. On April 18th, a week after Diane vanished, the manager of a convenience store in Odessa went to check the store's outdoor freezer. Inside, she found a plastic bag filled with neatly folded women's clothes. Shockingly, the clothing was quickly identified by Diane's family as belonging to her. The freezer was outside the store, accessible to anyone, as if someone had deliberately placed the bag there to be found. Why fold the clothes so neatly and hide them in a freezer? It was a baffling and creepy gesture. Perhaps the person responsible was toying with investigators. Or perhaps there was a twisted logic only they could understand. Despite these tantalizing and horrifying clues, a desperate voicemail, a severed finger, and carefully folded clothes, no further trace of Diane Auget was ever found. The authorities were stumped. One working theory was that Diane had become entangled with a dangerous individual or group, possibly related to drug activity. She had occasionally fallen in with a rough crowd. The clues might have been meant to scare or send a message. The phone call suggested she was being held captive at least for a short time. The finger suggested violence or punishment. And the clothes in the freezer, some speculated it was symbolic, preserving evidence on ice, or practical, hiding bloody clothes, or simply cruel theatrics by the perpetrator. Over the years, Diane's case went cold, but those left behind can't forget the horrifying trail that was left. Her mother, year after year, hoped for answers that never came. That disembodied finger, matched to Diane via fingerprint, is perhaps one of the most ghoulish calling cards in any missing person case. It's as if the darkness that plagued Diane's life culminated in one final wicked game. Sometimes people talk about the perfect crime as one leaving no clues. In Diane's case, it's almost the opposite. Clues were left, yet they only deepen the enigma. What happened in those last days of Diane Auget's life remains unknown, but it surely wasn't anything good. As we step away from the haunting fragments of Diane's story, the echo of "Help Me" still ringing in our ears, we move on to another disappearance with eerie overtones. This time, the setting is an apartment in New Hampshire in 1980, where a teenage girl vanished from her home and left behind a mystery involving unscrewed light bulbs and strange phone calls. Lorene Ron, lights out in the hallway. On the night of April 26, 1980, 14-year-old Lorene Ann Ron was at home in her family's third-floor apartment in Manchester, New Hampshire. Lorene's mother, Judith, was out of town at a tennis tournament, so Lorene had invited a girlfriend over to spend the night. The two teens, along with a male friend, hung out in the apartment drinking a little wine and listening to music. Later that night, the male friend left, and Lorene and her girlfriend decided to sleep with the friend taking Lorene's bed, and Lorene sleeping on the couch in the living room. Sometime around midnight, neighbors later reported hearing voices and footsteps in the upstairs hallway. What nobody knew then was that something ominous was brewing. Judith Ron returned home in the early hours, around 1:30 a.m., and immediately sensed something was off. The hallway that led to their apartment door was unusually dark, Someone had unscrewed all 3 light bulbs in the corridor, leaving it pitch black. Startled, Judith entered the apartment and found it silent. The visiting friend was asleep in Lorraine's bed, but Lorraine was nowhere to be found. At first, groggy and confused, the friend assumed Lorraine might have just stepped out or was in the bathroom, but she wasn't. The front door was slightly ajar. Outside, Judith noticed that the screen window in the kitchen, which led out to the fire escape, was also open. A sense of dread descended. It looked as if someone had intentionally created darkness in the hallway, entered the apartment, and taken Lorraine while her friend slept. Police were called and an investigation launched, but in 1980, forensic techniques were limited. There were few concrete clues. What was clear was that Lorraine did not take any of her personal belongings. She left behind her purse, money, and clothes. Given the unscrewed hallway lights, detectives believed it was likely an abductor had prepared the scene to conceal their actions, possibly someone who knew the building or even a neighbor. The case quickly went cold for lack of leads. But then, a series of strange phone calls injected new intrigue into Lorraine's story. In the months after the disappearance, Judith noticed several unexplained charges on her phone bill. 3 calls had been placed from her apartment's phone to a number in California. 2 of the calls were to a motel in Santa Ana, California, and 1 was to a teen assistance hotline in Los Angeles. Judith didn't know anyone in California at the time, and certainly Lorraine didn't either, at least not to anyone's knowledge. It looked like someone, perhaps the abductor, used Lorraine's home phone to dial out west, possibly as a way to check in with accomplices or some central figure. A couple of years later, more bizarre developments. Judith received a call from a woman who claimed to possibly have information on Lorraine. This person said that a woman she knew in California went by the name Lori and might be Lorraine. The lead never panned out solidly. Additionally, Judith reported that every year around the anniversary of Lorraine's disappearance, she would receive a brief phone call in the middle of the night, just silence or faint breathing on the other end, as if someone was taunting her. Whether those calls were pranks or something more sinister remains unknown. Over time, investigators considered a disturbing theory. Could Lorraine have been abducted into a child trafficking or pornography ring? The involvement of California and the call to a teen hotline, which was rumored to be associated with a now-deceased doctor who was implicated in a child pornography business, gave weight to this possibility. Perhaps someone took Lorraine across the country. However, no confirmed sightings of her have ever been made. Decades have passed with no answers. Lorraine's case sits among the annals of creepy, unsolved disappearances because of those inexplicable touches. The carefully unscrewed light bulbs that suggest a careful predator, and the mysterious phone trail leading 3,000 miles away with no clear explanation. Her mother eventually moved away from the apartment, but likely never from the nightmare of that night. To this day, no one knows what truly became of Lorraine Ron. Was it a local culprit who snatched her in the dark, or a far-reaching criminal network that spirited her away? The darkness in that hallway remains, symbolically, as the lack of light shed on her fate. As we move on, our next and penultimate case also involves a young woman and a big city, the disappearance of Corinna Slusser, who was swept up in a dangerous world and sent cryptic cries for help before vanishing. Corinna Slusser, a trafficked teen and a trapped message. In 2017, 19-year-old Corinna Slusser left her small Pennsylvania town seeking excitement and escape in New York City. What she found instead was a nightmare under the bright lights. Corinna had been a cheerleader, a pretty blonde teenager with a winning smile, but she fell in with a rough crowd before graduation and became entwined with an older man who promised to take care of her. By the summer of 2017, she had moved to NYC, specifically to the Bronx, expecting a fresh start. But that man turned out to be a pimp who allegedly lured her into the world of sex trafficking. Corinna was last seen on September 20th, 2017, leaving a cheap motel called The Haven in Queens. After that day, she vanished into the underbelly of the city. In the lead-up to her disappearance, Corinna had shown signs of being in trouble. In August 2017, she had filed a police report against a pimp, the same man who brought her to New York, For assaulting her, he had stolen money from her and choked her, and she managed to get a restraining order. The danger she was in was very real. After she went missing, her family and authorities feared she had been coerced or kidnapped by a sex trafficking ring in retaliation for going to the police. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing timeline came to light. Corinna had been active on social media, and on September 10th, 10 days before she disappeared, she posted a final photo on Instagram with a cryptic caption that hinted at a change and a new home. It was odd enough to catch her friends' attention even before they knew anything was wrong. Then, after Corinna's disappearance, her mother received unusual texts and even an attempt at extortion. In April 2018, someone contacted Corinna's mother demanding a $7,000 ransom, claiming to have Corinna captive in another state. The extortionist even arranged a meeting point at a parking lot in North Carolina. Desperate, her mother Sabina was prepared to go, but law enforcement suspected it was a scam or a dangerous trap and warned her off. The next day, the cruel messenger taunted her, saying, "Remember this day, because it's the day you almost got her." It was a devastating blow, a heartless hoax, or perhaps a genuine warning that slipped through their fingers. Authorities eventually cracked down on the trafficking ring that ensnared Corinna. A man named Ishi Woni, along with others, was arrested and later convicted for sex trafficking. He had been one of the individuals Corinna was last known to associate with. Through recovered messages and evidence, investigators pieced together that Corinna had been advertised online for sex services in the period leading to her disappearance. They suspect that after the police report incident, she may have been moved or sold to other traffickers. There was also an eerie digital clue. Corinna's phone, which her mother got back from police, had all the texts and call logs wiped clean, as if someone deliberately deleted every message remotely. It was as if someone wanted to ensure nothing on that phone could help find her. Additionally, an anonymous letter was mailed to her mother, with a possible sighting of Corinna in Queens after she vanished, but like many leads, it led nowhere concrete. Despite multiple arrests of those involved in trafficking, Corinna herself has never been found. Her disappearance highlights the terrifying reality of modern-day slavery, hiding in plain sight. One day she was a teenager posting selfies and texting her family, and the next she was gone, with only a trail of cryptic posts and chilling messages remaining. The Instagram post Corinna left, showing a girl in a black cap in city traffic, became a haunting symbol of her case. Did she know she was in danger? Was it a coded cry for help? We may never know. For her family, each tease of hope, a text, a ransom demand, a rumor, turned into heartbreak. As we leave Corinna's tragic tale, we turn to our final case, one of a young girl taken from her home in the middle of the night, and a shocking phone call that suggested she was still alive and in terrifying circumstances. Antoinette Cayedito, a child's cry on the line. Our last case takes us back in time and into the quiet suburb of Gallup, New Mexico. On April 6, 1986, 9-year-old Antoinette Cayedito was at home with her mother and younger sisters. It was a Saturday night. The family had reportedly had some friends over earlier in the evening. By 3 a.m., everyone was asleep, or so it seemed. According to Antoinette's younger sister, there was a knock at the door in the dark hours of that morning. Antoinette went to answer it, and the sister heard a man's voice say, "It's Uncle Joe." The family did have an Uncle Joe, but he later said he wasn't at their house that night. As soon as Antoinette opened the door, the sister says 2 men grabbed her and carried her away into the night. The little girl was gone by the time the mother awoke. At first, Antoinette's mother, Penny, told police she had no idea what happened. She'd been asleep and only discovered Antoinette missing in the morning. The only clue from the house was that the front door was left slightly open. Authorities launched a search, suspecting a kidnapping. For a year, there were no major breaks, until something bone-chilling occurred. In April 1987, the Gallup Police Department received a frantic phone call from a young girl. "I'm Antoinette. I'm in Albuquerque," the girl cried, pleading for help. Before the dispatcher could get any useful details, an angry adult voice was heard shouting, "Who said you could use the phone?" followed by the sound of a scuffle and the girl screaming. The line then went dead. The call was too short to trace. However, it was recorded, and when investigators played the tape for Anthonette's family, Penny gasped. She was certain the voice was her daughter's, recognizing the way she said her name. She did not recognize the male voice. This 40-second phone call injected both hope and terror into the case. Hope that Anthonette might be alive, and terror at the thought of what she was enduring. The story made national news, and leads began to surface. There was a reported sighting in 1991 in Carson City, Nevada. A waitress claimed that a couple came into the restaurant with a timid teenage girl. When the girl deliberately dropped a utensil, the waitress picked it up, and the girl squeezed her hand, only for the waitress to later find a note under the plate, saying, "Help me, call police," scrawled on a napkin. By the time she realized, the trio had left. The waitress was struck by the girl's resemblance to the age-progressed photos of Anthonette. If that was indeed Anthonette, it meant she had been held captive for years by that point. Another potential clue came when Anthonette's younger sister, who had been a witness, finally admitted 5 years later that she did see her sister being taken by two men that night, after initially being too scared to say so. This corroborated what police suspected, that the abductor was someone familiar to the family, given the Uncle Joe ruse. The FBI considered Penny, the mother, as well. She even took a polygraph, which she reportedly failed, leading to whispers that she might have known more than she let on, possibly about who took Anthonette. But no charges were ever filed, and Penny died in 1999, still not knowing what became of her child. Anthonette's case remains one of the most heart-wrenching unsolved disappearances. The image of a little girl snatched from her home is disturbing enough, but the added layer of that desperate phone call, a tiny voice reaching out from what sounded like the depths of hell, is truly haunting. Gallup police still keep the case open, and age-progressed renderings of Anthonette surface every few years to remind the public that she could still be out there, a woman now in her late 40s. Who as a child was calling for rescue. Some believe she was likely sold or forced into some kind of trafficking situation, which unfortunately aligns with the other clues of her being seen in captivity. Others hold on to the sliver of hope that maybe the call was a hoax, though her family doubts that, and that she was raised by someone else unhurt, an unlikely scenario given everything. As we conclude this journey through these creepy, unresolved disappearances, we are left with the realization that behind each of these stories are real people, families, friends, entire communities, left in agonizing limbo. The bizarre details we've recounted, from mysterious phone calls to inexplicable evidence, are the breadcrumbs that keep these cases alive in the public's imagination. Perhaps one day, someone will come forward, a new piece of evidence will emerge, or a deathbed confession will crack one of these cases wide open. Until then, these 11 stories remain open-ended tales of terror and mystery, a sobering reminder that sometimes truth really is stranger and far more frightening than fiction.